Chapter 100. I don't really need that much. Chu Bei shook his head with a smile as he met the gazes of Jixingxian, Medusa, and the others. Boss Chu, just name a price, Jixingxian said impatiently. 100 million. Chu Bei stretched out a finger in an unhurried manner. This was also the upper limit of what he could sell today. Chu Bei then turned to Medusa and added, unlike the past, I've prepared a one-time item for all of you, so there's a time limit. As long as I can solve the problem at hand, it doesn't matter if it's a one-time item or not. Medusa's voice was calm as she tossed a storage ring over. Chu Bei smiled knowingly and didn't say anything else. He waved his sleeve and an 8th grade golden disc appeared. Although it was also an 8th grade wheel, Chu Bei had chosen a one-time item, so the value of the item was higher than that of a permanent item. The system has received 1 million willpower. The host has received 500,000 willpower. The host has reached the upper limit of what he can sell today. After the golden wheel swallowed all of the wealth in Medusa's storage ring, the silver needle began to spin rapidly. Ding 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 under the astonished gazes of Wu Qian, Wild Geese Fall to Heaven, and Mulan, 50 square boxes flew out from the wheel one after another before finally lining up in an orderly manner. What are they doing? Mulan and the other two elders looked at each other with confusion on their faces. Boom! Just as Wu Qian and the others were perplexed, the 50 square boxes exploded at the same time. Among them, 49 were thank you rewards. The only thing that came out was a square box. Inside it was a red bow and a white arrow that matched it. The body of the red bow was engraved with mysterious patterns, each of which shone with a demonic light. Medusa let out a long sigh as she looked at the 49 thank you for your patronage. The winning rate was simply too low. After calming down, Medusa looked at Chu Bei politely and asked, Boss Chu, can this bow and arrow really solve our current predicament? It's right in front of you. Why don't you try holding it? Chu Bei pointed at the red longbow. In his original plan, if Medusa couldn't get anything, then he would help to get rid of Wu Qian and the others. In any case, the purpose of Medusa and the others' transaction was to resolve the Empire's crisis, not to mention that they had already reached the upper limit of today's transaction. Of course, he also thought of leaving Wu Qian and the others until the next day to deal with them. This way, he could still continue to make deals. However, he couldn't bring himself to make a fortune in 2 consecutive days. Unexpectedly, Medusa had actually obtained one of the 10 great divine artifacts of the primordial world, the Huyi bow. Although this was a weakened version, it was more than enough to deal with Wu Qian and the others. At this moment, Medusa also held the Huyi bow. The moment Medusa held it, she could feel the extraordinariness of this longbow. First, an indescribable coldness spread throughout her body, followed by a warm current that filled her limbs and bones. Under these two completely opposite energies, the injuries from the soul-devouring blade recovered at a terrifying speed. When these two energies disappeared, Medusa suddenly realized that she had recovered. Buzz! With a trembling sound, the white arrow not far away seemed to have been summoned, and as if it had a mind of its own, it narked the longbow. Feeling the special material of the arrow, Medusa tried to draw the bow. The moment she drew the bow, the longbow and arrow released a blood-red light at the same time. This light quickly enveloped Medusa, even causing her aura to change. She couldn't feel any battle aura fluctuations. At this moment, Medusa seemed to have become one with the bow and arrow, becoming a part of it. Medusa also thoroughly felt the power of this bow. The latter seemed to have its own consciousness, and she was now able to communicate with this consciousness and even control it. Boss Chu, what grade is this item? Jixingxian couldn't help but ask. Hypedon and the Dharma Mammoth were also curious. Although this was a grade 8 wheel, it didn't necessarily have to be grade 8 items. It was more likely to be grade 7 or even grade 6. It's the highest grade among grade 8 goods. Chu Bei's lips curled into a smile. If this wasn't a weakened version of the Huyi bow, even if it was a one-time consumable, it wouldn't appear on a grade 8 wheel. When Wu Gan, who was not far away, saw the longbow in Medusa's hand, his hands had already quickly formed a strange seal. Although the power of his opponent's bow and arrow was average, his intuition told him that he couldn't underestimate this bow and arrow. Because of this, he didn't hesitate to swallow a grade 7 pill during the process of forming the seal, increasing his strength by a bit. Soon, the black curved blade appeared again. Compared to before, the Soul Devourer blade was wider this time, and its aura was even more frightening. Die. Once the Soul Devourer blade formed, Wu Qian attacked without hesitation. Facing the Soul Devourer blade again, Medusa, with the Huyi bow in hand, was clearly much more relaxed. There wasn't a trace of worry on her face. She slowly released her right hand that was holding the arrow. Whoosh! The white arrow left the bow. In an instant, it pierced through the void and appeared in front of the Soul Devourer blade. It was so fast that it couldn't be seen. Bang! There was an explosion. Before Jixingxian, Hypedon, and the others could react, the white arrow had already pierced through the Soul Devourer blade and continued to shoot toward Wu Qian. As for the pierced Soul Devourer blade, it was as if its energy source had been sucked out. It first split into tens of thousands of tiny chains, then turned into a rain of light and dissipated. Wu Qian's pupils suddenly shrank as he felt the aura of death coming toward him. He didn't dare to hesitate and directly turned into a ball of black mist. However, just as he was about to escape, the white arrow had already hit the black mist that he had turned into. In an instant, the black mist condensed into a human figure again. Under countless horrifying gazes, Wu Qian was shot through by the white arrow. How could, sensing the rapid loss of his life essence, Wu Qian wanted to abandon his physical body. However, just as he was about to escape in soul form, he suddenly realized that his spiritual power was also rapidly disappearing. At this moment, Wu Qian's face was completely filled with fear. Brother Tai, save me. Wu Qian pulled out a black candle from his storage ring and lit it. However, before he could finish his sentence, the residual energy from the arrow completely exploded in his body. Another explosion rang out. Wu Qian's physical body and soul were both destroyed and turned into nothingness. Witnessing the scene of Wu Qian's death, the faces of Mulan and the other two elders instantly turned ashen. The three of them instinctively drew in a breath of cold air and looked at each other. All of them were at a loss for what to do, and they looked like wooden statues that had been struck by lightning. Yang Luo Tian was flabbergasted. His brain seemed to have lost the ability to think. He remained motionless like a piece of wood. His two eyes stared blankly at the spot where Wu Gan was previously, which had now turned into nothingness. Everything had happened far too suddenly, and they were completely caught off guard. Chapter 101. That's great. The great elder of the Soul Sect is dead. What kind of bow is that? It's so powerful. Didn't you see that it came from the box? What's the saying? Anything produced by Boss Chu must be of the highest quality. On the battlefield at the left peak, the cultivators of the Karma Empire were overjoyed. On the other hand, the cultivators of the three empires were the exact opposite. Each and every one of them had an extremely ugly expression on their faces. According to what they knew, the great elder of the Soul Sect was a 6-star Dozong. Yet, such a powerful person was killed by a single arrow. On the battlefield, after Medusa killed Wu Qian with a single arrow, she tilted her head and looked at the three Mulan elders. With a thought, the white arrow changed its direction and shot toward the three Mulan elders. Seeing the arrow flying toward them, the three Mulan elders immediately regained their senses and a trace of fear emerged on their faces. Without much time to think, the three of them shouted at the same time. Green, red, and blue-colored vigorous Do Qi surged out from their bodies. Even a 6-star Dozong, Wu Qian, was killed by the arrow. Naturally, they didn't dare to underestimate the arrow. The three of them attacked with their strongest joint defense. With a buzzing sound, a shield made of 3 intertwined colors appeared under their control and faced the white arrow. Catcher. However, the strongest joint defense of the three Mulan elders was as weak as paper in front of the arrow and was instantly penetrated. No, don't. Seeing the white arrow appear in front of them in an instant, the three Mulan elders' eyes widened. They couldn't dodge it. The arrow was too fast. At this moment, they personally experienced the fear Wu Qian felt before he died. However, just as the white arrow was about to pierce through the three Mulan elders, a large amount of black fog suddenly surged out in front of the three Mulan elders. With the appearance of the black fog, the temperature of the battlefield instantly dropped and became bone-chillingly cold. A large hand that couldn't be seen clearly stretched out from the black fog. With a kai sound, it cut through the air and directly grabbed the white arrow. Kai. The energy of the white arrow attacked the large hand in the black fog. Under countless shocked gazes, the terrifying energy contained within the two began to collide. Waves of energy rippled out from the center of the two, tearing apart the void with a buzzing sound. This stalemate lasted for a few seconds. Finally, after a low shout came from the black fog, the stalemate was broken. The power of the giant hand that reached out from the black mist increased once again. Then, it forcefully twisted the white arrow, causing it to turn around and shoot towards Medusa. Fortunately, the arrow was still under Medusa's control and stopped 10 meters away from her. You killed Wu Qian. Within the black fog, two blood-red eyes appeared and stared coldly at Medusa. As the hoarse and cold voice fell, the black fog quickly condensed, and a stooped old man walked out. Thank you, sect leader, for saving my life. Seeing the sudden appearance of the stooped old man, Mulan and the other two were stunned at first. Then, they bowed in unison. The appearance of the stooped old man changed the look of the dying wild geese fall to heaven. His expression of joy was as though he had found his savior. The stooped old man was the sect leader of the Black Soul sect that they had met a few times before. Queen Medusa's arrow was blocked. Who is that? Could he be the sect leader of the Black Soul sect that hasn't shown himself yet? In the Left Soul battlefield, the cultivators of the Karma Empire stared blankly at the stooped old man who had suddenly appeared. Then, when they looked at Medusa again, there was a little bit of worry in their eyes. When they looked at the experts of the three empires, the previous solemn look on their faces had disappeared. Although they hadn't seen the sect leader of the Black Soul sect, they had witnessed the scene just now with their own eyes. At least from the previous exchange, the stooped old man had forcibly changed the trajectory of the white arrow and gained the upper hand. He finally appeared. Jixingchen narrowed his eyes and stared at the stooped old man. A mere serpent man. The stooped old man stared at Medusa with an expressionless face. I'll make you pay for Wu Qian's death 100-fold. After saying that, the stooped old man's blood-red eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. With a wave of his sleeve, a pitch-black chain extended from his palm and coiled around like a poisonous snake. Kai. The stooped old man threw out the chain. The chain carried a strange flickering rune and surged with a fighting aura that was far stronger than Wu Qian's. Medusa let out a soft cry. There wasn't the slightest trace of fear on her delicate and beautiful face. She drew her bow again and shot an arrow. In an instant, the arrow and the chain collided. Amidst the deafening vibrations, the chain won. After hitting the white arrow, it continued to pierce toward Medusa. It can't do anything to him? I'm afraid he has already stepped into the ranks of 9 stars Dozong. Jixingchen and Hypedon looked at each other and spoke one after another. He's too ruthless. Chu Bei shook his head and sighed. The weakened version of the Hu Yi bow could probably kill a 7-star Dozong. If it wanted to pose a threat to a 9 stars Dozong, it was still lacking. Boss Chu, shouldn't I hand this person over to you? Medusa looked at Chu Bei. After saying that, she pointed at the Hu Yi bow and added, or, give me a more powerful one. Chu Bei smiled. With a step, he had already appeared in front of Medusa. Chu Bei clenched his right fist as he looked at the iron chain that was swinging towards him with a terrifying aura. The moment he clenched his fist, the energy of heaven and earth in the entire Black Mountain stronghold began to riot. The surging energy was like a torrential river as it rushed toward Chu Bei's right fist. In just a moment, Chu Bei's right fist seemed to have turned into a scorching sun, releasing a dazzling and glaring divine radiance. Chu Bei threw a punch. The glaring radiance converged into a silver energy beam with a diameter of tens of meters. Rumble. The energy beam met the pitch-black chain head-on. In an instant, the chain annihilated the latter as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Feeling the terrifying aura of the light beam that continued to bombard him, The hunchbacked old man's body suddenly trembled and his expression changed drastically. But before he could do anything, the energy beam had already covered him. Immediately, the hunchbacked old man let out a mournful scream. Under countless gazes, the hunchbacked old man painfully struggled in the energy beam. But he only lasted for a few seconds before his figure dissipated. Then, the energy beam dissipated. The air was silent. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone present had witnessed the whole process, they would have thought that the sect master of the soul sect had never been here. The sect master of the soul sect is dead. How could this be? Where did that person come from? The Kalmar Empire actually hid such a terrifying person. On the battlefield of the left peak, the expressions of the experts of the three empires, who had been overjoyed by the arrival of the hunchbacked old man, changed again. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They weren't the only ones. Mulan, the three elders, and the wild geese fall to heaven were also unable to accept this result. The mysterious sect master of the soul sect, a dignified 9 stars Dozong, was killed by an unknown expert the moment he appeared. Medusa, Jixingtian, and the others weren't too surprised by the hunchbacked old man's defeat. What shocked them was that the other party had died so quickly. Immediately, Medusa, Jixingtian, and the others looked at Chu Bei with even more respect. Chapter 102. I don't think I need to do anything for the others. Chu Bei glanced at Medusa and Jixingtian. He opened his right fist and slowly brought it down. This punch was one of the moves with the strongest offensive and killing power among the level 8 consumable items that he had exchanged for with his willpower. It was called One Punch Man, One Punch Divine Might. Even 9 stars Dozun would only need one punch to kill anyone below Dozun. There's no need to trouble Boss Chu with the rest of them. I can handle them. After saying that, Medusa looked at the 3 Mulan elders and the wild geese fall to heaven. She immediately pulled back the Huyi bow and shot out a white arrow. This time, there were no accidents. The arrow killed the 3 Mulan elders and the wild geese fall to heaven. Seeing their leaders die one after another, the other elites of the 3 empires no longer had the will to fight. They all stopped fighting and fled. Don't leave a single invader alive. Jixingtian gave the order. Then, he and Hypedon took the lead and killed the elites of the 3 empires. At the same time, the situation on the battlefield on the right peak was set due to the addition of firearms. 2 hours later, the soldiers and elites of the Kalmar Empire began to clean up the 2 battlefields. Boss Chu, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. On the city wall, Jixingtian led the Jiomar Emperor and early in the night to bow to Chu Bei. The person in front of them had resolved the crisis of the empire by himself. Not only was he the benefactor of the royal family, but he was also the benefactor of the hundreds of millions of people in the Kalmar Empire. Medusa stood at the side. After killing the wild geese fall to heaven, the Huyi bow and arrow in her hand turned into a rain of light and scattered. Money makes the world go round. You don't need to thank me, Chu Bei said calmly. Boss Chu, have you heard of the Soul Divine sect before? Jixingtian seemed to have thought of something and promptly asked. He knew a lot about the Chu Yun Empire, but he had never heard of a power called the Soul Sect. A faction with 9 stars Dozong should not be unknown to anyone. Chu Bei clearly saw Jixingtian's worry and said, this so-called Soul Divine sect is nothing more than a small branch of a force. As for the forces I mentioned, they are far from what you can deal with. It's fine if you don't understand. Seeing that Chu Bei didn't intend to say anything, Jixingtian didn't pursue the matter, but his expression became extremely solemn. You don't have to worry too much. Since I've settled down in your Kalmar Empire, I won't just stand by and watch if that day comes, Chu Bei added. Thank you, Boss Chu. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Jixingtian's expression visibly eased and he hurriedly bowed to express his thanks. Jixingtian, remember your promise to me, Medusa said coldly. If it weren't for your majesty, my Kalmar Empire wouldn't have been able to hold on until Boss Chu arrived. Jixingtian cupped his fists toward Medusa with a grateful expression. Not only will I provide the northeast region for your Naga tribe to thrive, but I will also write our friendly alliance into the national register. Medusa responded softly and nodded in satisfaction. Chu Bei used his free time to fly to a place where there was no one at the left peak. Then, he began to exchange his cultivation. Using firearms and the Hu Yi bow, Chu Bei obtained 1 million willpower points. Currently, he had a total of 1,300,000 willpower points. For a Do Huang to exchange 1 star of cultivation, he needed 500,000 willpower points. Currently, Chu Bei's cultivation was at 9 stars of Do Huang. If he wanted to break through to Do Zong, he would need 1 million willpower points. The amount of willpower points needed is increasing. Chu Bei couldn't help but sigh. Then, he directly used 1 million willpower points. Host successfully exchanged cultivation. At the same time the system's voice sounded, the entire mountain shook. Rich energy seeped out from the heavens and earth and continuously surged into Chu Bei's body. Looking from afar, the continuous left peak seemed to be wrapped in a colorful and violent energy. It was especially spectacular. This unforeseen event naturally attracted the attention of Medusa, Jixingchen, and the others on the city wall. Countless gazes were cast toward the left peak at the same time. Looking at the violent energy above the peak and the terrifying energy pressure that permeated the air, their faces were filled with astonishment. This aura, someone is breaking through to Do Zong. Medusa's gaze focused. Who could it be? Jixingchen and Hypedon looked at each other. Could it be a mysterious expert living in seclusion here? The Dharma Mammoth guessed. They really couldn't think of anyone in the Empire who could break through to Do Zong here. Let's go and take a look, Jixingchen said. However, just as he was about to move, the violent energy above the left peak suddenly disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Why was it only a few seconds? Looking in the direction of the left peak, Medusa's eyes flashed with surprise. Even if one failed to break through to Do Zong from the peak of Do Huang, the energy fluctuation between the heavens and earth shouldn't have lasted only a few seconds. In the next moment, Medusa's figure flashed and went straight to the sky above the left peak. However, when she released her divine sense, she couldn't find anyone. How strange. Jixingchen and Hypedon also appeared beside Medusa. They also couldn't see anyone. When Medusa and the others couldn't find anything, they returned to the city wall. At this moment, Chu Bei walked over with a smile. Boss Chu, did you notice the violent energy fluctuation just now? Jixingchen asked curiously. Naturally, he didn't think that the energy fluctuation was caused by Chu Bei. After all, in their eyes, Chu Bei's cultivation had already touched or even reached the Dozan realm. He only stayed for a short while. He already left. Chu Bei casually pointed in a direction. Hearing this, Jixingchen, Hypedon, and Medusa looked in the direction Chu Bei pointed. They all believed him. 2 hours later, in the largest palace in the Black Mountain Fortress, a carnival was held to celebrate the defeat of the three countries' alliance army. The Jiomar Emperor also immediately sent people to spread the news of the victory to all the major cities in the empire. In the palace, Chu Bei, Medusa, Jixingchen, and the others sat at the round table in the middle. They were enjoying the delicious food while enjoying the singing and dancing. However, halfway through the carnival, a middle-aged man in armor quickly ran to Yaro Yi's side and whispered a few words to her in a low voice. After hearing the middle-aged man's words, Early in the Night put down the chopsticks in his hand and his expression changed drastically. Then, after a slight hesitation, he stood up and walked toward Chu Bei. Looking at Early in the Night walking toward him and then looking at his serious expression, Chu Bei frowned slightly. Boss Chu, I wonder if you know anything about the fairy doctor and Miss Qinglin? Early in the Night asked tentatively. At this moment, Medusa, Jixingchen, Hypedon, and the others at the same table all looked at Early in the Night. Through investigation, they all knew that there were 2 young girls living in Chu Bei's shop. They were the little doctor and Qinglin that Early in the Night had mentioned. At this moment, when Early in the Night suddenly mentioned these 2 people, they couldn't help but pay attention. Chapter 103. What happened to them? Chu Bei looked straight at Early in the Night and asked in a deep voice. Previously, when he returned to Wu Tan City, He was attracted by the commotion at the city wall before he could return to his residence. Then, he followed early in the night to Black Mountain Fortress. Looking at Chu Bei's cold face, early in the night did not dare to hesitate. He hurriedly said, "Due to the situation on the battlefield, I went to your residence. However, the door to your residence was tightly shut. No matter how much I knocked, there was no response. Later, I heard from the Xiao family that you had already left half a month ago. Only the little doctor and Miss Qing Lin were left in your residence. However, after waiting for a day, I still did not see the little doctor and Miss Qing Lin return. Thus, I arranged for several people to search for them in the city. Later, because the Yun Nation's poison masters invaded Wu-Tan City, I forgot about them. Until just now, there was news about the two of them. At this point, early in the night took a deep breath and said slowly, they were captured by the Yunlan sect. Yunlan sect? Why did they capture the little doctor and Miss Qing Lin? After hearing what early in the night said, the Jioma Emperor was the first to speak. His eyes were filled with confusion. If my guess is correct, the Yunlan sect should be targeting Boss Chu. Jixingchen narrowed his eyes and frowned. Do you still remember the heaven-level auction half a month ago? Boss Chu killed Yun Lung in front of everyone. This matter has probably already spread to the Yunlan sect. Based on the Yunlan sect style, it is impossible for them not to take revenge. Jixingchen continued, according to my guess, they captured the fairy doctor and Miss Qing Lin to force Boss Chu to go to the Yunlan sect. Hypedon and Foma nodded in agreement. Their guess was the same as Jixingchen's. If that's the case, then I'll make a trip to the Yunlan sect. Chu Bei put down the teacup in his hand and looked outside the hall. Killing intent surged in his cold eyes. Sensing the change in Chu Bei's mood, Jixingchen, Hypedon, and Foma looked at each other with pity for the Yunlan sect on their faces. Misty Cloud Mountain. In a large hall. A man in a plain white robe sat at the head of the table. His robe fluttered even though there was no wind, giving him an otherworldly and elegant aura. On his left sat a graceful woman, and on his right sat 6 old men with strong auras. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. A man in red flew into the hall and knelt in front of Yunshan. Sect Master, the battle on the front line is over, the man in red said. I didn't expect the Karma Empire to last until today. It's not bad. Yunshan sneered. Sect Master, the situation has changed, and the result is not what you expected. The man in red let out a long breath and said, the 3 empires have lost, and the Karma Empire has won. Hearing the man in red's words, Yunshan's expression changed, and he immediately got up from his seat. What happened? Yunshan immediately asked. Not only Yunshan, but Yun and the other elders were also surprised. Even though the Karma Empire had the help of the Naga tribe, compared to the 3 empires, especially with the help of the Soul Ancestor, the gap between the two was still huge. Logically speaking, it was already very difficult for the Karma Empire to maintain the stalemate, let alone win. The merchant who killed the Great Elder has returned. He's the one who helped the Karma Empire win, the man in red quickly said. Boss Chu. Yun was astonished. Wild geese fall to heaven, the 3 elders Mulan, and the sect master of the Soul Ancestor were all no match for him. Yunshan's expression was very ugly. They're all dead. The man in red respectfully replied. Master, Boss Chu is not someone we can provoke. Listen to your disciple's advice, you should let the 2 girls go. Yun advised with a worried face. Impossible. Yunshan glanced at Yun and snorted, I'm not his match, but there will be others who will deal with him. If he dares to come, Misty Cloud Mountain will be his burial ground. It was evening. High in the sky, several figures flew from a distance and hovered above Misty Cloud Mountain. These figures included Medusa, Jixingchen, Hypedon, Foma, Yumai, and 90% of the Empire's experts and above. These experts also participated in the previous Left Peak War and defended the Karma Empire. At this time, Chu Bei had already appeared on the mountainside of Misty Cloud Mountain. Through the system's observation haki, Chu Bei quickly locked the position of the little doctor and Qing Lin. In a flash, Chu Bei appeared in front of a loft. Bang! Majestic and turbulent do chi poured out of Chu Bei's body and directly smashed the door of the loft, sending wood chips flying. Who are you? Accompanied by hurried footsteps, 6 men wearing Yunlan sect robes with long swords on their waists ran out of the inner room after hearing the movement. When they saw Chu Bei, they pulled out their long swords and looked vigilant. Chu Bei didn't look at the 6 people and directly raised his hand, and the fierce energy cut the 6 men like wind blades. With a burst of shrill screams, the 6 men fell down one after another, and blood flowed like a river. Boss, how did you know we were here? In the inner room of the loft, the little doctor and Qing Lin, who were bound by chains, were first stunned after seeing Chu Bei, and then their faces were full of joy. I'm not a competent boss, and I've made you suffer. Chu Bei easily crushed the chains on the 2 women and made a sigh, with an apologetic look in his eyes. Boss, we have to get out of here quickly. From the conversation of the people guarding us, I heard that the reason they captured me was to lure you here. Little Doctor seemed to have thought of something and quickly supported Qing Lin and wanted to pull Chu Bei away. Since we're already here, how can we just leave like this? Chu Bei's lips curled up. With one hand holding the little doctor and the other holding Qing Lin, he flew out of the loft. At the same time, on Misty Cloud Mountain, more and more disciples noticed Medusa, Jixingxian, and the others. One by one, they raised their heads and looked up, their faces full of astonishment. Look at the sky. Who are they? Battle Chi Wings. They're all experts above the King realm. There are even some who can stand in the air. Why did so many experts suddenly come to our sect? Are they here as guests? The Yunlan sect disciples looked at Medusa and the others in the sky and discussed animatedly. Brother Jiao, I heard that you've won on the front line and defeated the 3 empires. Congratulations. At this moment, a majestic battle chi shot up to the sky from the peak of Misty Cloud Mountain. Immediately after, a figure flew out from a large hall, and his loud voice carried a hint of laughter. The figure was very fast as he walked in the air. Every time his feet landed, a circle of ripples would appear in the air. Within a few breaths, the figure appeared in front of Jixingxian. Chapter 104. It's the old sect leader. He broke through to the Dozong realm. The Yunlan sect disciples below immediately recognized Yunshan. When they saw him walking in the air, they exclaimed excitedly. Yunshan, do you know that you're in big trouble now? Jiao Xingtian looked at Yunshan expressionlessly. There was no trace of a good expression on his face. Previously, when the Karma Empire was besieged by the 3 empires and was at a disadvantage, he had visited Yunshan many times, hoping to seek his help. However, the other party had rejected him without hesitation. Brother Jiao, what do you mean? I haven't even left the sect. How did I get into trouble? Yunshan sneered. You should explain it to Boss Chu later, Jixingxian said coldly. So that's what you're talking about. Yunshan had an epiphany. A ruthless look flashed across his eyes as he said, Kill Yun Lung. I was afraid that he wouldn't come. I'm here. What can you do to me? Just as Yunshan finished speaking, a calm voice sounded from the mountainside of Misty Cloud Mountain and drifted into the air. Immediately, 3 figures flew out. They were Chu Bei, Qing Lin, and Little Doctor. Who is he? He doesn't use battle chi wings and can walk in the air. He's a Dozong. He looks so young. I'm afraid he's an old monster who has regained his youth. Judging from his conversation with the old sect leader, he doesn't seem to have good intentions. On Misty Cloud Mountain, the disciples' gazes landed on Chu Bei as they discussed intensely. You're the one who killed Yun Lung. Yunshan and Chu Bei looked at each other with gloomy expressions. Chu Bei shrugged and nodded in response. You actually found these 2 girls so quickly. If it weren't for Yun protecting them, you would be looking at their corpses right now, Yunshan said as he glanced at the little doctor and Qing Lin. Upon hearing Yunshan's words, Chu Bei's playful expression instantly turned cold. Noticing the killing intent in Chu Bei's eyes, Yunshan immediately raised his aura to the maximum. His face was full of vigilance, and he was ready to attack at any time. Chu Bei's figure moved. With a single step, he was already less than 10 meters away from Yunshan. He stretched out his right hand, and 3 different colored flames quickly intertwined in his palm to form a 3-colored fire lotus. After his cultivation had broken through to the Dozone class, he was shocked to find that the system had actually given him the right to use the heavenly flame at any time. Moreover, perhaps it was because of the system, the fusion of these 3 deviant fires was effortless in his hands. I didn't expect Boss Chu to cultivate a fire-type technique. But why do I feel that the flames he released are a little unusual? Looking at the 3-colored fire lotus spinning in Chubei's hand, Jixingchen and Hypedon spoke one after another. Heavenly flame. They are all heavenly flames. As the president of the Alchemist Guild in the capital, the Dharma Mammoth was first stunned when he saw the 3-colored fire lotus, then his eyes widened. He exclaimed with a face full of disbelief, and his eyes were filled with shock. What? Heavenly flame? Jixingchen and Hypedon looked at the Dharma Mammoth at the same time, and they couldn't remain calm. Definitely, it is a heavenly flame. The Dharma Mammoth took a deep breath and said, "The heavenly flame is something that all alchemists dream of. To be able to obtain one is already extremely lucky." Unexpectedly, Boss Chu has 3 heavenly flames in his body at the same time. Moreover, as far as I know, because the heavenly flames repel each other, it is almost impossible for them to exist in the same person's body. But not only did Boss Chu do it, he even merged them. At this point, the Dharma Mammoth's face was filled with admiration and respect for Chubei. Among the 3 heavenly flames, one of them is the molten green lotus fire, which he obtained from a trade with me. Medusa's lips moved slightly. As for the other 2 heavenly flames, I don't know. Yun Shan's gaze stared intently at the 3-colored fire lotus in Chubei's palm. After sensing the frightening energy contained within it, a deep green-colored Do Chi swiftly wrapped around his body like a liquid. At the same time, he quickly retreated to distance himself from Chubei. Great sorrow wind-ripping hand. Soon after, Yun Shan let out a loud cry and agglomerated all of his Do Chi on his palm. Immediately, Yun Shan's palm emitted a bright light. A large energy hand that was dozens of feet large was agglomerated and formed. It carried a ferocious wind as it violently slammed towards Chubei. Almost at the same time, the 3-colored fire lotus in Chubei's palm was thrown out, and it quickly grew bigger. Boom! The 2 collided, and an earth-shattering sound shook the entire Misty Cloud Mountain. However, just when everyone thought that the 2 energies would reach a stalemate, the 3-colored fire lotus turned into a 3-colored sea of fire and swallowed the huge energy hand in an instant. In the next moment, under countless shocked gazes, the 3-colored sea of fire covered Yun Shan. Sizzle, sizzle in the 3-colored sea of fire, the battle energy armor on Yun Shan's body only lasted for a few seconds before it was burned into nothingness. Then, Yun Shan's twisted expression and painful screams could be heard. After a few more seconds, the resentful Yun Shan let out a roar that was filled with monstrous killing intent. Then, the blood essence in Yun Shan's body seeped out and burned fiercely, enveloping him and shooting into the sky. Although Yun Shan successfully escaped from the 3-colored sea of fire in the end, his body was covered in blood and his aura was weak. He was in an extremely sorry state. Obviously, the escape technique Yun Shan used just now had consumed a large amount of his blood essence. The old sect leader is injured. When the Yunlan sect disciples below saw Yun Shan's miserable state, their faces were extremely ugly. "Is that all you've got?" On the battlefield, Chubei waved his hand and the 3-colored sea of fire disappeared. His eyes were full of disdain as he looked at Yun Shan. Yun Shan stared at Chubei. "Since I dared to force you to come, I won't let you leave alive." As soon as Cold in the Forest finished speaking, Yun Shan took out a black candle wrapped in runes from his storage ring and lit it. "Brother Jo, look at that candle." Hypedon pointed at the burning black candle in Yun Shan's hand and focused his eyes. No wonder he didn't want to help us. So they're in cahoots with the Soul Sect. Jixingchen clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger. The candle that Yun Shan lit was exactly the same as the one that Wu Qian lit before his death to summon the sect leader of the Soul Sect. Is he asking for help from the Soul Sect? Medusa murmured with her eyes half closed. As the black candle burned, Countless birds in the originally quiet depths of Misty Cloud Mountain let out frightened squeaks and then spread their wings to fly away. Rolling black mist rose and a black shadow flew out from it. Yunshan, why did you wake me up? The black shadow's hoarse voice floated in the air. It's really someone from the Soul Sect. This guy really deserves to die. Seeing the black mist surging around the black shadow, Jixingxian, Hypedon, and the others were even more certain of the black shadow's identity. Protector Wu, I want you to help me kill someone. Yunshan pointed at Chu Bei with monstrous killing intent. As you wish. The black shadow was expressionless. After the 4 hoarse syllables fell, he looked at Chu Bei. Sensing the fluctuation of the black shadow's aura, Chu Bei couldn't help but smile. A 5-star dozong whose cultivation was inferior to Wu Qian's when he was killed by the Hu Yi bow had become Yunshan's trump card to kill Chu Bei. Chapter 105. You overestimate yourself. Medusa cast a glance at the black figure whom Yunshan addressed as Dharma Protector Wu. She seemed to have determined his level of cultivation, and a mocking expression appeared on her face. Master, let's stop. At that moment, Yun appeared on the battlefield. Her robes fluttered in the wind. Shut up. Yunshan shouted. He killed Yunlong first, and he injured me severely. No matter what, he must die. Once he finished speaking, Yunshan looked at Dharma Protector Wu. Brother Wu, please. Dharma Protector Wu swept his cold gaze over Yun before he fixed his gaze on Chu Bei. Surging black fog gushed out of his body and charged into the sky like smoke. When they sensed the might that erupted from Dharma Protector Wu, the Yunlan sect disciples beneath him shuddered in fear. As for Medusa, Jixingxian, and the others, their expressions did not change in the slightest. Die. Dharma Protector Wu let out ghastly syllables. In the next moment, 8 black chains swiftly surged out from behind him. The chains intersected with each other and turned into a strange scythe. Chu Bei cast a glance at the seemingly familiar move, and a hint of a smile appeared on his lips. He flipped his right hand, and a red longbow and a white arrow that went with it appeared in his hand. It was the weakened version of Hu Yi's bow that Medusa had once used on the front lines. Chu Bei thought that it was useful, so he exchanged for one as well. Shik. Under Dharma Protector Wu's control, the scythe formed by intersecting black chains tore through the air and went slashing at Chu Bei. Almost at the same time, Chu Bei loaded the arrow and drew the bow. The white arrow shot out. The ending was as expected. Once the white arrow destroyed the black chains with ease, it shot through the center of Dharma Protector Wu's brows before he could react. Before he could even scream in pain, Dharma Protector Wu's physical body and soul were destroyed by the terrifying energy contained in the white arrow. How? How could this be? As Yunshan looked at Protector Wu, who had already turned into a corpse and started dispersing, he was first taken aback, and then a dazed expression appeared on his face. Whether it was the process of the battle or the result, it was completely out of his expectations. It could even be said that the deviation was far beyond reach. In just a single exchange of blows, his trump card had fallen. The process was straightforward and violent. Killed with a single arrow. Boss Chu, please let me go. At this moment, Yun's anxious voice resounded in the sky above Misty Cloud Mountain. However, before he could finish his words, the white arrow had already arrived in front of Yunshan, who had yet to regain his senses, and pierced through him. Dead, the old sect leader is dead. The disciples of the Yunlan sect who had witnessed the entire process muttered to themselves as they watched Yunshan turn into a rain of light and dissipate. All of them were dazed, as if they were unwilling to accept this result. Sect Master Yun, I will kill those who deserve to be killed. I hope that you can manage the Yunlan sect well in the future. Chu Bei put away the Hu Yi bow and walked in front of Yun. His voice was calm as he spoke. From what Yunshan had said, if it weren't for Yun, Little Doctor and Qing Lin would most likely have met with misfortune. Yun glanced at Chu Bei. She wanted to say something but stopped herself. In the end, she sighed, shook her head, and flew down. What should be dealt with has been dealt with. It's time to go back. Chu Bei waved goodbye to Medusa, Jixingxian, and the others. Then, He left with Qing Lin and Little Doctor. The next day, a statue was erected in the central square of each important city in the Kalmar Empire. The person engraved on the statue was none other than Chu Bei. We really have to thank Boss Chu for this battle. That's right. If he hadn't arrived in time, our empire would have been destroyed. And we would have been homeless, living the life of a fugitive. I heard that the reason why the Yunlan sect wasn't willing to help the imperial family was because the previous sect master, Yunshan, colluded with the Soul sect. However, Yunshan and that Soul sect member were killed by Boss Chu yesterday. My only wish is to see Boss Chu in person. He is the benefactor of the entire empire. Let's go to Wu Tan City together now. Let's see Boss Chu's glory. The news of the victory on the front lines quickly spread to every corner of the empire. Chu Bei's name also spread to the ears of all the citizens of the empire. Whether it was before tea or after meals, in the taverns or on the streets, Chu Bei was the topic of heated discussion. Wu Tan City, and Yi Street. If it weren't for the soldiers blocking it, it would have been packed with passionate citizens. Inside the All Heavens shop. Boss, you are now the savior of the empire. Everyone knows about you. Qing Lin said as she massaged Chu Bei's shoulders. Chu Bei had a worried expression as he sighed, "Don't make fun of me. It doesn't feel good to be famous." Hearing Chu Bei's words, Qing Lin and Little Doctor looked at each other and smiled. After a long time, Chu Bei put down the tea in his hand. "Boss, what's wrong?" Seeing Chu Bei's gaze, Qing Lin and Little Doctor were puzzled. "It's time to go to the central province for a stroll." Chu Bei's gaze swept over Qing Lin and Little Doctor as he said, "Will you two come with me or stay here?" The reason he made this decision was firstly because he was in the limelight in the Kalmar Empire. Wherever he went, he would be the focus of attention. Secondly, his daily sales limit was steadily increasing. Even if the imperial treasury was emptied, it would only last for 2 days. Moreover, the empire's war had just ended. The imperial family would not be able to mobilize funds for consumption in a short period of time. The central province. I've only heard about it. I didn't think I would have a chance to go. Qing Lin muttered to herself. The meaning behind her words was very clear. Since Boss is willing to take us, we are naturally willing to follow. Little Doctor's face was filled with joy. Her watery eyes were filled with longing for the central province. Then let's go. Saying so, Chu Bei got up and walked out of the All Heavens shop. Wang. With a roar, a huge disc-shaped spaceship appeared diagonally above the All Heavens shop. This was the spaceship that Chu Bei spent 100,000 willpower points to purchase. It was a spaceship from the 28th century made of meteoric iron. It could pierce through space. As for its shape, it was similar to an alien UFO. Boss, this is... Seeing the meteoric iron spaceship, Qing Lin and Little Doctor's jaws dropped. They were stunned. Just think of it as a mobile residence. Chu Bei waved his hand and flew the two girls into the meteoric iron spaceship. Inside the spaceship, the two girls looked at all kinds of high-tech sci-fi screens and buttons that they had never seen before. The shock in their eyes did not subside for a long time. In the Dochi continent, the strong and noble families all had flying vehicles. However, these vehicles were all domesticated flying monsters. Moreover, they only had the function of flying. But now, the spaceship they were in was not only faster, but also ridiculously large. It was simply a moving castle. Boss, who the hell are you? Can you tell us something about your past? Little Doctor looked at Chu Bei with admiration. Qing Lin was also full of expectation and curiosity. After a long time, you will know in the future. Chu Bei smiled knowingly and controlled the spaceship to fly to the central continent. While the meteoric iron spaceship was flying, Chu Bei purchased a novel called Battle Through the Heavens from the system and began to read it with great interest. Because he had been in this world for so long, he had no impression of many plots, especially the geographical location. After reading some specific plots, Chu Bei learned a lot about the central continent. The central continent, the central area of the Dochi continent, was divided into 4 parts: the Northern Territory, the Southern Territory, the Western Territory, and the Eastern Territory. This was the place where the strongest of the Do-Chi continent gathered. There were as many Do Huang and Do Zong as there were hairs on a cow. Due to its vast area, some of the large cities in the central continent had a special teleportation tool called the wormhole. The founders of the wormhole were mostly the strong or seniors of the cities. Of course, the families of these strong people also had a lot of wealth because they owned the wormhole. In terms of power, it was roughly divided into 1 hall, 1 tower, 2 sects, 3 valleys, and square pavilion. Other than the human forces, there were also the monster forces. 1 hall referred to the Soul Hall. It was an extremely mysterious force in the central continent. Not to mention the headquarters, even the branch halls were extremely secretive. Protector Yu, Wu Qian, and the others that Chu Bei had killed came from the branch hall of this force. 1 tower referred to the Pill Tower. It was the holy land in the hearts of all the alchemists in the Do-Chi continent. There was no one in the central continent who did not know of the 3 giants of the Pill Tower. The 2 sects referred to the Sky Underworld sect and the Flower sect. Although these 2 sects could not be compared to the Soul Hall and the Pill Tower, they were second only to them. There were many strong people in these sects. The 3 valleys were the Ice River Valley, the Sound Valley, and the Burning Flame Valley. They were not to be underestimated. The 4 pavilions were Xingyun Ji, Wanjian Pavilion, Huangquan Pavilion, and Wind Thunder Pavilion. Because the 4 pavilions were located in 4 directions above the central continent, they were also called the Square Pavilion. Other than the above forces, the central continent had many other forces that were not weak. Any one of these forces would be an overlord in the Kamar Empire. A force like the Yunlan sect would at most be a third-rate force in the central continent. Few people would pay attention to it. During the flight, Chu Bei carefully taught the 2 women how to operate the meteorite iron ship in addition to practicing battle through the heavens. The meteoric iron ship could be used to attack and defend. It could be summoned at any time. Teaching the 2 girls how to use it was equivalent to giving them a way to protect themselves. "Boss, look in front." Suddenly, the little doctor looked at Chu Bei and pointed at the control screen. On the screen, there was an endless space tunnel not far from them. On both sides of the tunnel were faintly discernible silver space barriers. Looking carefully, there was a small boat in the tunnel. A middle-aged man and a woman in a red dress were standing on the boat. "Boss, is that the wormhole's transmission tunnel?" Qing Lin was curious. Chu Bei nodded in response. However, the space tunnel in front of them was clearly different. The walls of the tunnel, formed by the power of space, seemed to be hit by some kind of energy. They were fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Miss, I'm afraid we've encountered a space storm." In the space tunnel, the middle-aged man on the boat seemed to have thought of something. Fear appeared on his face. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the woman in the red dress became serious. When using a wormhole to transmit over a long distance, the most dangerous situation was to encounter a space storm in the space tunnel. The probability of this was very low. However, if one really encountered it and was dragged into the void by the storm, one would have no chance of escaping unless one was a 5-star dozong or above. "I hope this is just a small storm. It will pass quickly." The woman in the red dress took a deep breath. She put her hands together and prayed softly. However, the more one was afraid of something, the more it would happen. As soon as the woman in the red dress finished her words, a clear cracking sound came from the space wall. There was also a strange wind whistling sound. Looking at the energy storm outside the space wall, the hearts of the middle-aged man and the woman in the red dress sank to the bottom. Under the havoc of this space storm, the originally stable transmission tunnel shook violently. There was a cracking sound. "Damn it! I didn't expect to die here." Feeling the energy storm that had already seeped into the tunnel, the woman in the red dress had a face of unwillingness. At the same time, the Do-Chi in her body surged as she tried to block the crack in the transmission tunnel. "Boss, they seem to be in trouble." In the spaceship, the little doctor pointed at the screen and said, "Boss, why don't we save them?" Qing Lin looked at the 2 terrified people in the space tunnel and her eyes were filled with pity and sympathy. "Didn't I already teach you how to control this spaceship? Since you want to save them, just do it." Chu Bei smiled knowingly. Hearing this, the little doctor and Qing Lin looked at each other. After nodding at the same time, they controlled the spaceship and flew toward the transmission tunnel. Catcher, catcher. At this time, under the destruction of the space storm, the wormhole transmission tunnel had been damaged in many places. There was a possibility that it could completely collapse at any time. At this moment, the middle-aged man and the woman in the red dress on the boat had turned pale because of fear. "Miss, quickly look above us." However, just as the two of them were about to accept their fate, a huge disc-shaped object descended above their tunnel. "What is this?" Looking at the huge object above them that they had never seen before, the woman in the red dress pupils suddenly shrank. "Hurry up and come up." It was also at this moment that a gentle and pleasant voice sounded in their ears. Immediately after, a long flight of stairs extended from below the huge object. It directly penetrated the space tunnel and extended to the front of the woman in the red dress and the middle-aged man. Seeing this, the two of them did not hesitate at all and subconsciously stepped onto the stairs. Rumble, just a few seconds after the stairs rose, the power of the space storm rose to another level. With a loud bang, it completely tore the space tunnel apart. The woman in the red dress looked down. The boat that was originally carrying them was torn apart by the energy storm and instantly turned into dust. Seeing this scene, the woman in the red dress took a deep breath. Fear lingered in her heart. If this huge object had appeared a little later, the two of them would have been buried in the void. Not even their bones would be left. Soon, the woman in the red dress and the middle-aged man arrived at the spaceship. When the two of them saw the super sci-fi decorations around them that they had never seen before, their bodies stiffened and their mouths instinctively opened. "Are you all right?" Before the woman in the red dress could recover from her shock, the little doctor and Qing Lin had already walked over and asked with concern. "Did you save us?" "Thank you." The woman in the red dress was stunned at first, then hurriedly bowed to the little doctor and Qing Lin. The middle-aged man did the same. "We were just passing by and happened to see you in trouble." The little doctor pointed at Chu Bei, who was slowly walking over behind her, and continued, "And if you really want to thank us, you should thank our boss. This spaceship is his." Chapter 106. Thank you for saving us. The woman in the red dress looked at Chu Bei and bowed again. "The goddess of luck is looking out for you." Chu Bei replied indifferently. "Benefactor, you saved us, but we didn't bring much money with us on this trip. There are 3 sixth-order monster cores in this storage ring. Take them as part of the reward." The woman in the red dress took off the storage ring and handed it to Chu Bei. "If you have time, you can come with me to my home, and I'll give you the rest of the reward." Looking at the storage ring in front of him, Chu Bei's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He didn't expect that the woman he saved was actually a rich woman. Even sixth-order monster cores were not precious in her eyes. "Are you from the Central State?" The little doctor looked at the woman in the red dress and couldn't help but ask curiously. "Are you from outside the Central State?" Hearing the little doctor's question, the woman in the red dress's eyes flashed with surprise. "We're from the Karma Empire," the little doctor replied. "Karma Empire?" The woman in the red dress frowned, as if she didn't know much about the Karma Empire. "My name is Han Shui. I'm from the Han family in Tianbei City in the northern region of the Central State." The woman in the red dress changed the topic. After introducing herself, she pointed to the middle-aged man beside her and said, "Here's my follower, Han Chong." Perhaps because of the enthusiasm of the little doctor and Qing Lin, the two women quickly became familiar with Han Shui. Chu Bei on the side also learned a little about Han Shui because of the conversation between them. The status of Han Shui's family in Tianbei City was equivalent to the status of the Xiao family in Wutan City. They were one of the 2 major forces in the city. The other force was the Hong family. Recently, the Hong family began to move frequently and began to target the Han family in all aspects. The vigilant Han family immediately sent Han Shui to personally pay a visit to a faction in Snowwind City that had a good relationship with them. However, when the other party heard that they wanted to deal with the Hong family, they tactfully rejected their request. This Hong family actually wants you and your sister to marry that Hong Chen. How despicable. The little doctor clenched her fists as she listened to Han Shue's narration. Their ultimate goal is to annex my Han family and become the true overlord of Tianbei City. Han Shue's eyes were filled with anger. Not to mention the two of us, even if it was just one of us, we would never agree. Sister Han Shui, do you really fear that Hong family so much? Qing Lin, who had been listening, couldn't help but ask. If we really had to choose between our two families to be the strongest family in Tianbei City, the Hong family's strength would be slightly higher. The most important thing is that this Hong family has some relationship with the Wind Thunder Pavilion. The most outstanding person in the younger generation, Hong Chen, is the person they want me and my sister to marry. He is a disciple of the Wind Thunder Pavilion. Moreover, it is said that even in the Wind Thunder Pavilion where geniuses gather, they are highly valued. At this point, Han Shui shook her head and said with a hint of helplessness, it is also because of the Wind Thunder Pavilion that the Hong family's prestige and influence have greatly increased in recent years. They have even begun to extend their tentacles into the area controlled by my Han family. The Wind Thunder Pavilion in the Central State's 1 Hall 1 Pagoda 2 Sects 3 Valleys Square Pavilion? Hearing the name Wind Thunder Pavilion, the little doctor's face was filled with astonishment. Not long ago, she had learned about this power from Chu Bei. Is there a second power in the Central State that dares to be called the Wind Thunder Pavilion? Han Shui let out a long breath and said, that Hong Chen is a disciple of Fenglei Beige. After talking about herself and the Han family, Han Shui pointed around, what are you guys doing here? Living in the Central State, this is the first time I've seen something like this. It's fine if it doesn't use wormholes, but it doesn't fear spatial storms. This is the boss's treasure. As for its origin, we don't know. The little doctor moved closer to Han Shui's ear and whispered, our boss is very mysterious. Whether you think of it or not, he has it all. Of course, this is on the premise that you have money. What cultivation does your boss have? Han Shui's eyes turned and asked curiously. The little doctor secretly glanced at Chu Bei. When she found that the latter was not paying attention to them, she whispered a few more words. After hearing the little doctor's words, Han Shui was first stunned, then her face filled with joy. After a while, Han Shui carefully walked to Chu Bei's side and said respectfully, Boss Chu, you are my savior. Can you come to our Tianbei City's Han family and stay for a while? Other than the reward, let us treat you well. Chu Bei looked at Han Shui. He naturally understood what Han Shui was thinking, but he did not point it out. Who told the Han family to be rich? He was a businessman and could use this opportunity to do some business. Then I'll listen to you. Of course, there were other reasons why Chu Bei agreed to go to the Han family. One was because they did not have a destination in the Central State, and the other was because Qing Lin and the little doctor liked Han Shui a lot. Thank you, Boss Chu. Seeing Chu Bei nod, Han Shui was very excited and repeatedly bowed to the former. 15 minutes later, the ship left the void and arrived above a city dozens of times larger than Wu-Tan City. In order to avoid unnecessary disturbances, Chu Bei's group landed outside the city. Boss Chu, do you still have the ship we just rode on? Looking at the place where the ship disappeared, Han Shui looked at Chu Bei with a hint of desire in her eyes. As long as you have money, you can have it. Chu Bei tidied up his clothes and lightly said, remember, I'm a businessman that can do wholesale. Yes, I'll remember. Previously on the ship, she had already learned the rules of trading with Chu Bei from the little doctor and Qing Lin, but she had not tried it yet. Chu Bei's group walked towards the city entrance. Whoosh, whoosh. However, just when Chu Bei, Han Shui, and the others were about a kilometer away from the city gate, two sounds of something breaking through the air came from afar. In a few breaths, two figures blocked Chu Bei's group. Then, from the forest on both sides, a large number of black figures rushed out and blocked the road to Tianbei City. The two people who blocked Chu Bei's path were wearing light red robes. On the chest of their robes, there was a similar red badge. Hong family. What are you doing? Han Chong immediately recognized the badge on the two people's chests and shouted angrily. You're just a follower. Do you have the right to speak? One of the red-robed men glanced at Han Chong with disdain, then his gaze fell on Han Shui. Miss Han Shui, the head of our Hong family invites you to be a guest at our residence. We've been waiting for you here for a long time. I really didn't expect your Hong family to send 2 elders to catch a little girl like me. It's my honor. Han Shui obviously knew the 2 red-robed men and her words were full of dissatisfaction. Facing the people blocking the road, although Han Shui was very calm on the surface, she was very flustered on the inside. Although the 2 people in front of her were at the bottom of the elders' seats, they were still elders. Their strength was 9 stars Do Wang's. If she didn't know about Chu Bei's strength from the little doctor, she probably wouldn't have been able to escape today. Moreover, she wasn't sure if this boss Chu, who she didn't have much interaction with, would help her. After all, the power behind the Hong family was the Wind Thunder Pavilion. The head of the Hong family thought that you would have at least 1 Do Wangs following you, so he sent the 2 of us. One of the red-robed men glanced at Han Chong with disdain and sneered. Unexpectedly, you're just a little doling at this point, the red-robed man shook his head. But since you're already here, I can only personally invite you back to the Hong residence. Don't even think about it. I'm not going to the Hong residence. Han Shui coldly snorted. She pulled out the thin sword at her waist and her aura rose. That's not up to you. A hint of impatience flashed across the red-robed man's eyes. His figure flashed as he took a step forward. When he was 10 meters away from Han Shui, he waved his right hand and a strong, scorching wind with an oppressive aura rushed towards Han Shui. Feeling the strong wind coming towards her, Han Shui clenched her teeth. But just as she was about to use her sword to meet the attack, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. With a wave of his sleeve, he easily dissolved the red-robed man's scorching wind. Thank you, Boss Chu, for helping. Han Shui revealed a smile. The person who helped was Chu Bei. She was really afraid that Chu Bei would be a bystander. After all, with her strength as a doling, it was impossible for her to safely receive the attack of a 9 stars Do Wangs. Seeing that his attack was dissolved, the red-robed man frowned and looked at Chu Bei again. From the beginning, he had noticed Chu Bei's existence. However, he had always thought that he was just a good-for-nothing second generation who was on good terms with Han Shui. Unexpectedly, the other party had such strength. Little brother, what's your relationship with her? I'm an elder of the Hong family. Under the orders of the head of the family, I need to bring her to the Hong residence. The red-robed man was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he revealed his background. He especially emphasized the words elder of the Hong family. Noisy. However, the only response he got was 2 irritated syllables from Chu Bei. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. A murderous look appeared on the red-robed man's face. With a cold shout, the Do Chi in his body surged. As his figure moved, his right palm once again condensed a strong wind. Compared to the previous attack, this time, the red-robed man clearly used all his strength. The power was intimidating. Chu Bei calmly looked at the red-robed man who was getting closer and closer. Just when the red-robed man was 2 meters away from him, he slowly raised his right hand. He swung it out gently. Bang! 2 gusts of wind collided. First, there was a low muffled sound, followed by the crisp sound of the red-robed man's palm bones breaking. Under several gazes, the red-robed man's chest caved in as if he had suddenly suffered a heavy blow. Amidst the blood-curdling screams, his figure flew out like a cannonball and landed in front of another red-robed man. The other red-robed man who had not attacked hurriedly helped the red-robed man up. However, when his hands touched the latter's body, his body suddenly trembled. When he raised his head to look at Chu Bei again, there was an obvious trace of fear on his face. He instinctively took a few steps back. In just one exchange, his companion had died in the hands of the other party. Chapter 107. Retreat. The other red-robed man looked at Chu Bei with fear and immediately gave the order. He wanted to tell the family head about the person in front of him as soon as possible. But before they could leave, Chu Bei waved his hand. Suddenly, the 3-colored flame spread out and quickly sealed the red-robed man and his subordinates behind him. Almost at the same time, Shrill screams drifted through the air. When the screams faded, the red-robed elder and the struggling figures in the sea of fire all disappeared, burned into nothingness. Chu Bei waved his hand again. The three-colored sea of fire disappeared, leaving nothing behind except for the high temperature of the air. Witnessing this process, Han Shui instinctively swallowed. When she looked at Chu Bei again, there was a hint of awe. With a raise of his hand, he killed 2 9-stars king of fighters effortlessly. Continue to lead the way. Chu Bei acted as if nothing had happened. He calmly looked at Han Shui and pointed to the entrance of the city. The truth was indeed so. Now that his cultivation had entered the Grandmaster realm, killing 2 king of fighters was like squashing ants. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Han Shui recovered from the shock and quickly gestured respectfully to Chu Bei. Ta. Not long after Chu Bei and the others entered the city, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came from the street far away. Soon after, he saw a group of people quickly approaching. The person leading the group was a man in white clothes. Xiao Shui, how did the Bai family of Snow Wind City reply? The man in white jumped off his warhorse and impatiently asked Han Shui. When they heard that we were going to deal with the Hong family, they refused without hesitation. Han Shui coldly snorted. These guys, when it comes to critical times, they can't be counted on. The man in white clenched his fist, his words filled with resentment. Sister just came back and this happened. Is she okay now? Han Shui asked. You'll know when we get back. The man in white noticed Chu Bei and Qing Lin and his eyes were filled with confusion. They are. Han Shui secretly glanced at Chu Bei, then pulled the man in white to the side and whispered a few words. Boss Chu, it's a blessing for the Han family to have you visit our Han family. When the man in white returned, he was even more respectful to Chu Bei than to Han Shui. For the rest of the journey, he was flattering and almost offering himself. In Tianbei City, the Han family was located in the south of the city. Opposite them was the Hong family, which occupied the north. The 2 great clans were like the 2 rulers of this city, dividing it into 2 distinct halves. Under the guidance of the man in white and Han Shui, Chu Bei and his group arrived in front of a vast manor. At this moment, there were many carriages parked in front of the manor. These carriages had a flag with a red emblem on the roof. Upon closer inspection, the red emblem was the emblem on the chest of the man in red who was killed by Chu Bei in front of the city gate. Why are the people from the Hong family here? Looking at the carriages in front of the door, Han Shui's face instantly darkened. Let's go and see what happened. The white-clothed young man also frowned. After speaking, he led Chu Bei into the manor. After passing through layers upon layers of small paths, a grand and imposing hall appeared in Chu Bei's line of sight. Even though there was still some distance, he could vaguely see many figures gathered in the hall on the first floor. Outside the hall, Han Shui gave a few Han family guards a look, then led Chu Bei into the hall and found a place to sit. In the hall, the atmosphere was quite tense. The experts from the Hong family and the people from the Han family stood facing each other. On the Hong family's side, the leader was a young man in green. The young man was about 26 or 27 years old. His face couldn't be considered handsome, but it had a certain charm. Between his eyebrows, there was a hint of unconcealable arrogance. On the Han family's side, the leader was a middle-aged man in a brocade robe. Beside the middle-aged man, there was a graceful woman. The woman wore a purple robe. Her facial features were delicate, and her skin was as white as snow. The only flaw was that her cheeks carried a trace of coldness. Her beautiful eyes carried a sense of sternness that prevented strangers from getting close to her. Hong Chen, you brought people and barged into the Han family today. Don't you think you've gone too far? Don't think that just because you have the support of the Wind Thunder Pavilion, you can be so unscrupulous. My Han family's status in Tianbei City today is not because we were trampled on by others. The middle-aged man in the brocade robe coldly looked at the young man in front of him. His loud and clear voice reverberated in the hall. It wasn't hard to hear the anger in his voice. Han Bofu, how can you use the word barge? This nephew is clearly here to pay a visit. Hong Chen didn't care about Han Kai's threatening words in the slightest, and he glanced at the violet-clothed woman by his side before he said, I've come here this time because I want to know about the request my father raised a few days ago. Have you considered it? My Han family has never had two women serving one husband. Even if there was, as their father, I wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Han Kai let out a cold snort. So the request you're talking about, in my opinion, is no different from a fart. Han Bofu, you'd better consider it carefully. When that time comes, I'm afraid it'll be too late for you to regret it. Hearing Han Kai's words, Hong Chen's face became gloomy. His words also carried a hint of threat. What? Do you think that with your Hong family's current strength, you can easily swallow my Han family? Han Kai's gaze was cold in the forest. Hong Chen sneered and said, Han Bofu, I'm afraid you still don't know that this nephew has officially become a disciple of Fenglei Beiji's inner pavilion 3 days ago. Hong Chen's words were like a heavy bomb that had been dropped in the hall. The faces of the Han family members, including Han Kai, changed. Even the woman in purple, who had always been expressionless, couldn't help but frown. In the Wind Thunder Pavilion, whether it was the North Pavilion or the other 3 pavilions, they were all divided into the inner pavilion and the outer pavilion. It was just like Canaan College's inner pavilion and outer pavilion. Once one became a disciple of the Wind Thunder Pavilion's inner pavilion, their family would be completely protected by the Wind Thunder Pavilion. Simply put, Hong Chen becoming a disciple of the inner pavilion meant that the Hong family had truly relied on the big tree known as the Wind Thunder Pavilion. Looking at Han Kai and the Han family members' serious expressions, Hong Chen smiled with satisfaction and said, seeing that our 2 families once had a friendly relationship, I'll give you a chance. 3 days later, as long as someone from the younger generation of the Han family can defeat me, my Hong family will not cause trouble for you for 10 years. If I fail, then your 2 precious daughters will have to marry me. After saying this, Hong Chen looked at the woman in purple and greedily licked his lips. Hearing this, the faces of Han Kai and the Han family members became even more gloomy. Although Hong Chen's personality was arrogant and looked down on everyone, no one in Tianbei City could compare with his talent for training. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen by the Wind Thunder Pavilion and accepted as a disciple of the inner pavilion. His current cultivation was also a 4-star Do Huang. In the entire Tianbei City, not to mention those of the same generation, even those of the older generation who could match him were few and far between. Because of this, the chance that the other party spoke of was as good as none. Hong Chen, you little brat, you've gone too far. Han Kai angrily glared. Vigorous Do Qi surged out of his body, emitting a terrifying aura. Han Bofu, if you don't grab this chance, my Hong family will make a move today. Hong Chen wasn't afraid of Han Kai at all. He laughed loudly, his laughter filled with pride. This seems like déjà vu. In a corner of the hall, Chu Bei, who had witnessed this scene, couldn't help but smile. This scene was exactly the same as when Naylan Yangran visited the Xiao family. The only difference was that Naylan Yangran forcefully broke off the engagement while Hong Chen wanted to forcefully marry the Han family's 2 daughters. How interesting. Chu Bei looked at Hong Chen, who was the center of attention, with interest on his face. When Hong Chen's voice fell, the atmosphere in the hall became deathly silent. After a long while, a clear and cold voice broke the strange silence. My Han family accepts your challenge. However, if you lose, only I can marry you. It's impossible for my sister. The person who spoke was the purple-clothed girl who hadn't spoken since the beginning. No problem. Then marry the elder sister first. We'll talk about it later. Since I've already received a response, I, Hong Chen, will take my leave. In 3 days, I'll see you at JCH by Dodo. When the time comes, let everyone in the city bear witness to this scene. Hong Chen stared at the purple-clothed girl with a burning gaze. After his savage laughter, he waved his right hand and left with the Hong family. Yua, why did you accept this challenge? Could it be that you found someone of the same generation as Hong Chen? Han Kai looked at the purple-clothed girl in confusion as he watched Hong Chen and the others leave. Father, where do you want me to find such a person? The purple-clothed girl shook her head and clenched her jade-like hands into fists. She took a light breath and said, however, if you don't accept this challenge, they'll make their move today. Are you confident that you can deal with them? Why don't you accept this challenge first? You'll still have 3 days of buffer time. If I still can't find a way to deal with the Hong family after 3 days, I'll just marry him." As she spoke, the purple-clothed girl's face was filled with unwillingness. "Elder sister, I won't let you marry that guy." Han Shui walked out from the corner. "Shui, you're back." When he saw Han Shui, Han Kai immediately asked, "Is the Bai family of Snowstorm City willing to help?" Han Shui shook her head angrily. "As expected." Han Kai laughed bitterly in self-mockery as if he had already guessed the result. "Father, let me introduce you to a guest. On our way back, we encountered a spatial storm and he saved us." Han Shui paced back and forth and respectfully welcomed Chu Bei. However, before she could finish her introduction, a cry of surprise rang through the great hall. "Boss Chu." When she saw Chu Bei's face clearly, the purple-clothed girl's body trembled violently. She then widened her eyes and cried out involuntarily. In an instant, everyone in the great hall turned to look at the purple-clothed girl. Due to her personality, even her father, Han Kai, had never seen the purple-clothed girl lose her composure. This was the first time. Soon after, the crowd turned to look at Chu Bei and sized up Han Shui's savior, who had caused the purple-clothed girl to lose her composure. Chapter 108. The little fairy doctor and Qing Lin exchanged glances with each other when they heard the purple-clothed lady say the words Boss Chu. Shock surfaced in their eyes. Han Shui was even more so. Her face was filled with shock. After a long while, Han Shui reacted and fixed her gaze on the woman in purple. She asked in surprise, "Sister, do you know Boss Chu?" The woman in purple ignored Han Shui and walked quickly toward Chu Bei. Her face was filled with excitement and joy. "Have we met before?" Chu Bei looked at Han Shui carefully and tried his best to recall. "Boss Chu, I'm Han Yu." Han Shui said excitedly, "I didn't expect you to be a guest at my Han family." "Han Yu." Chu Bei repeated the woman in purple's name. He looked a little embarrassed. He had no recollection of this name at all. As far as he could remember, ever since he had transmigrated, he had never had any dealings with the woman before him. Although he had rewatched Battle Through the Heavens on the spaceship, he had only watched some of the important scenes. As for this woman named Han Yu, he really had no recollection of her. "That. You really don't seem to know me." At this moment, the excited Han Yu seemed to have recalled something. Her cheeks flushed red and she scratched her head awkwardly. Chu Bei was even more confused when he heard Han Yu's words. He stared at Han Yu in confusion. Han Yu began to avoid looking at Chu Bei again. She cleared her throat to diffuse the awkwardness and said, "Boss Chu, I'm an inner courtyard disciple of Canaan College. I was also in the inner courtyard on the day Han Feng led his men to attack us. Moreover, I have a good relationship with Xiao Yang. I've heard other stories about you from him." "I see." After knowing that Han Yu was an inner court of Canaan disciple, Chu Bei instantly understood. On the day that Han Feng attacked, Chu Bei became famous in a single battle. The process of his battle was widely spread throughout the Jiunan Academy. Is he the mysterious merchant you mentioned to me before who killed the 9 stars of Seoul Hall Dozong and saved Canaan College from danger?" Hearing Chu Bei and Han Yu's conversation, Han Kai also reacted and said in shock, "Yes, that merchant is Boss Chu." Han Yu nodded. After Chu Bei arrived, the gloominess on Han Yu's face due to Hong Chen's matter vanished. "Boss Chu, please take a seat." Han Kai reacted and was about to lead Chu Bei to the head of the table to take a seat. "You don't have to be so polite." Chu Bei wasn't used to the Han family's enthusiasm. His purpose for coming here was to do business. Now that the Han family was treating him like this, he would feel bad if they gave him all thanks and patronage. "Boss Chu, you've seen Hong Chen's attitude. Please help me." Han Yu looked pitifully at Chu Bei. After she finished speaking, her large eyes were filled with tears. As Han Yu's younger sister, Han Shui was flabbergasted when she saw how quickly Han Yu had changed. "Han Yu, since you're a disciple of the inner court of Canaan, you must know that I'm a merchant. I can fulfill all your requests, but you have to have money." Chu Bei continued to guide her, "As long as you have enough money, The Han family's predicament that you're worried about is not a problem. I know. Han Yu looked at Chu Bei sincerely. Not only do I know the rules of doing business with you, but I also know that the inner court elders, including Great Elder Su Qian, have all done business with you and received great benefits. If that's the case, then I won't say anything else. Chu Bei's lips curled up. Boss Chu, then I'll leave everything to you. My request is to defeat Hong Chen in the battle in 3 days. Han Yu's expression was very serious. As for money, it's not a problem. You mean that you want to personally fight Hong Chen in 3 days? Nonsense. You're only a 9 stars battle spirit. You haven't even broken through to the Battle King level. What do you have to fight Hong Chen? Han Kai and the older generation of the Han family immediately scolded Han Yu upon hearing her words. Father, don't be angry. If it was before, I wouldn't have made this decision, but Boss Chu is here, so anything is possible. Han Yu looked at Han Kai and continued, you'll know in a while, but don't worry too much about money. Boss Chu, let's begin. Han Yu stepped forward and took off Han Kai's storage ring. After checking the wealth inside, she looked at Chu Bei. There's 120 million here, feel free to use it. Buzz buzz, just as Han Yu finished speaking, Chu Bei waved his sleeve. The void trembled and ripples appeared. A golden disc with a diameter of 1 meter appeared from the ripples, exuding a piercing light. The light dissipated, and it could be seen that the disc was divided into 10 areas, each of which had a different colored box flashing on it. Aside from that, there was a silver pointer hanging from the disc, and there were 7 large words engraved on the tip of the pointer. Level 6 Wheel of Fortune, what is this? Looking at the spinning wheel floating in front of Han Yu, Han Kai and the other members of the Han family narrowed their eyes. At the same time, they were astonished and curious. It's just as you said. Han Shui whispered into the little doctor's ear. You're currently a 9 stars battle spirit, and you'll need 1 spirit barrier pill and 8 battle Wangdan pills to upgrade to a 9 stars battle king. Chu Bei pointed at the level 6 wheel as he looked at Han Yu. They're all on this level 6 wheel, and it costs 800,000 gold coins to spin it once. Understood. Han Yu's eyes met with Chu Bei's, and she nodded heavily. The system has received 80,000 willpower, and the host has received 40,000 willpower. When the wheel swallowed the 8 million gold coins in the storage ring, the silver pointer began to spin wildly. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in Chu Bei's mind. Ding ding. In the hall, under the shocked gazes of several people, a set of 10 square boxes was placed side by side in front of Han Yu. Boom. Loud noises rang out in unison. The 10 boxes exploded at the same time. All of them were thank yous, and there was no exception. Boss Chu, let's continue with the second set. Han Yu took a deep breath and quickly regained her composure. When she was in the inner court of Canaan, she learned about the lottery rate from some of the elders. Those who were lucky would hit the jackpot, those who were unlucky would hit the jackpot. On the other hand, Han Kai and the other members of the Han family wanted to say something but stopped. They seemed to want to say something, but when they saw Han Yu's determined look, they swallowed the words back. Chu Bei looked at Han Yu and nodded slightly. The system has received 80,000 willpower, and the host has received 40,000 willpower. In the second set, 10 boxes exploded. 7 thank yous, 2 rank 5 monster cores, and a rank 5 spirit plant. Boss Chu, please continue. Han Yu's gaze swept across the monster cores and spirit plant, and she bit her lip. In the hall, Han Kai and the other members of the Han family frowned after seeing the items in the second set. 2 sets of 16 million gold coins were wasted just like that. Although they were suspicious, they did not say anything and continued to look at the lucky wheel. The silver pointer continued to spin. In the third set, 8 thank yous, an armor that could defend against an 8-star Doling's attack, and a rank 5 monster core. In the fourth set, 7 thank yous, a purplish-red pill, and 2 rank 5 monster cores. When the purplish-red pill appeared, Chu Bei did not continue to spin the fifth set. Boss Chu, this is? Looking at the purplish-red pill, Han Yu's face was filled with nervousness and anticipation. Spirit Barrier Pill. It can help you break through to the King of Fighters, Chu Bei said calmly. It's finally out. After receiving Chu Bei's reply, Han Yu let out a long sigh of relief. Her mood was obviously much more relaxed. She was really afraid that she would be unlucky and not get anything after using up all 120 million gold coins. If the result was as she feared, she did not know how to explain it to Han Kai and the elders in the family. After a while, only then did Han Yu calm her excited heart. She carefully took the spirit barrier pill and swallowed it. As soon as the pill entered her mouth, an ice-cold feeling instantly spread from Han Yu's mouth. Before she could adapt to the coldness, it turned into a warm feeling that quickly spread through her limbs and bones. Immediately after, the air in the hall vibrated. Majestic energy surged in from outside the hall and entered Han Yu's body. This energy fluctuation, she's really going to break through. Sensing Han Yu's rising aura, Han Kai and the Han family elders looked at each other in disbelief. Bang! After a few seconds, a low muffled sound came from Han Yu's body. Then, a large amount of light purple battle energy surged behind Han Yu until it condensed into a pair of thin energy wings. Battle energy wings, the symbol of a king of fighters. She broke through. Seeing the battle energy wings, Han Kai cried out in surprise. Everyone else who witnessed this scene was also excited. Boss Chu, let's do the first promotion in 5 groups. Han Yu opened her eyes and felt the battle energy in her body increase by several times. She impatiently said to Chu Bei, "You're a customer." Chu Bei nodded in response. The system has received 400,000 willpower. The host has received 200,000 willpower. This time, the wheel directly swallowed the 40 million gold coins in the storage ring. With crisp clinking sounds, 50 square boxes flew out from the turntable one after another. Perhaps because of the appearance of the spirit barrier pill, Han Kai and the other Han family members looked at the square boxes with hope. Boom! The 50 square boxes exploded. 37 Thank you for your patronage, 6 5th grade demon cores, 2 5th grade spirit plants, 1 purplish red pill, and 4 dark green pills. After opening the spirit barrier pill again, Han Yu was not as excited as before. This was because the spirit barrier pill was useless to her after breaking through to the king of fighters. On the other hand, the surrounding Han family elders were abnormally excited when they saw that another spirit barrier pill had been opened. This was because in the Han family, other than Han Yu, there were also a few young people who had reached the 9 stars Do spirit realm. And among the younger generation, some were their children. Now that Han Yu had broken through, this spirit barrier pill was very likely to be used on their heirs. Boss Chu, these are Wang Dan Do spirit pills, right? Han Yu's gaze fell on the 4 dark green pills and asked tentatively. Seeing Chu Bei nod, Han Yu immediately revealed a smile. Then, she threw the 4 dark green pills into her mouth at the same time. She did not doubt the authenticity of the pills and the side effects because even Elder Su of the inner court of Canaan had taken these pills before. It was just that the latter had taken the more precious Dozong pill. After the 4 Wang Dan Do spirit pills entered her mouth, Han Yu's originally stable aura once again rose at a terrifying speed. Only when a low muffled sound was emitted from her body did her aura stop rising. At this moment, Han Yu was already a 5-star Do spirit realm. What a benefactor! At this moment, Han Kai no longer had any suspicion on his face. There was only a deep respect for Chu Bei. The transaction continued. When the remaining 48 million had been transferred, another 5 Wang Dan Do spirit pills were obtained. Han Yu took 4 of them and swallowed them. Her cultivation had directly reached the 9 stars Do spirit realm. Father, I'm not far away. Looking at the empty storage ring, Han Yu looked at Han Kai. Han Kai, who was immersed in joy, was first startled when he heard Han Yu's words. Then, he quickly understood what she meant and disappeared from the hall in a flash. When he returned, there were 2 more storage rings in his hand. Boss Chu, the money here is the savings of my Han family for the past 10 years. You can take as much as you want. At this moment, Han Kai didn't seem to care about the family's savings. Chu Bei scanned the 2 storage rings with his divine sense. It had to be said that the resources of the Central Province clans were not something the Kamar Empire could compare to. A Han family from Tianbei City in the northern region of the Central Province clans had displayed far more wealth than the Prima clan of the Kamar Empire. So cultivation is actually this simple. Just pay with money. Han Shui couldn't help but sigh after witnessing Han Yu's breakthrough from the 9 stars Do spirit realm to the 9 stars Do spirit realm. For some reason, she felt that being born into a rich family was a very fortunate thing. If you want to make another breakthrough, the 6th level is no longer enough for you. Chu Bei smiled knowingly. With a wave of his sleeve, the 6th level wheel disappeared and was replaced by a 7th level wheel. 1 million gold coins per spin. Chu Bei quoted a price. Han Shui nodded and gladly accepted the price. An hour later. According to the host's cultivation, the host has reached the upper limit of gold coins sold today. The host will sell again tomorrow. After selling another 100 million gold coins, the system's voice sounded in Chu Bei's mind. Compared to the 6th level wheel, the 7th level wheel had a much lower chance of winning. After spending 100 million gold coins, Han Shui's cultivation broke through from the 9 stars Do King realm to the 4 stars Do Emperor realm, which was the same as Hong Chen's. Let's stop here for today. Just as Han Yu was about to continue spinning, Chu Bei put away the lucky wheel. Stabilize and familiarize yourself with the sudden increase in strength. We'll continue tomorrow. Okay. Han Yu nodded heavily. After answering, she looked at Han Kai. Father, with my current cultivation and the battle skills I used earlier, I already have the confidence to deal with Hong Chen. From tomorrow onwards, you should also look for Boss Chu to raise your cultivation. Han Kai was slightly stunned, then looked at Chu Bei. Can I do it too? As long as you have money. Chu Bei smiled. After returning to the residence that Han Yu arranged for him, Chu Bei also began to convert his cultivation. Today, the Han family sold 220 million gold coins, receiving 1 million willpower points in return. In the Dozong realm, converting 1 star required 1 million willpower points. After spending 1 million willpower points, Chu Bei went from a 1-star Dozong to a 2 stars Dozong. Chapter 109. Time passed by. 3 days passed by in a flash. In these 3 days, Han Kai and his daughter, as well as some of the more reputable elders of the clan, had been punctually visiting Chu Bei. In other words, they were here to make a deal. After Han Yu raised her cultivation to 7 stars of Do Huang to ensure that she could defeat Hong Chen, she did not continue to raise her cultivation. Instead, she used more money to raise Han Kai's cultivation. Of course, in these 3 days, Chu Bei's sales had reached the upper limit, emptying out 80% of the Han family's wealth. Although the family's savings had been emptied, Han Kai still felt that it was worth it. He had made a huge profit. After all, now that his strength had skyrocketed, he had enough confidence to face the Hong family. And Chu Bei's cultivation had also risen from 2 stars Dozong to 6 stars Dozong. JCH by Dodo, as the name implied, was located in the most central area of Tianbei City. Its area was extremely large, with a length and width of more than 100 feet. It was directly dug out from a huge mountain and had a long history. Whenever there were conflicts between factions in the city that did not want to start a war, they would choose to fight here first. Therefore, JCH by Dodo had always been the most eye-catching area in Tianbei City. Because of the Hong family's strong promotion, today's JCH by Dodo was undoubtedly the most popular event in Tianbei City in the last 10 years. From the top factions in the city to the wanderers under the bridge, everyone knew that the Hong family's Hong Chen and the Han family's outstanding younger generation would compete here. Around the fighting stage, there were densely packed seats. At this moment, there was still some time before the competition, but there were almost no empty seats. At a glance, there was a black mass of heads. It is said that Hong Chen has already been accepted as a disciple by Fenglei Beige. Is this true? If this is true, then the Hong family will be the overlord of the city. No wonder they dared to make the unreasonable request of having 2 women from the Hong family serve one husband. The spectator stands were in an uproar, and the sounds of intense discussion were incessant. There was no one in Tianbei City who did not know the name Yu Hong Chen. Although he was arrogant by nature, He had shown a shocking talent for cultivation since he was young. After his coming-of-age ceremony, he was chosen by the Wind Thunder Pavilion and gained another halo of glory. Because of the Wind Thunder Pavilion behind Hong Chen, the Hong family's influence in Tianbei City soared. Their fame even overshadowed the old tyrant of the city, the Han family. Most of the spectators in the circle closest to the fighting ring were wearing red robes with the same badge on their chests. Among the Hong family, a young man had his arms crossed in front of his chest, as if he was enjoying the discussions around him. This young man was none other than Hong Chen. "Look. The Han family is here. I heard that as long as the Han family can find someone of the same generation to defeat Hong Chen, the Hong family will not be enemies with the Han family for the next 10 years. Although that is the case, not to mention the Han family, even in the entire Tianbei city, who in the younger generation can defeat him? So, the Han family's eldest daughter, Han Yu, is destined to marry Hong Chen." In the spectator stands, when the spectators saw the Han family slowly enter the arena, a commotion broke out. Under countless gazes, Han Kai led the crowd to the seats prepared by the Hong family. "It's more lively than I thought." Chu Bei's gaze swept across the surroundings as the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. "Brother Han, I thought that you wouldn't be coming today." In the Hong family's seats, the leader of the group, a middle-aged man wearing a luxurious robe, stood up and spoke with a mocking tone. "The Hong family wants to live in peace with our Han family for 10 years. This is a good thing. How can we not come?" Han Kai smiled as he looked at Hong Li father. "Don't argue with him. The sooner we finish this battle, the sooner we can bring our lovely wife home." Hong Chen looked at Han Yu with a passionate gaze. After he finished speaking, he impatiently flew onto the stage. Then, he looked at Han Kai with contempt in his eyes. "Who is the Han family planning to send up?" As Hong Chen's voice fell, countless gazes from the spectator stands turned toward the Han family. They were also very curious as to who the Han family would send up to deal with the 5-star Do Huang, Hong Chen. However, before Han Kai could open his mouth to speak, a graceful figure gently descended onto the fighting arena, and she faced Hong Chen from afar. In the spectator stands, when everyone saw the figure's appearance, their expressions froze and their faces were filled with astonishment. On the same stage, Hong Chen's mouth twitched. "Han Bofu, are you joking with me? You actually sent out my beautiful wife. Is there no one else in your Han family?" Hong Chen's gaze moved away from Han Yu and landed on Han Kai. His eyes were filled with anger. "What is the Han family doing? They actually sent out Han Yu. From what I know, Han Yu is only a 9 stars doling. Don't talk about fighting with Hong Chen. I'm afraid that she won't even be able to take one move from him. In my opinion, this is a clever move. Think about it, this result is definitely unchangeable. If someone else from the family were to go up, Hong Chen would definitely not hold back. However, Han Yu is different. What you say makes sense." The spectators were all guessing the Han family's intentions. "This is a major event in my life. Of course, I should personally go up." At this moment, Han Yu coldly opened her mouth and spoke. Aren't you making things difficult for me?" Hong Chen frowned and sighed. "Forget it, let's end this farce as soon as possible." After speaking, Hong Chen's figure flashed and appeared in front of Han Yu in the blink of an eye. As if he was afraid of hurting Han Yu, Hong Chen only raised his arm slightly and did not release too much energy. Looking at the approaching Hong Chen, Han Yu's face did not have the slightest trace of panic. However, just as Hong Chen's right palm, which used less than 30% of his strength, was about to hit Han Yu's chest, a vigorous and majestic energy surged out from Han Yu's body and swept towards Hong Chen like a surging river. Feeling this sudden surge of energy, Hong Chen's face suddenly changed. Without any hesitation, he immediately raised his aura to the limit and released all of his Do Qi at the same time. However, even with his defense, Hong Chen was still pushed back a few meters in this kind of unguarded situation. His feet left deep marks on the stage. How is this possible? Han Yu repelled Hong Chen, Do Qi wings, she broke through to Do Wang. No, that aura just now, it was definitely a Do Huang. In the spectator stands, everyone was flabbergasted. At this moment, Their brains seemed to have lost the ability to think. They stared blankly at Han Yu on the stage, as if they did not dare to believe the scene they had just witnessed. 7. 7-star Do Huang. If there was one who was the most shocked in the arena, it would be Hong Chen, who had personally experienced the impact of the energy within Han Yu's body. He could not believe that his opponent was a 9-star Do Ling 3 days ago and now she was a 7-star Do Huang. Now, do you think I have the qualifications to be your opponent? Han Yu looked at Hong Chen expressionlessly. Meeting Han Yu's gaze, Hong Chen did not say anything. With a cold shout, the aura of a 5-star Do Huang exploded. In 3 days, what exactly happened to Han Yu's body? Even if she obtained a heavenly treasure, it is impossible for her to break through so much. The Hong family looked at Han Yu on the stage in disbelief. Elder Shen, did she consume some kind of elixir that can increase her strength in a short period of time? After Hong Li looked at Han Yu, he turned to the old man beside him with incomparable respect. The old man was wearing a grey robe. His eyes were closed and he did not care about the clamor of the outside world. On his chest, there was a green and silver emblem. The emblem depicted a pagoda that was faintly surrounded by lightning. Hearing Hong Li's voice, the grey-robed old man shook his head. Her aura is vigorous and there is no trace of disorder. She is indeed a 7-star Do Huang. Moreover, this old man has never heard of any elixir that can increase a 9-star Do Ling's strength to a 7-star Do Huang in 3 days. Could it be that this girl has been hiding her strength all this time? Hong Li frowned and said, then in your opinion, can Chenna defeat her? The old man narrowed his eyes and glanced at Han Yu on the stage. My Wind Thunder Pavilion only collects high-level Do skills. Moreover, Hong Chen is my direct disciple and the Do Chi that he practices is one of the top Do Chi techniques in Fenglei Beige. In terms of fighting strength, not to mention a 7-star Do Huang who is only 2 stars higher than him, he can even fight against an ordinary peak Do Huang. After speaking, the grey-robed old man closed his eyes again. It seemed that in his opinion, there was no suspense in this battle. Hearing the old man's words, Hong Li let out a sigh of relief and the corners of his mouth rose again. At the same time, Hong Chen and Han Yu on the stage flew into the air. For strong people with the ability to fly, the sky was their battlefield. You have really surprised me. High up in the sky, Hong Chen stared at Han Yu with a burning gaze. This is also good. Only this kind of you is worthy of me. As his voice fell, dense lightning suddenly surged out of Hong Chen's body and circled around him, crackling non-stop. You don't have the right to call me that. Looking at the lightning that was like a silver snake, Han Yu coldly snorted. Hong Chen didn't say anything else. With a wave of his embroidered robe, a lightning bolt that was like a python cut through the air and shot toward Han Yu. Hong Chen, don't waste my time with an attack of this level. Han Yu's voice was cold and indifferent. With a palm strike, the lightning dissipated. I'm really afraid of hurting you. Hong Chen sighed and shook his head. His figure was like a ghost as he once again appeared in front of Han Yu. However, this time, Hong Chen was clearly much more serious. His right fist was surrounded by lightning. Feeling the wild lightning power on Hong Chen's fist, Han Yu's figure flashed and perfectly dodged to the side. Wind lightning claw. Hong Chen opened his fist and his 5 fingers turned into claws. As his shout fell, the lightning around Hong Chen quickly gathered in his claws and continued to grab Han Yu's arm. Triple fold palm. Han Yu met his attack head-on. This was a Do technique that she had learned in Canaan College. Now that she was using it with the cultivation of a 7-star Do Huang, its power was quite extraordinary. Bang! The 2 figures continuously intertwined in the air. The continuous sound of collision brought about a frightening energy wave. Although Hong Chen's cultivation was lower than Han Yu's, relying on the lightning haste and a higher-level Do technique, not only was he not at a disadvantage, but he also always had the upper hand. Han Yu countered every move that came her way and didn't show any signs of being defeated. Soon, the battle lasted for 15 minutes. Chapter 110. In the spectator stands, the audience was dazzled. The gorgeous Do skills were too much for their eyes to take in. The more they watched, the more excited they became. During this time, even the grey-robed elder beside Hong Li opened his eyes a few times. He was slightly surprised. On the battlefield, Hong Chen's attacks were neutralized time and time again. Gradually, a look of annoyance appeared on his face. As the battle intensified, Hong Chen had already regarded Han Yu as his opponent. Thunder God's Descent. Suddenly, Hong Chen pulled away from Han Yu and shouted. Then, he stomped his right foot. Suddenly, tens of thousands of snake-shaped lightning bolts burst out from under his feet. In just a moment, they spread out for nearly 100 feet with Hong Chen as the center. Hong Chen, who was in the center, looked like the ruler of thunder and lightning. His aura was terrifying. In addition to the surge in his aura, a black iron hammer appeared in Hong Chen's hand. The hammer's body was surrounded by lightning. Hao Leichui, one of the top 10 weapons of Fenglei Beige. Its entire body was made of thunder stones. This hammer was temporarily lent to me by my master to train. I didn't expect it to be used against you. Hong Chen held the Hao Leichui in his hand and stared at Han Yu with incomparable seriousness. The iron hammer in his hand waved casually twice and directly caused cracks to appear in the void. Hong Chen is really terrifying. I'm afraid that even if we old fellows were to take action, it would take some effort to defeat him. Looking at Hong Chen, who was covered in snake-shaped lightning bolts, and feeling the terrifying power, the faces of the Han family members changed. Even Han Kai, who had always been as calm as Mount Tai, showed a trace of worry in his eyes after Hong Chen used Thunder God's Descent. As for Han Yu, she was still as calm as before. There were no fluctuations in her emotions. It seems that I have underestimated this girl from the Han family. The grey-robed old man beside Hong Li opened his eyes once again. He glanced at Han Yu before continuing. However, Hong Chen has already displayed the Thunder God's Descent. Coupled with his Qi method, Do technique, and Hao Leichui, the battle should be over. Thousand-shattering lightning hammer. There was no longer any pity in Hong Chen's eyes. With a cold shout, he executed the lightning haste and his body turned into a bolt of lightning. He crossed 1,000 meters and appeared above Han Yu's head. Hong Chen smashed his hammer down. Dazzling lightning bolts gushed out from the hammer's surface like a flood breaking through a dam. Looking at this scene from afar, it was as if Hong Chen was holding a huge bolt of lightning high up in the air, and his momentum was terrifying. Han Yu raised her head and looked at the terrifying lightning that covered the sky. She raised her right hand and a black sledgehammer appeared in her hand. Compared to Hao Leichui, the sledgehammer in Han Yu's hand had more strange patterns. It was also bigger in size. In the next moment, Han Yu swung her sledgehammer and met the attack head-on. Boom! The two sledgehammers collided. There was an earth-shattering sound. At first, Hao Leichui's sledgehammer was filled with tens of thousands of lightning bolts and its momentum was terrifying. However, when it came into contact with Han Yu's sledgehammer, the dense lightning bolts disappeared instantly. To be more precise, all the lightning bolts were transferred to the sledgehammer in Han Yu's hand. In the blink of an eye, Hao Leichui was no different from a hammer. What's going on? Seeing this strange scene, Hong Chen's expression changed abruptly. After coming to his senses, he hurriedly channeled all the fighting energy in his body into Hao Leichui. With the infusion of Hong Chen's energy, lightning bolts appeared around Hao Leichui again. However, it was not long before all the lightning bolts were transferred to the sledgehammer in Han Yu's hand again. Rumble. Before Hong Chen could understand, the sledgehammer in Han Yu's hand released a bolt of lightning that shot into the sky. Then, rolling lightning bolts fell from the sky and connected with the sledgehammer in Han Yu's hand. It's over. Accompanied by the sound of cold in the forest, Han Yu waved the sledgehammer in her hand again. Under the guidance of the sledgehammer, the lightning bolts fell from the sky and blasted toward Hong Chen. The sky was filled with lightning bolts. A ferocious lightning beast could be vaguely seen pouncing toward Hong Chen. Bang! There was another loud bang. Under countless horrified gazes, a figure in the sky crashed to the ground like a wild goose with broken wings. Chen-er. At the instant Hong Chen was defeated, Hong Li's figure flashed past the spectating area, and he rushed over to catch Hong Chen before he smashed onto the ground. Poochie. Hong Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. His pale face was devoid of color and his breath was extremely weak. His right hand was still tightly holding onto Hao Leichui. However, Hao Leichui was now covered with cracks and could completely shatter at any time. Chen don't speak. Father will heal you first. Seeing Hong Chen's lips twitch, Hong Li hurriedly took out some elixirs from his storage ring and fed them to Hong Chen. At the same time, he continuously channeled his fighting energy into the latter's body. Hong Chen lost. In the spectator stands, the people who witnessed this result all had their mouths wide open and were flabbergasted. This result was beyond their expectations. From the beginning to the end, they could not understand how Han Yu, who was only a 9 stars doling 3 days ago, could suddenly become a 7 stars do Huang. The Hong family clenched their fists tightly, their faces filled with anger. The Han family was the exact opposite. Their faces were filled with joy as they laughed loudly. Their laughter was filled with pride. As the head of the family, Han Kai immediately cast a grateful gaze toward Chu Bei. The reason they were able to win this battle was all thanks to him. Remember what you said. You are not allowed to offend the Han family for 10 years. Han Yu descended from the sky and looked at Hong Li expressionlessly. Her voice was cold. Kid, you're a little too vicious. After checking Hong Chen's injuries, Hong Li looked at Han Yu with eyes filled with killing intent. Meeting Hong Li's gaze, Han Yu did not show the slightest trace of fear on her face. She indifferently replied, "There are always deaths and injuries in a battle. If I did not receive Hong Chen's hammer, I'm afraid that my ending would not be any better than his. Isn't that right, Uncle Hong? If I don't kill you, the hatred in my heart will not disappear." Hong Li once again looked at the dying Hong Chen. He raised his right hand and fiercely slapped toward Han Yu. Hong Li, do you still want to interfere in the matters of the younger generation? Seeing Hong Li attack Han Yu, Han Kai's face suddenly sank. In an instant, he appeared in front of Han Yu. At the same time, he clenched his right fist and met Hong Li's palm. Bang! A fist and a palm collided. Two terrifying forces intertwined. Under the aftermath of the collision, a deep ravine appeared on the fighting stage. Immediately after, Hong Li was shaken and was forced to retreat. With your strength, how is this possible? Hong Li steadied his body and looked at the motionless Han Kai with a face full of astonishment. He was a 3-star dozong while Han Kai was a 2-star dozong. However, in the exchange just now, the fluctuation of his opponent's aura was above his. On the path of cultivation, one can't be stagnant. Han Kai let out a cold laugh. The aura of a 5-star dozong exploded. First it was Han Yu and now it's you. How can there be such a coincidence? Hong Li's gaze swept across Han Kai and Han Yu. He knew that there was definitely something fishy about the increase in their cultivation. Just as the atmosphere on the fighting stage was stagnant, a grey-robed elder appeared beside Hong Li Elder Shun. Hong Li immediately bowed respectfully to the grey-robed elder. Someone from the Wind Thunder Pavilion? May I know your name? Han Kai glanced at the badge on the grey-robed elder's chest. He had noticed him when he entered the arena. Shun Yun. The grey-robed elder's tone was calm. So it's Elder Yun of the Wind, Cloud, Thunder, and Lightning Elders of the North Pavilion. Han Kai clasped his fist. I didn't expect you to know so much about Fenglei Beige. Shun Yun glanced at Han Kai and continued, I don't care about the matters between your two clans, but Hao Leichui, who is in her hands, must give me an explanation. At this point, Shun Yun had already reached out and pointed at the strange hammer in Han Yu's hand. Hao Leichui. Han Yu frowned and said, Elder Yun, I'm afraid you've made a mistake. Your Fenglei Beige's Hao Leichui is in Hong Chen's hands. I'm afraid you don't know, but 100 years ago, my Fenglei Beige was robbed by thieves, and one of the stolen treasures was Hao Leichui. Chen Yun's voice was loud and clear, and then he pointed at the sledgehammer that was covered in cracks in Hong Chen's hand. The sledgehammer in his hand is only a replica, and the true mighty lightning hammer is the one in your hand. Chen Yun's words stirred up a mighty uproar very quickly. No wonder Han Yu could defeat Hong Chen, so the one in his hand is the real Hao Leichui. But why would the real Hao Leichui be in the hands of the Han family? Could it be that the thief who snuck into the Wind Thunder Pavilion 100 years ago was a member of the Han family? Discussions broke out again in the spectator stands. Are you sure it's the Hao Leichui that was stolen from the Wind Thunder Pavilion? Han Yu stared at Shen Yun in astonishment. She had obtained this hammer from the level 8 Wheel of Fortune, and it could only be used for an hour. Han Yu couldn't help but look in Chu Bei's direction. Could it be that Boss Chu was that thief? Han Yu had this thought in her mind. Could it be that the founder of your Wind Thunder Pavilion was the Thunder God? At this moment, Chu Bei also came to the arena and said with a teasing tone, "Thunder God." Shen Yun looked at Chu Bei and frowned. I've never heard of this person in the pavilion's records, let alone the founder of my Wind Thunder Pavilion. Then why did Thor's hammer change its name to Hao Leichui? Chu Bei's eyes narrowed and he snorted coldly. Boss Chu, does that mean this isn't Hao Leichui? Han Yu asked tentatively. Of course not. Chu Bei glanced at Han Yu. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would steal? No, of course you wouldn't do it. Han Yu panicked when she heard Chu Bei's question. Who is he? Why haven't I seen him before? But looking at the Han family, they seem to be very respectful to him. He must have a powerful background. Can't you guys tell? The hammer in Han Yu's hand was given to her by him. In the spectator stands, everyone's gazes once again focused on Chu Bei's body with a swoosh as they started to discuss. What Thunder God? I don't care. Shen Yun's gaze also landed on Chu Bei. Who are you? Do you think in the entire Dochi continent, other than my Wind Thunder Pavilion, who else would be able to create this hammer that contains the power of thunder and lightning? Wind Thunder Pavilion? Chu Bei put his hands behind his back and sneered. That's nothing. Chu Bei's words were like a bolt from the blue as they floated in the air. What is this guy's background? Isn't he too arrogant? He actually doesn't put the Wind Thunder Pavilion in his eyes. I'm afraid that there aren't many forces in Zhengzhou that would dare to criticize the Wind Thunder Pavilion like this. Trouble comes from careless talk. He's inviting a fatal disaster. If the forces behind him knew what he said, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to let him out. In the spectator seats, everyone's expression changed when they heard Chu Bei say that's nothing. Chapter 111. On the stage, when Han Kai and Han Yu heard Chu Bei's words, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although the Han family had enough authority and status in Tianbei City, compared to the Wind Thunder Pavilion, the difference was like heaven and earth. Not only was the latter the overlord of the northern region of the Central Province, but it was also one of the top forces in the Central Province. After all, the reputation of the One Palace, One Pagoda, Two Sects, and Three Valleys Square Pavilion was not just for show. At the side, Hong Li was startled at first, but when he reacted, the corners of his mouth rose into a sinister smile. Previously, when Shen Yun said that he wouldn't interfere in the matters between the two families, he was still dissatisfied. But now, Chu Bei's words had undoubtedly angered Shen Yun, and he was also a guest of the Han family. This anger could very well implicate the entire Han family. This was indeed the case. The moment Chu Bei's voice fell, Chen Yun's terrifying aura began to spread out. You dare to insult my Wind Thunder Pavilion? Shen Yun's eyes were filled with killing intent. However, perhaps because he wasn't clear about Chu Bei's background, Shen Yun didn't immediately make a move. Instead, a terrifying pressure enveloped Chu Bei. You're saying that this Hao Leichui is an imitation? But do you think they're similar? Chu Bei naturally didn't care about Shen Yun's pressure. With a wave of his hand, he placed the cracked Hao Leichui and Thor's hammer together in Hong Chen's hands. Then, he looked at Shen Yun with a playful expression. Not only were the two different sizes, but they were also made of different materials. The patterns engraved on them were also completely different. The Hao Leichui has been lost for a long time. At that time, the senior in the pavilion who made this imitation only made it based on his memory. Naturally, there would be differences. At this point, Shen Yun's tone suddenly changed, Although its shape has changed, its essence is still there. It contains a large amount of lightning energy. You all saw it before. Hearing Shen Yun's words and seeing his incomparably serious expression, Chu Bei's mouth twitched. This King's serious nonsense, and his face didn't even turn red. Is this the style of your Wind Thunder Pavilion? I'm really impressed. I'm far from it. Chu Bei smiled and could not help but give Chen Yun a thumbs up. If you fancy him, then so be it. Why do you have to find a pretense to put yourself on the moral high ground and act sanctimonious? Hearing this, Shen Yun's face became even more gloomy. All of this was indeed a lie he had made up. When he saw Han Yu use the big hammer to restrain Hao Leichui, he had already decided that no matter what method he used, he had to obtain it. Of course, his biggest reliance was the Wind Thunder Pavilion. Although the Han family had some status in Tianbei City, in front of the Wind Thunder Pavilion, it was nothing. This old man is too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I'll give you two choices now. 1. Hand over Hao Leichui and follow me back to Fenglei Beige. The North Pavilion Master will deal with you. 2. This old man will kill you on the spot and take Hao Leichui away. Shen Yun was already impatient and didn't want to talk to Chu Bei anymore. Hearing Shen Yun's words, Hong Li's smile deepened. Han Kai and the rest of the Han family's faces became ugly. Chu Bei was involved in this trouble because of them. If he was really taken away by the Wind Thunder Pavilion, then the Han family would have an undeniable responsibility. As for the other people in the audience, they were more like watching a show. Old Shen, this hammer came from Boss Chu. I'm afraid there's some misunderstanding. Why don't you first return to Fenglei Beige and confirm whether this hammer belongs to the stolen Hao Leichui? Han Kai stepped forward and said, Who do you think you are? Do I need you to interfere with the Wind Thunder Pavilion's matters? Shen Yun coldly looked at Han Kai. If you don't want to involve the Han family, then stay on the side and shut up. Hearing Shen Yun's reprimand, Han Kai couldn't help but clench his fists. But very quickly, the anger in his eyes was replaced by helplessness. He was the head of the Han family. Every word and action of his represented the Han family. He could be fearless of Shen Yun, but he couldn't ignore the Wind Thunder Pavilion. Head of the Han family, this indeed has nothing to do with you. Chu Bei lightly patted Han Kai's shoulder, then his eyes immediately fell back on Shen Yun. No one can take away my things, and I'm not interested in the Wind Thunder Pavilion. Chu Bei straightened his clothes, his voice especially calm. It seems you've chosen the second option. Shen Yun's eyes narrowed, and his voice suddenly became low. You don't have the qualifications to make me choose. Facing Chen Yun's gloomy and cold gaze, Chu Bei still had a calm and collected appearance. You're courting death. Looking at Chu Bei's playful expression, Shen Yun's face became completely gloomy. As his cold voice fell, dense lightning suddenly surged out of his body. The energy fluctuations in these lightning bolts were hundreds of times stronger than that of Hong Chen. Hong Li carried the heavily injured Hong Chen in his arms at the first possible moment and flew out of the combat arena as he was deeply afraid of being affected. Han Kai and Han Yu looked at each other and also flew to the spectator area. If it was only Shen Yun, they wouldn't be worried about Chu Bei. As Shen Yun's aura rose, large cracks began to appear on the hard arena with him as the center. Densely packed lightning bolts danced in the air like dragons and snakes intertwining, crackling non-stop. Thunder Whip. Looking at the lightning bolts that couldn't get close to Chu Bei, Shen Yun's eyes flashed coldly. He clenched his hand, and lightning flashed, forming a thunder mace. Then, holding the thunder mace, he swept it towards Chu Bei. Wherever the thunder mace passed, the void distorted, and python-shaped lightning bolts loomed in the air with great momentum. Chu Bei calmly looked at Chen Yun, who was attacking him. He did not care about the lightning truncheon that carried a terrifying might. Just as the thunder mace was about to hit Chu Bei, the Thor's hammer in Chu Bei's hand suddenly released a dazzling lightning bolt. In the next moment, Chu Bei lightly threw out Thor's hammer. The moment Thor's hammer left his hand, its speed increased dramatically. In a flash, it had already collided with Shen Yun's thunder mace. A dragon roar sounded. On Thor's hammer, a huge brontosaurus was circling, swallowing and spitting out terrifying ball-shaped lightning bolts. In front of the brontosaurus, the python-shaped lightning bolts circling around the thunder mace seemed much more inferior. As the brontosaurus opened its mouth, it directly swallowed the python-shaped lightning bolts and the thunder mace. Then, with a swing of its tail, it slammed towards Shen Yun. Bang! With a muffled sound, an old figure flew out in a sorry state. Shen Yun, who had suffered a heavy blow, no longer had a superior attitude. His face was full of shock. The elder of the Wind Thunder Pavilion is injured. Who the hell is that guy? He's so strong. I'm afraid we'll have to ask the Han family. No wonder he's not afraid of Shen Yun. Looking at the pale face of Shen Yun, who still had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, the spectators were shocked. The Hong family, including Hong Li, had a look of disbelief on their faces. They never thought that the guest of the Han family would be this strong. As for Han Kai and Han Yu and the others, they didn't have much of a reaction. This result was within their expectations. After all, when they were at Canaan College, Han Yu had personally witnessed Chu Bei easily kill a 9-stars dozong, not to mention a 5-stars dozong from Fenglai Beige. In the sky above the stage, Chu Bei waved his hand, and Thor's hammer flew back into his hand. When Chu Bei swung Thor's hammer again, the size of the hovering brontosaurus increased again, and a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. Looking at the huge mouth of the brontosaurus, Shen Yun quickly regained his senses. After a moment of hesitation, he turned around. Then, he used all his strength to execute the 3000 lightning haste and dashed away, leaving behind after images. What? You want to leave? Seeing Shen Yun trying to escape, Chu Bei let out a cold laugh. The Thor's hammer in his hand casually swung in the air. In the next moment, the empty space 10,000 feet away suddenly distorted, and a solid spatial wall formed. Bang! At this moment, a figure crashed into the spatial wall that was covered with lightning. The strong rebound and the violent lightning energy caused Shen Yun to spit out a mouthful of blood. His face became even paler, and his breath became extremely weak. I'm Fenglai Beige's fourth elders. Shen Yun endured the pain and looked at Chu Bei again. Before he could finish his threatening words, the huge brontosaurus arrived in the blink of an eye. Boom! The dragon's roar, the sound of thunder, and the shrill scream intertwined, and finally turned into an earth-shattering explosion. After a long time, the sound of the explosion faded away. In the spectator stand, countless eyes stared at the center of the explosion, which had already turned into nothingness. A deathly silence. Retreat. Hong Li was the first to regain his senses. After looking at Chu Bei in the sky with fear, he hurriedly ordered the Hong family behind him. Brother Hong, take care. I won't send you off. Han Kai waved at the Han family members who were fleeing in panic. His words were filled with pride. Chu Bei glanced at the retreating Hong family army and ignored them, allowing them to leave. As the battle ended, the spectators in the spectator stand also left amidst intense discussions. Boss Chu, you killed Shen Yun in front of so many people. Fenglai Beige will probably find out about this very soon. Han Kai led the Han family members in front of Chu Bei. There was a hint of worry in his eyes. Overlords like them care a lot about their reputation. The possibility of them attacking our Han family is not high. But you, on the other hand, will probably be on their must-kill list. At this point, Han Kai took out a storage ring. Boss Chu, there's some money here. Why don't you leave immediately? Chu Bei glanced at the storage ring in front of him, smiled, and pushed it back. You should keep this money and continue to spin. I've said before that Fenglai Beige is nothing. You don't need to worry about me. After saying this with a smile, Chu Bei calmly walked toward the little doctor and Qing Lin. Chifeng Mountain was located to the east of Tianbei City. The mountain was not big, but it was famous in the north of Zhongju and even the entire Zhongju. It was not because there were rumors of a phoenix descending on the mountain, but because it was the place where Fenglai Beige stood. The Wind Thunder Pavilion was divided into 4 pavilions. The East Pavilion was the main pavilion, while the South, West, and North Pavilion were secondary. The East Pavilion was the most powerful, followed by the South, West, and North Pavilion. Even if the 4 pavilions were not together, Any one of them could be considered a first-rate force in Zhongju. When the 4 pavilions were combined, they would be a giant in the north of Zhongju, a true first-rate force. From afar, the peak of Chifeng Mountain looked as if it had been split in half by a giant axe. Many buildings were hidden in the lush greenery. The most eye-catching building was the Silver Tower at the top of the mountain. The North Thunder Tower was Fenglei Beiji's holy land for cultivation. Only the disciples of the inner pavilion could enter to cultivate. At this moment, at the highest level of the tower, several people were sitting in their seats and looking at the main seat. Shen Yun's spiritual thunder tablet has been broken. On the silver throne, a faint lightning glow spread in all directions along the chair. A human figure wearing silver robes was gently leaning against the back of the chair. A pair of silver-grey eyes slowly swept over the area below as a faint voice reverberated within the large hall. His voice was not loud, but it had a strong sense of oppression. No one dared to ignore it. What? Elder Yun's spiritual thunder tablet has been broken. What happened? In the north of Zhongju, who can kill him? As soon as the person on the silver throne finished speaking, he exclaimed in surprise. In particular, the 3 old men closest to the throne frowned. They looked at each other as if they could not believe this news. The 4 Pavilions conference is around the corner, and I can't leave. I'll leave the investigation of Shen Yun's death to you. The man on the silver throne tilted his head and looked at the 3 old men. You must settle this matter before the 4 Pavilions conference. I don't want to implicate the entire Wind Thunder Pavilion and become the laughingstock of the other 3 pavilions because of the death of my North Pavilion's elder. The 4 Pavilions conference here was naturally not the 4 pavilions of the Wind Thunder Pavilion, but the 4 pavilions of the 1 Tower, 1 Hall, 2 Sects, and 3 Valleys Square Pavilion. Yes. The 3 old men stood up and bowed to the man on the throne. With a move, they turned into lightning and disappeared. I just returned from outside the city and found that many strong people I have never seen before are heading toward Fengqi Mountain. What's going on? Wasn't it like this 3 days ago? This year's 4 Pavilions conference is held in the Wind Thunder Pavilion, and it's Fenglei Beige. Oh my god. When will the conference start? Doesn't that mean that we will be lucky enough to see the strong people of the other 3 pavilions? If my calculations aren't wrong, it should officially start the day after tomorrow. Moreover, the 4 pavilion masters will all be present at the 4 Pavilions conference every year on the main street of Tianbei City. A group of people gathered together. Just as the discussion about the 4 Pavilions conference was intense, 3 rainbows streaked across the sky. Look at the sky. Who are those people? The 3 great elders of Fenglei Beige, Feng, Lei, and Dian. The guest elder of the Han family killed Elder Yun this morning. They must be here for that. Look at the direction they are heading. They are indeed heading toward the Han family. Let's go and take a look. There's a good show to watch. In the city, more and more cultivators noticed the 3 figures flying quickly in the sky. After being stunned for a moment, they all rushed toward the Han family. At the same time, in an exquisite room of the Han house, Chu Bei was feeling the strength in his body increase by another star. With the help of Han Kai, he had once again reached the limit of what he could sell today. His cultivation had also jumped from a 6-star dozong to a 7-star dozong. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud sound resounded in the sky above the Han house. Immediately, 3 powerful and majestic auras enveloped the entire Han house. When the 3 auras appeared, the Han house immediately fell into an uproar. The strong people of the Han family who were originally training raised their heads to look at the sky. When they saw the appearance of the 3 figures, their faces suddenly sank. They came so quickly. Han Kai slowly walked out of the hall and glanced at the 3 old men who were already standing in the sky above the Han house. He frowned and rose into the sky. Due to the large movement of the 3 elders of Fenglei Beige, the empty space around the Han house was quickly filled with people. There were even some Do Wangs who directly flew into the sky to watch from afar. Chapter 112. The 3 of you should be the Feng, Lei, and Dian elders of Fenglei Beige, right? Han Kai flew into the sky and cupped his hands towards the three elders. Where is the guy who killed Shen Yun? One of the elders coldly glanced at Han Kai. It's not easy for your Han family to stand tall in Tianbei City for hundreds of years. It's best if you don't interfere in some matters. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the name of the Han family will disappear from Tianbei City. Hearing the elder's threatening words, Han Kai frowned and his face became gloomy. Han family head, it's best if you don't interfere in my matters. Just as Han Kai was about to say something, a voice with a hint of laughter drifted from the sky. Immediately after, Chu Bei stepped forward and appeared beside Han Kai. You're the one who killed Shen Yun. The three elders' gazes focused on Chu Bei at the same time, their eyes filled with killing intent. You want to avenge him? Chu Bei put his hands behind his back and looked at the three elders with a mocking expression. Hearing this, the three elders' expressions changed. After checking Chu Bei's aura to no avail, they looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. In the next moment, the three elders shouted at the same time. As the shout fell, bright lightning surged out from their bodies. The lightning flashed and turned into a thunderbolt that shot into the sky. In an instant, the originally clear sky was filled with dark clouds. Following the three old men's complicated hand seals, countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky, densely packed like a prison, completely enveloping the space within a radius of 300 meters around Chu Bei. When the three elders finished forming the seal, the prison formed by the intertwining thunderbolts instantly grew several times larger. Its power was extremely terrifying. Looking at the three elders, each of their palms had a bolt of lightning that shot into the prison. It seemed to be the source of the prison's power. This is the 9 Heavenly Thunder Prison Formation, one of the Wind Thunder Pavilion's strongest killing formations. It requires 3 5-star Do zones and above to be used. In the sky, some of the Do Wangs with good eyesight who were hiding in the distance were stunned when they recognized the formation that the three elders had used. Han Kai's brows were tightly knit together. Even though he was a 4-star Do zone, the energy fluctuation from the Lei Laro still caused his heart to palpitate. Involuntarily, when Han Kai looked at the calm Chu Bei, there was an additional trace of worry in his eyes. Ever since the three of us have become elders, we have never worked together to deal with a single person. The Do zone, Chu Bei's Do zone, Chu Bei's Lei Do zone, Do zone. The Do zone's Do zone was Do zone, Do Do, Do Do zone, Do Do zone Do's, Do Lei Do Do Do's. You people from the Wind Thunder Pavilion have a similar characteristic. Chu Bei smiled as he looked at the three elders. What characteristic? Curiosity surfaced in the eyes of the three elders. Noisy. Chu Bei's smile deepened. Heavenly Thunder Technique. The curiosity in the eyes of the three elders was instantly replaced by killing intent. As the orderly roar of cold in the forest fell, countless python-like thunderbolts formed in the Lei Laro and struck at Chu Bei from all directions. Its vast power caused one's heart to tremble. Chu Bei's expression did not change. With a wave of his sleeve, 3 different colored flames revolved around him. The terrifying python-like thunderbolts were swallowed by the flames before they could even get within 1 meter of Chu Bei. What a strange flame! Seeing the python-like thunderbolts being swallowed, the three elders frowned. Their gazes landed on the 3 balls of flames that revolved around Chu Bei. Could it be a heavenly flame? When the last python was swallowed by the flames, one of the elders exclaimed, "You have a good eye." Chu Bei's calm voice sounded. Heavenly thunder cut. After recovering from the shock, the 3 elders quickly regained their composure. They looked at each other and formed seals again. Suddenly, countless thunderbolts gathered together in the Lei Laro and formed a sharp blade. In terms of power, it was far above the previous python. Swoosh! The sharp blade of thunder flashed past. Just as it was about to hit Chu Bei, the 3 balls of heavenly flame in front of him intertwined and formed a huge 3-colored fire wolf. Under countless shocked gazes, the 3-colored fire wolf opened its huge mouth and bit the sharp blade of thunder. Then, the 3-colored fire swallowed and extinguished the sharp blade of thunder. Seeing the attack being neutralized again, the 3 elders' faces were completely gloomy. Hesitation emerged in their eyes. What? Is this all you've got? Chu Bei glanced at the three elders and clenched his right hand slightly. The three balls of heavenly flame intertwined again and became more even. The three-colored fire wolf disappeared and turned into a three-colored fire lotus. When the fire lotus was formed, a terrifying destructive force spread out. Black cracks began to appear in the void like a spider web. Gradually, the three-colored fire lotus began to rotate. As its rotation speed increased, the surrounding void cracks became bigger and bigger. Feeling the energy fluctuation contained in the fire lotus, the three elders' faces were obviously filled with fear. After hesitating for a while, the three elders took a deep breath at the same time. They seemed to have made a decision that they were extremely unwilling to do. Fury of blood and thunder. Blood beads seeped out of the three elders' bodies and flowed into the lei laro along the energy beam in their palms. Rumble. With the blood essence of the three elders, the lei laro seemed to have undergone a qualitative change. The rolling thunderbolts in it all turned into the color of blood. In the deafening roar, the rolling thunderbolts evolved into a blood-colored giant axe. Countless lightning snakes were jumping around it. Die! As the three elders shouted, the blood-colored giant axe slashed at Chu Bei. At this moment, the three elders' faces were pale as if the strength in their bodies had been sucked out. Facing the blood-colored giant axe, Chu Bei's expression still did not change. With a wave of his hand, the high-speed spinning three-colored fire lotus met it. Boom! Under countless gazes, the blood-colored axe and the fire lotus collided with a bang. At this moment, except for the terrifying explosion when the two collided, the world was silent. At the place where the two collided, the dazzling energy light wave took away everyone's sight. As the explosion faded, the dazzling light faded. When everyone could see the scene of the battlefield again, the blood-colored giant axe had disappeared. Only Chu Bei, who had not changed his expression from the beginning to the end, and the three elders who were swallowed by the three-colored flame and could not even scream. In the sizzling sound of burning, under countless horrified gazes, the three elders were burned into nothingness by the flame. The world became increasingly deathly silent. Chu Bei ignored the surrounding spectators. After retrieving the three clusters of heavenly flames, he once again returned to the Han house. The three elders, Feng, Lei, and Dian, were also killed by him. In just one day, 4 elders of Feng Lei Beige have died. What a great loss! Looking at the battlefield where Chu Bei was originally at, the crowd of spectators finally recovered after a long time. They faced each other. Qifeng Mountain, North Lightning Tower. On the leader's seat, the silver-robed man was arranging the matters of the 4-pavilion meeting. Suddenly, 3 clear sounds were emitted from behind him. When he heard the clear sounds, the silver-robed man's face suddenly sunk. How is this possible? Elder Feng, Elder Lei, and Elder Dian are also dead. Was it also done by the fellow who killed Elder Yun? When the 3 elders attacked together, they could form the 9 heavenly lightning prison formation. Has that fellow already reached such a terrifying stage? Don't tell me that he is an elite Dozun. It was not just the silver-robed man in the leader's seat. The other people on the seats beside him also saw the 3 shattered soul tablets. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Clearly, they were unable to accept the fact that the 3 elders had died. Pavilion Chief, what should we do now? An elder opened his mouth and asked. Let's deal with the 4-pavilion meeting first. The silver-robed man clenched his fists tightly. He did his best to suppress the killing intent in his eyes. When the 3 elders of Feng, Lei, and Dian joined hands and formed the 9 heavenly lightning prison formation, even he could only fight them without being defeated. However, that person of unknown origin was able to kill the 3 elders of Feng, Lei, and Dian by himself. In other words, even if he personally went there, it was likely that he would not be able to kill the other party. His ending might even be the same as the 3 elders of Feng, Lei, and Dian. On the other side, Chu Bei had returned to his residence and was comfortably enjoying Qing Lin's massage while recalling the earlier battle. Currently, his cultivation was a 7-star dozong. Using his own strength to activate the heavenly flame, his fighting strength was already equivalent to a peak dozong. Ta. A wave of footsteps approached from afar. Han Kai and his 2 daughters walked into the house. You can say whatever you want to say. Chu Bei smiled as he looked at Han Kai and his 2 daughters who wanted to say something but were hesitating. Boss Chu, can you tell us what your cultivation is? Have you already broken through to the Dozun realm? Han Yu finally could not help but open her mouth and said, the Central Province 4 Pavilion meeting is being held by the Wind Thunder Pavilion this time. The location has been set at the Chifeng Mountain where Fenglei Beige is located. Every year, the 4 Pavilion chiefs will be present at the 4 Pavilion meeting. I think that this time will be no exception. It is rumored that the 4 Pavilion chiefs are all at the Dozun realm. You have killed the 4 great elders of Fenglei Beige. If the Dozun of the Wind Thunder Pavilion finds out about this matter, he will definitely not let it go. I am worried that you... Hearing this, Chu Bei already understood Han Yu's meaning. He waved his hand and interrupted her. Don't worry, they can't do anything to me. As for my cultivation, you will find out one day. When he killed Shen Yun, Chu Bei already had a plan in mind. Although his current authority could only allow him to exchange for level 8 goods, when he obtained the Sea Heart Flame, the system rewarded him with the right to use level 9 goods. If it really came to a critical moment, he would use this privilege to get rid of all the hidden dangers at once. The system will activate the mysteries of the Heaven's Meat Pagoda for the first time for the host. This time, the 7th and 8th floors of the Opportunity Tower will be activated. The price of admission to the tower will be 5 million for the 7th floor and 10 million for the 8th floor. The willpower obtained from the Opportunity Tower will be returned to the host by half. The location of the Opportunity Tower will be randomly selected within a 300-mile radius from the host's current location. The Opportunity Tower is being activated. Progress, 1%. At this moment, a series of system notifications rang in Chu Bei's mind. Chu Bei was stunned at first. When he came back to his senses, he quickly checked the system interface. He saw that there was a new page about the Opportunity Tower on the system interface. Chapter 113. Chu Bei skimmed through the description of the Opportunity Pagoda. When he finished reading, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. In his heart, he silently gave the system a one-word evaluation: conscience. As long as the mysteries of the Heaven's Meat Pagoda was used properly, the money earned would definitely be much more than the first Heaven's auction. But soon, Chu Bei seemed to have thought of something and frowned. After the Opportunity Pagoda is activated, the system will arrange for Xiao Hei's clone to be at the host's disposal. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded again. Hearing the voice, Chu Bei's brows relaxed. The system seemed to be able to hear his thoughts and directly solved his worries. The activation of the Heaven's Pagoda would definitely attract many strong fighters, including Dozuns. From what he could see, in front of a Dozun, the only thing he could rely on was the one-time use of a level 9 product. But this level 9 product use right was his life-saving charm. If he really used the Opportunity Pagoda to earn money and used the level 9 product use right, it would be a loss. It was hard to say whether it would be a gain or a loss. Fortunately, the system's second voice helped him solve this problem. Speaking of Xiao Hei, Chu Bei thought of the iron lump in the shop that even the system didn't judge. Although the system only arranged for a clone this time, from the system's previous style, even a clone was not simple. Boss Chu, what are you thinking about? Noticing that Chu Bei was distracted, Han Yu couldn't help but ask curiously. Chu Bei shook his head and said, if you don't have anything else, you can all go back. The next day. Have you heard? A treasure has appeared in the outer area of the Heaven Eye Mountain. Treasure? What treasure? I heard that it was discovered early this morning. It's a natural phenomenon. I heard about it too. It seems that many strong fighters have rushed over after hearing the news. Among them, there are many Do Wangs and above. What's a Do Wangs? Do you know about the Square Pavilion meeting? They've all been alerted. I just don't know what kind of treasure it is. Who will get it in the end? With the Square Pavilion, the Hong family and Han family have no hope, let alone us. That may be the case, But that doesn't stop us from joining in the fun. In Tianbei City, there was another topic of discussion on the streets and alleys. It was about the appearance of a treasure in the periphery of the Heaven Eye mountain range. At the same time, in Chu Bei's residence in the Han house, Han Kai and his 2 daughters were already waiting outside the door. Han family head, you're quite proactive. It's early in the morning and you're already here to spin the plates. Chu Bei opened the door and greeted Han Kai. Boss Chu, you've misunderstood. Han Kai shook his head and quickly told Chu Bei about the sudden appearance of the treasure in the Heaven Eye mountain. A natural phenomenon? After hearing Han Kai's words, Chu Bei was stunned for a moment. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and immediately checked the system interface. As expected, a small map appeared on the page of the Mysteries of the Heavens Meet Pagoda. There was a red dot on the map, and the location marked by the red dot was the Heaven Eye mountain range. The red dot represented the Mysteries of the Heavens Meet Pagoda. In other words, the treasure in the Heaven Eye mountain range that had caused a huge uproar today was the Mysteries of the Heavens Meet Pagoda. Boss Chu, should we go and take a look? The Hong family has already gone there. Han Kai looked at Chu Bei and let him make the decision. Of course. Chu Bei replied without hesitation. After saying that, Chu Bei quickly left the house and flew in the direction of the Heaven Eye mountain. Looking at the impatient Chu Bei, Han Kai and Han Yu looked at each other and quickly chased after him. The Heaven Eye mountain. Although it was a mountain in name, it was actually a continuous mountain range that surrounded the northern and eastern regions of the central region. In the mountain range, there was no lack of level 7 and 8 magical beasts. There were even rumors that there were level 9 magical beasts in the deepest part of the mountain range. Because there were high-level magical beasts in the Heaven Eye mountain range, there were usually very few people. But today, there were many people moving around the outskirts of the mountain range. From time to time, one could see groups of 3 to 5 people flying in the same direction. In the distant sky, one could see Do Wangs and above flapping their Do Chi wings. Occasionally, one could even see Do Zongs flying in the air without using their Do Chi wings. At the same time, in the outskirts of the Heaven Eye mountain, 100 kilometers away from Tianbei City, there was an inverted cone-shaped kernel. There was a huge 7-colored spherical cover around the kernel. At this moment, with the coal as the center, there were figures everywhere within a 3-kilometer radius. The auras of the leaders of these factions were becoming increasingly powerful from the outside to the inside. This was especially true for the leaders of the factions at the edge of the kernel. All of them were elite Do Zongs. Among the factions at the edge of the coal, there were 4 factions that were especially special. These 4 factions occupied nearly 80% of the area. Everyone in the first faction was wearing silver robes. On the chest of their robes, there was a badge with a thunderbolt imprinted on it. The leader was Fei Tian, the pavilion chief of Fenglei Beige. The second faction also had a badge imprinted on the chest of their robes. However, it was an image of 3 swords stacked together. The leader was Jianheng, the deputy pavilion chief of Wanjian Pavilion. The third faction had a badge on the chest of their robes that was an image of rapid water flow. The leader was Yu Hong, the deputy pavilion chief of Huangquan Pavilion. The fourth faction had a badge on the chest of their robes that was an image of a round pill. The leader was Shi Bin, the deputy pavilion chief of Xingyun Ge. Other than the square pavilion, the other factions at the edge of the coal were mostly the top factions in Tianbei City. For example, the Hong family. My Wind Thunder Pavilion was the first to discover the treasure. Aren't you being too unkind by doing this? Fei Tian's gaze swept across the deputy pavilion chiefs of the other 3 pavilions. His face was filled with displeasure. Brother Fei, what are you talking about? Since ancient times, the treasures of heaven and earth have always belonged to those who have the ability to obtain them. How can there be such a thing as first come, first served? Moreover, this treasure hasn't been completely born yet, Wanjian Pavilion Chief Jianheng said with a smile. If this treasure was born at Chifeng Mountain, our actions would indeed be against our morals. However, this is the Tianmu mountain range. It has nothing to do with you, Huangquan Pavilion Chief Yu Hong said in agreement. Let's wait and see what kind of treasure is here first, Xingyunji Shabin said as he pointed at the 7-colored light film in front of him. When they arrived at the edge of the col, they immediately launched an attack on the 7-colored light film. However, with their strength as 8-star Do Zongs, they couldn't cause any damage to the 7-colored light film. Because of this, they determined that the treasure that was about to be born in the light film was extraordinary. That was why they had been waiting here. Whoosh! At this moment, another figure flashed across the sky and landed at the back of the Wind Thunder Pavilion's faction. This is my Wind Thunder Pavilion's territory. If you have entered by mistake, leave immediately. A disciple at the back of the Wind Thunder Pavilion's territory heard the movement behind him. When he turned around and saw Chu Bei, he immediately ordered him to leave. If you don't leave, I won't be the one to take action. Seeing that Chu Bei had no intention of leaving, the disciple from the Wind Thunder Pavilion frowned. A ruthless expression surfaced in his eyes. You are seeking death. Seeing that Chu Bei was about to continue moving forward, the disciple let out a cold cry. A long sword appeared in his hand and pierced toward Chu Bei. However, before the long sword could cut Chu Bei, the disciple let out a muffled groan and was sent flying by an invisible energy. He violently smashed into the ground and stopped moving. What happened? Hearing the movement, an elder at the back of the Wind Thunder Pavilion's territory opened his mouth and asked. Elder Shui, he barged into our territory and killed Junior Mu. A disciple pointed at Chu Bei and immediately said. Shui Hai glanced at the corpse on the ground. When he looked at Chu Bei again, the aura of a 5-star Do Wang erupted. In the next moment, a purple-red long sword appeared in Shui Hai's hand. The long sword vibrated and a sharp sword aura traversed the air and swept toward Chu Bei. Chu Bei indifferently glanced at Shui Hai. Almost at the same time, he pointed his finger like a sword and shot out a sharp energy. Kaila. With a buzzing sound, the sword aura was easily destroyed. Before Shui Feng could react, the energy that Chu Bei shot out had already pierced through his body, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Putong. Shui Feng loudly fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Elder Shui is dead. Impossible, this is impossible. Elder Shui is a 5-star Do Wang, how could he die so easily? Who exactly is he? How dare he look down on our Wind Thunder Pavilion? Looking at Shui Feng's corpse on the ground, the expressions of the Wind Thunder Pavilion's disciples suddenly froze. After recovering from their daze, they all looked at Chu Bei in horror. Their elder had been killed right under their noses. Although most of the disciples of the Wind Lightning Pavilion already knew that the 4 great elders of the Northern Pavilion, Feng, Lei, Dian, and Yun, had been killed by a mysterious person, they naturally would not connect him to Chu Bei because they had never seen the appearance of the mysterious person. The huge commotion finally attracted the attention of a circle of experts at the edge of the Colonel Brother Fei. There seems to be some trouble on your side. Wanjian Pavilion's Jianheng said with a smile. He extended his hand and pointed at the Wind Thunder Pavilion's disciples who were constantly moving away from Chu Bei. Fei Tian ignored Jianheng and focused his eyes on Chu Bei. He flipped his right palm and a terrifying energy palm blasted toward Chu Bei. However, this energy palm was blocked by another invisible force when it was 1 meter away from Chu Bei. Following which, it turned into a cluster of air and disappeared with a bang. Huh! Seeing this, Fei Tian frowned. Although he did not use his full strength in that palm, one would at least need to be a Do Zong to receive it unscathed. Not only Fei Tian, but Jianheng, Yu Hong, Shabin, and the other 3 pavilion heads also revealed surprised expressions. Clearly, they did not expect Chu Bei to be able to resolve Fei Tian's palm. On the other hand, the other factions in Tianbei City, including the Hong family, recognized Chu Bei at a glance. He actually came. He killed 2 people from the Wind Thunder Pavilion the moment he arrived. He really does not put the Wind Thunder Pavilion in his eyes. He killed the 3 elders of the Wind, Thunder, and Lightning Pavilion by himself. His strength is the reason for his arrogance. Looks like he has also come for the treasure that has yet to take shape in the light film. The experts from the various factions in Tianbei City looked at Chu Bei and began to discuss. So the person who killed Shen Yun and the other 3 is you. Catching the information from the conversations in the air, Fei Tian once again looked at Chu Bei with eyes filled with killing intent. Chapter 114. What? He is the one who killed the 4 great elders of the wind, thunder, lightning, and cloud pavilion. No wonder he dared to kill our Wind Thunder Pavilion's elders in front of so many people. In the Wind Thunder Pavilion area, the disciples of the Wind Thunder Pavilion once again looked at Chu Bei. Other than hatred, there was more fear in their eyes. Every time Chu Bei took a step forward, the disciples of the Wind Thunder Pavilion around him would quickly retreat by dozens of steps, as if they were afraid that the former would suddenly attack. Shoo shoo shoo. At this moment, a number of air-breaking sounds appeared in the sky. Following which, the Do Wangs of the Han family led by Han Kai landed and followed closely behind Chu Bei. If they did not have the intention to kill me, how would I have killed them? Chu Bei smiled as he looked at Fei Tian, the pavilion chief of Fenglei Beige. He quickly arrived at the edge of the col and occupied an area. I am very curious, which faction do you come from? Being able to kill the 4 great elders of the North Pavilion, I think that you are not unknown in the Central Plains. Fei Tian narrowed his eyes and coldly stared at Chu Bei. From his point of view, Chu Bei was an old monster who had lived for at least a few hundred years. The reason why he looked so young was only because he had changed his appearance. It was also because he was afraid of Chu Bei's strength that even though he had the intention to kill, he forcefully endured it and did not make a move. At the edge of the col, the other 3 pavilions, as well as the experts from other factions, shifted their gazes back and forth between Fei Tian and Chu Bei. Their expressions were as if they were watching a show. I don't have any background. I am just an ordinary merchant. Meeting Fei Tian's gaze, Chu Bei shrugged and said calmly, "Merchant." Fei Tian's expression became ugly. He thought that Chu Bei was playing with him and said in a deep voice, "Then what do you sell? If you really want to know, let's sit down and have some tea when you're free and talk about it slowly." After saying that, Chu Bei ignored Fei Tian and stared at the colorful ball of light in the valley. Rumble. Just as Fei Tian was about to say something, the huge 7-colored ball of light suddenly shook, and a deafening sound came from it. What's that sound? Could it be that a treasure is about to be born? I wonder what kind of treasure it is. As the sound from the rainbow ball grew louder and louder, the entire mountain valley began to shake violently as if an earthquake had occurred. The group of experts stabilized themselves. Not only was there no panic on their faces, but there was also a strong sense of anticipation. Even the murderous Fei Tian shifted his attention from Chu Bei to the ball of light. Activating the Opportunities Tower. Progress, 89%. Chu Bei immediately checked the system interface when he saw the ball of light begin to vibrate slightly. Just as the activation bar reached 90%, a glaring beam of light suddenly shot out from the top of the huge ball of light. The beam of light shot into the sky and extended far away. Immediately after, a gorgeous 7-colored stream of light appeared on the surface of the ball of light. When the stream of light entered the body, it instantly made one feel refreshed and comfortable. Look. What are those? It's really a phenomenon. Gradually, the light film began to become transparent, and they could vaguely see part of the scene inside the ball of light. All kinds of divine beasts could be seen galloping and dancing. However, these divine beasts were not in their true forms. Instead, they were like illusions or projections. Not long after they appeared, they would dissipate and new divine beasts would appear. Activating the Opportunities Tower. Progress, 96%. Activating the Opportunities Tower. Progress, 97%. Activating the Opportunities Tower. Progress, 98%. In the system interface, the Opportunities Tower's progress was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the progress reached 100%, there was a loud bang and the huge ball of light in the valley exploded. The glaring divine light instantly enveloped the entire area within 100 miles. Fortunately, this glaring divine light did not cause any harm to the human body. It would only temporarily deprive people of their vision. Catcher, catcher. A crisp shattering sound rang in countless people's ears. Although they could not see everything around them clearly, They could guess that this was the seven-colored ball of light shattering. As time passed, the glaring divine light gradually dissipated, and everyone's vision became clear again. This is, when the group of powerhouses saw the scene in the valley clearly, they could not help but open their mouths and stare in shock. This was a gigantic object that was as tall as the clouds. Its bottom took up 90% of the huge valley, and it gradually closed in from the bottom to the top. However, it was not obvious that it was closing in. If one did not look closely, they would even think that this was a gigantic object that was always the same height and width. It was like a tower, but it was impossible to tell how many levels it had. This was because other than the 8 levels that could be seen with the naked eye, everything above was shrouded by a mysterious force and could not be seen clearly. As for the 8 floors that could be seen with the naked eye, each floor had 8 corners, and each corner had a small and exquisite statue of a divine beast. The walls of the pagoda were also engraved with mysterious and strange patterns that dazzled the eyes. How can it be a tower? The group of powerhouses gradually recovered from their shock and stared blankly at the gigantic object in the valley. Their eyes were filled with confusion. Originally, they had expected that this ball of light would be born from a rare spiritual plant, or a spiritual milk of heaven and earth that had taken tens of thousands of years to form, or a heavenly flame, or some other natural treasure. Who would have thought that it would be a strange gigantic tower? Looking carefully, there were 8 tightly shut doors on each of the 8 floors that could be seen, and they just so happened to correspond to the 8 corners of the room. However, the difference was that the doors on the 7th and 8th levels were emitting a faint purple light, while the doors on the 1st to 6th levels were not different at all. At the same time that the gigantic tower appeared, a human-shaped iron lump appeared beside Chu Bei. "Boss Chu, what is this?" Han Yu, who was the first to notice the iron lump, could not help but exclaim. "It's something that I made in my spare time." Chu Bei glanced at the iron lump beside him. Just from the appearance alone, it was exactly the same as Xiao Hei's real body in the shop. "Boss, isn't this the big guy in the corner of the shop? When did you bring it out?" The little fairy doctor and Qing Lin, who had just arrived in the flying ship, immediately saw Xiao Hei's clone. Their beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. In their memories, they did not bring this big guy with them when they left. Even the powerhouses of the 4 pavilions would have a hard time taking this tower away. "Who said that we have to take it away? We can totally occupy this area and use it as a foundation to build a branch pavilion. But then again, what exactly is this tower used for? I'm afraid we can only find out after we enter the tower. Why don't we go in and take a look? The people in the square pavilion haven't even moved yet, and you're already in front of them. Aren't you courting death?" Beside the col, a group of powerhouses began to discuss intensely. At the same time, regardless of whether it was the Wind Thunder Pavilion's Fei Tian, Wanjian Pavilion's Zhenheng, or the other 2 deputy pavilion heads, all of them extended a thread of divine consciousness toward the huge tower in the kernel. How can this be? What shocked Fei Tian, Zhenheng, and the other leaders of the square pavilion was that the divine consciousness they sent toward the huge tower did not return. Not only the 4 of them, but the powerhouses from the other factions, such as Hong Li, also sent out their divine consciousness. The result was the same. Immediately, the faces of the powerhouses became a little more solemn. Unknown things often had unpredictable risks. Even the eyes of the 8-star dozongs like Fei Tian and Zhenheng had an additional caution. Xiu, the Huangquan Pavilion's deputy pavilion head, Yu Hong, rose into the air and flew toward the distant sky. Seeing this, Fei Tian, Zhenheng, and the other powerhouses seemed to have understood Yu Hong's intention. After being momentarily stunned, they also flew toward the sky. When the group of Do Wangs arrived in the sky, the shock on their faces became even greater. They had originally wanted to see the entire tower from the sky. Unexpectedly, no matter how high they flew, they were unable to see the top of the tower. The energy that wrapped around the 9th floor of the huge tower seemed to have penetrated the sky. It was so high that it could not be reached. Helpless, Yu Hong, Fei Tian, and the others could only once again descend to the edge of the Colonel Brother Fei. "Since you said that your Wind Thunder Pavilion was the first to discover this tower, I'll give you the first opportunity to enter the tower." The Huangquan Pavilion's deputy pavilion head, Yu Hong, opened his mouth and said, "Brother, you really knows how to joke. Didn't you say that it is not in the area of my Wind Thunder Pavilion? It's all for the capable." Fei Tian looked at Yu Hong and said with a smile, "Why don't we give you the opportunity to enter the tower first?" Instantly, the powerhouses of the square pavilion gave way to each other, hoping that the other three parties could enter the tower first. Unfortunately, regardless of whether it was Fei Tian, Yu Hong, or the other two pavilion heads, all of them were experienced and did not want to be the first to enter the tower. After all, the appearance of this huge tower was too strange. No one knew how dangerous it was. "Why don't we go together?" In the end, after giving way to each other, Fei Tian, Yu Hong, and the other two decided to enter the tower together. After making the decision, the four of them looked at each other. Then, their figures flashed at the same time and flew toward the huge tower. However, before the four of them could get close to the huge tower, a figure stood in front of them and blocked their path. "What do you mean by this?" Fei Tian stopped and coldly looked at Chu Bei in front of him. A murderous intent once again surfaced in his eyes. "Don't tell me that you want to enter the tower with us. If that's the case, we don't mind," Yu Hong of the Huangquan Pavilion said as he sized up Chu Bei. Chu Bei's gaze swept across Fei Tian, Yu Hong, and the other two. He shook his head and said, "This tower is not somewhere you can enter as you wish." Yu Hong frowned slightly. "From what you've said, it seems that you know this tower. Could it be that there's really danger inside?" Chu Bei smiled and shook his head again. "Not only is there no danger inside, but there are also endless opportunities. Therefore, this tower has a name, the Tower of Opportunities. Since there's no danger, why can't we enter?" Hearing Chu Bei's words, Yu Hong and the others were overjoyed. "I said you can't enter because this tower has an owner. If you want to enter the tower, you have to follow my rules and get my permission." Chu Bei looked calmly at Yu Hong and the other three. Although his voice was not loud, it clearly reached the ears of everyone near the Colonel. "What? That guy actually said that this tower has an owner, and it's his. Is he joking? So many of us saw it with our own eyes. This should be just an excuse he found to occupy this tower. Then we'll have to see if he alone has the ability to get past the square pavilion." Chu Bei's words instantly caused an uproar near the Colonel. The words of the surrounding experts were filled with dissatisfaction. Boss Chu's style of doing things this time is somewhat similar to that of Shen Yun. Looking at Chu Bei, who was blocking the path of Fei Tian and the other three in midair, Han Kai's eyes showed some worry. The appearance of this giant tower was something he had warned the other party early in the morning. On the other hand, Little Doctor and Qing Lin looked at each other with puzzlement on their faces. This was because in their opinion, Chu Bei had everything. Moreover, based on their understanding of Chu Bei, he was not the kind of person who would claim that an ownerless object was his. "Are you joking with us?" Fei Tian's cold in the forest gaze was fixed on Chu Bei. The anomaly in this coal was first discovered by the disciples of the Wind Thunder Pavilion. As for this tower, we saw it appear with our own eyes. Now you're saying that this tower is yours. Brother Fei, why are you wasting your breath on this kind of guy? Wanjian Pavilion's Jianheng looked at Chu Bei expressionlessly. After a cold snort, he flipped his right hand, and a red thin sword appeared in his palm. Under the gaze of several people, Jianheng slapped the end of the sword's hilt with his palm. Suddenly, the sword swept toward Chu Bei like lightning. Just as the thin sword was about to hit Chu Bei, it suddenly split into 9. In a moment, 9 identical thin swords were distributed in a ring, surrounding Chu Bei in the middle. Then, the tips of the 9 long swords flashed with silver light at the same time, and sword rays appeared. Immediately, the space around Chu Bei suddenly distorted a little. Soon after, a purple fog appeared rapidly, and finally condensed into a purple prison more than a foot thick. The inner surface of the prison was densely covered with sharp sword rays, and the buzzing sound was frightening. "This is the 9 Swords Cage." As soon as the purple prison appeared, Fei Tian, Yu Hong, and the others blurted out in surprise. "Brother Jian, I didn't expect you to have already learned this move. It seems that you're not far from advancing to the next level." Xingyunji Shabin looked at Jianheng and said, Wanjian Pavilion mainly focused on swordsmanship. There were several famous sword moves in the pavilion, and the Nine Swords cage was one of them. Your Excellency, you can stay inside for now. Jianheng looked at Chu Bei mockingly, and then looked at Fei Tian and the others. Let's go inside the tower and see what opportunities there are. However, just as Jianheng finished speaking and before he could move, a 2-meter-tall human-shaped metal lump appeared out of thin air beside Chu Bei in the Nine Swords cage. The human iron lump slowly raised his right arm and casually punched. Boom. However, it was this seemingly light and soft punch that directly ignored the sharp purple sword light and hit the prison wall. First, there was a loud bang, and then there was the crisp sound of something shattering. In just a few seconds, the foot-thick purple prison layer shattered, turning into countless pieces of purple light and disappearing. Witnessing this scene, the mockery in Jianheng's eyes was instantly replaced by shock, and there was even some suspicion on his face. He suspected that there was something wrong with the Nine Swords cage. Fei Tian and the others beside him were also shocked, and their faces were full of disbelief. Chapter 115. The Nine-Sword Prison was one of the profound sword techniques of Wanjian Pavilion. Only those who had broken through to the Do Zone class had the right to practice it. With Jianheng's strength, even an 8-star Do Zone would not be able to break it in a short period of time. However, this iron lump, who had appeared out of nowhere, was able to completely shatter it with just one punch. In the air, Jianheng regained his calm. He glanced at the smiling Chu Bei and waved his right hand. Once again, a long sword appeared in his hand. Compared to the thin purple sword that had used the Nine-Sword Prison, this long sword was clearly more exquisite. Jianheng held the long sword in his hand and began to dance. Every time the long sword was swung, a huge force would condense at the tip of the sword. This force continued to accumulate until the golden sword light at the tip was as bright as the sun. This is the Nine-Sword style's stacked sword. Seeing Jianheng's dancing figure and the increasingly sharp sword force, Fei Tian and the other two exclaimed once again. The Nine-Sword style was a sword technique that only the Pavilion Master and the Vice Pavilion Master of Wanjian Pavilion could practice. It was extremely difficult to practice. Even among the Pavilion Masters, there were very few who could practice it to its peak. The reason why the Wanjian Pavilion's Nine-Sword style was so famous was because the Pavilion Master who had created this sword technique had once killed a 7-star Dozong with the cultivation of a 4-star Dozong who had crossed 3 small realm. The stacked sword was the move with the strongest killing force in the Nine-Sword style. Chu Bei calmly looked at Jianheng and felt the sword force on his sword. The stacked sword that his opponent had used was similar to the heaven-defying 7-demon blade in terms of concept. As the number of times Jianheng brandished the long sword in his hand increased, the golden light at the tip of the sword increased. When the sword force rose to the peak, the sword light actually intertwined into a flood dragon that seemed to be cast in gold. Let me see what you're capable of. As soon as his voice fell, Jianheng's figure flashed forward with the long sword in his hand. The tip of the sword pointed directly at Chu Bei. The tip of the sword vibrated, and the golden Jiao dragon formed by the sword light was the first to pounce on Chu Bei with lightning speed. In the face of such a murderous attack, Chu Bei's emotions did not fluctuate in the slightest, nor did he make any movements. Whoosh! The iron lump moved again. Turning into a black streak of light, he charged forward and threw out a punch. On the battlefield, the pitch-black fist collided with the golden Jiao dragon's mouth. Bang! Amidst the loud noise, the collision area was like a firework, extremely gorgeous. The terrifying shockwaves spread out like waves, causing the air to sizzle. In the next moment, the pitch-black fist pierced through the golden Jiao dragon with its mouth wide open. The energy from the fist landed on Jianheng's chest. Poochie! Caught off guard, Jianheng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. His figure was like a cannonball as he smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. The golden Jiao dragon had also turned into a rain of light and dissipated into the void. So powerful. What the hell is that thing? With just one punch, Not only did it break the attack of the Wanjian Pavilion's deputy pavilion master, but it also seriously injured him. It should be a puppet. Even a puppet is so powerful. How terrifying is that guy's cultivation? With such strength, no wonder he dares to snatch the things that the square pavilion want. Around the col, the cultivators who had witnessed the entire process were all agape. Their faces were filled with shock. In the air, Fei Tian, Yu Hong, and Shabin regained their senses and looked at the iron lump, who had returned to Chu Bei's side. Their eyes were filled with fear. So this big guy is so powerful. If one were to say who was the most astonished, it would be the little fairy doctor and Qing Lin. Ever since they had moved into the All Heavens shop, they had been in contact with Xiao Hei every day after cleaning the place. They had even used him as a rag rack. They had never imagined that the iron lump, who they used as a rag rack, could not only move, but also have such terrifying strength. Thinking of this, the little doctor and Qing Lin looked at each other with lingering fear. Fortunately, the iron lump did not hold it against them. Otherwise, they would have been smashed into meat paste. I already said that this thing has an owner. Don't covet it. Chu Bei glanced at Zhenheng, who had flown back to the battlefield from the crater with his chest caved in. Seeing Xiao Hei's doppelganger attack, Chu Bei suddenly realized a problem. Every time the iron lump attacked, he would only severely injure his opponent and would not kill them with a single blow. Back in Wutan City, when Xiao Hei attacked Ling Ying, he had also spared his opponent's life. Now, this Xiao Hei's doppelganger did the same. However, there was one thing in common. Whether it was Xiao Hei or his doppelganger, they had all only used one punch. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Zhenheng did not respond. Instead, he took out a jade pendant with a blood thread on it from his storage ring and crushed it. Seeing this, Fei Tian, Yu Hong, and Shabin looked at each other before also taking out small jade pendants and crushing them. Are they calling for reinforcements? Chu Bei could see the intentions of Zhenheng and the others, and he could also guess the identity of the people who would be coming. After all, Fei Tian, Zhenheng, and the other two statuses were already below only one person in the Four Directions Pavilion. Boom! In just a few short seconds, a huge thunderbolt suddenly swept down from the clouds above Fei Tian and the others. The strong light in that instant caused the people around the col to instinctively close their eyes. Chu Bei raised his eyes slightly and looked at the place where the huge thunderbolt appeared. He saw a figure slowly walking out. It was a tall man wearing a silver robe. The silver robe was covered with lightning patterns. From afar, it looked like a living creature that was constantly flowing. There was also a faint thunder mite spreading from it. The East Pavilion Master of the Wind Thunder Pavilion, Lei the Venerable. Why is he here? It must be a message from the North Pavilion Master, Fei Tian. Around the col, some of the experienced and knowledgeable experts recognized the silver-robed man at a glance and immediately cried out in surprise. Whoosh, whoosh. After Lei the Venerable, two more figures quickly appeared. They were the West Pavilion Master and South Pavilion Master of the Wind Thunder Pavilion. Fei Tian, what's so urgent that you insist on having me here? Lei the Venerable scanned the surroundings. When he saw the All-Heaven Tower, his expression changed. Finally, his gaze stopped on Fei Tian. His voice was like thunder, mixed with the thunder might. Some of the weaker experts around the col could not help but tremble. Old man Lei, your voice is still so powerful. Just as Lei the Venerable finished speaking, an ear-piercing sound of wind breaking rang out in the sky. In the next moment, under countless shocked gazes, a huge sword that was 10 feet long cut open the void. A figure walked out from the gap. Compared to the Thunder Reverend, this was an old man with a short stature and dressed in sackcloth. Although the difference in size was huge, the power this short old man exuded was not inferior to Lei the Venerable. Old man sword, why are you here? Looking at the short old man who had appeared, Lei Zunja's eyes flashed with surprise. Not only him, I'm here too. Before Sword Venerable could speak, a strange laughter with a sinister tone rang out. Then, a pitch-black light suddenly appeared in the sky. It was an old man with a sinister look between his eyebrows. His eyes were different from ordinary people's. One was black and the other was white. Venerable Akron, long time no see. Sword Venerable glanced at the black-robed old man and said indifferently. Venerable Akron was about to reply to Sword Venerable when he suddenly felt something and looked towards the northwest with a sinister gaze. A sound like a dragon's roar suddenly rang out. Then, a huge green whirlwind tore through the void and appeared beside Sword Venerable. A figure walked out from the whirlwind. It was an old man wearing a green robe. His white hair draped over his shoulders, giving people a free and easy feeling. Perhaps it was because he cultivated wind-attributed battle energy, but his aura was somewhat ethereal and gave people a strange and unpredictable feeling. Lei the Venerable, Sword Venerable, Akron, and Venerable Wind. They're all here. Haha, to be able to see these four, this trip was not in vain. 4 venerable ones are here. I wonder if that guy will still claim that the tower belongs to him. Around the col, countless gazes were focused on Lei the Venerable's group of 4. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. For them, it was harder than ascending to heaven to see such people. But who would have thought that not only would they see one today, but they would also see 4 of them at the same time? After the arrival of the 4 venerable ones, Han Kai, Han Yu, and the rest of the Han family's experts became even more worried. Previously, Chu Bei had killed the 4 elders of Fenglei Beige. It could be said that he was standing on the opposite side of the Wind Thunder Pavilion. And just now, Iron Lump, who was next to him, had severely injured the vice pavilion master of the Wanjian Pavilion, Zhenheng. In this way, Chu Bei had directly offended 2 of the Square Pavilion's pavilions. Zhenheng, why did you call me here? Sword Venerable looked at Zhenheng. But when he noticed that Zhenheng was severely injured, his face suddenly darkened. Who injured you? Sword Venerable's gaze swept across Fei Tian, Shi Bin, and Yu Hong as he shouted, filled with monstrous anger. Zhenheng's figure flashed and flew to Sword Venerable's side. His lips moved slightly. Fei Tian, Shi Bin, and Yu Hong also flew to Lei the Venerable, Venerable Wind, and Atron's side. They recounted what had happened in detail. Hearing this, Sword Venerable was the first to look at Chu Bei. Following which, the other 3 venerable ones' gazes also landed on Chu Bei. Meeting the gazes of the 4 venerable ones, Chu Bei's emotions fluctuated for the first time. This was the first time he had faced Do Zun since he had transmigrated. If it weren't for the fact that he had the right to use a 9th-level product and Xiao Hei by his side, he wouldn't have been able to face the 4 venerable ones so calmly. Putting the pagoda aside, how do you plan to settle the matter of you killing the 4 elders of Fenglei Beige? Without waiting for Sword Venerable to speak, Lei the Venerable spoke first. His thunderous voice exploded in the sky. What do you think? Chu Bei's gaze met Lei the Venerable's. His voice was calm. Pay with your life. With a voice filled with killing intent, Lei the Venerable's body exploded with a terrifying energy wave. Accompanied by a cold shout, this energy wave surged toward Chu Bei like a torrential river. Chu Bei didn't bat an eyelid. Because he had the system, this so-called pressure was useless against a Do Zun. Even the pressure of a Do Emperor of this plane was useless against him. Chapter 116. Old Man Lei, I'll leave that guy to you. As for the puppet that severely injured Zhenheng, leave it to me. After the Sword Venerable glanced at Lei the Venerable, his gaze locked onto Xiao Hei's doppelganger beside Chu Bei. Fine, I'll share one with you. As Lei the Venerable's loud voice fell, rolling thunder appeared around his body. In the next moment, Lei the Venerable and Sword Venerable's figures disappeared at the same time. When they reappeared, they were already in front of Chu Bei and Xiao Hei respectively. After reaching the Do Zun realm, one could cross the void and activate the power of space. Seeing Lei the Venerable in front of him, Chu Bei was about to retreat, but Xiao Hei had already appeared in front of him. Then, a strange mechanical sound came from within Xiao Hei's doppelganger. Immediately after, Xiao Hei's doppelganger shook violently as if it had a life of its own. A black fog appeared all over its body. When the black fog dissipated, Xiao Hei's doppelganger seemed to have evolved. Its body was covered with a layer of black fog armor. At the same time, 2 red lights shot out from its eyes. A violent and terrifying aura spread out. Roar. A loud roar that seemed to have come from ancient times resounded in this space. The terrifying sound wave reverberated around the entire Heaveneye mountain range, shaking the surrounding trees and mountains to the point of shattering. At this moment, Xiao Hei's doppelganger was like a primordial beast that had just woken up from a deep sleep. The roar was filled with heart-palpitating cruelty and brutality. It seemed to be filled with endless destruction and slaughter. The source of the roar seemed to represent the world's most terrifying calamity. Feeling the terrifying and strange energy fluctuation released by Xiao Hei's doppelganger, Lei the Venerable and Sword Venerable's expressions changed drastically. However, before they could hide in the void, Xiao Hei's doppelganger had already raised his arms and slapped at the two of them. With no time to hesitate, Lei the Venerable and Sword Venerable hurriedly mobilized the energy in their bodies to form a defensive wall. Bang! Bang! Despite that, the defensive walls formed by the two Venerable Ones seemed to be nothing in the face of Xiao Hei's clone's fists. In an instant, it shattered into nothingness. Xiao Hei's fists landed on Lei the Venerable's and Sword Venerable's chests. With a low muffled sound, 2 figures were sent flying. They pierced through the void and crashed into the mountain wall. From the moment Xiao Hei stood in front of Chu Bei to the moment he sent the 2 Venerable Ones flying with a punch, the entire process was so fast that it took only a split second. After dealing with the 2 Venerable Ones, the black fog around Xiao Hei's body disappeared, and he returned to Chu Bei's side. Dealing with 2 Venerable Ones, he only used 1 punch. That iron lump's strength is so terrifying that even Venerable Ones can't be bothered with it. Is there still a Dozun puppet in this world? Looking at the 2 miserable figures in the mountain, the faces of the powerhouses around the coal who witnessed the entire process instantly turned grey. Each of them felt as if they had been struck by a bolt from the blue, or as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them from head to toe. Their entire bodies went numb. How is this possible? Fei Tian, Jian Hang, and the others murmured. Their faces were filled with bewilderment, as if they had been struck by lightning. They looked like clay statues. They could not believe that even Venerable Ones could not defeat the uniquely shaped iron lump. Venerable Wind and Akron stared at Xiao Hei's doppelganger vigilantly. Their bodies were as tense as a rock, and their hearts were as heavy as lead. When the 2 of them glanced at Sword Venerable and Lei the Venerable, whose breathing was chaotic and extremely weak, there was a hint of relief in their eyes. "Daddy, it seems like we really don't have to worry about Boss Chu." Han Yu's throat moved. Her brain seemed to have lost the ability to think. She stood there motionlessly like a piece of wood, staring blankly at Chu Bei and Xiao Hei's doppelganger in the air. At that moment, all of the people that witnessed this scene were stunned. This result was too sudden and unexpected. It was hard for them to react in time. The 2 Venerable Ones of the square pavilion were defeated by an iron lump that they had never heard of before. After a long time, the heavily injured Lei the Venerable and Sword Venerable finally flew out of the mountain. The 2 of them returned to their original positions. When they looked at Xiao Hei's doppelganger again, there was only fear in their eyes. The mysteries of the Heaven's Meat Pagoda has been prepared. Host, you can begin to sell it. The 7th level of the pagoda is limited to 100 people. Each person is limited to 2 hours. Cultivation requirement, Fighting Emperor or below. The 8th level of the pagoda is limited to 50 people. Each person is limited to 4 hours. Cultivation requirement, Fighting Emperor or above. As the system's voice rang out, Chu Bei realized that he had another connection with the mysteries of the Heaven's Meat Pagoda behind him. "Do you still want this pagoda now?" Chu Bei's gaze swept across Fei Tian, Jianhang, and the others. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Fei Tian, Jianhang, and the others' expressions were extremely ugly. However, no one dared to refute him. There was an ancient saying that a wise man submits to circumstances. They had already seen with their own eyes that even a Venerable One was heavily injured by the iron lump. How could they still dare to covet the pagoda? This pagoda is called the Opportunity Pagoda. I spent many years to create it. I only let it appear in the world today. At this point, Chu Bei's gaze swept across the powerhouses around the Colonel. There are opportunities in the pagoda, but I'm also a businessman. If you want to enter the pagoda, you naturally have to buy the right to enter the pagoda. Right now, I've opened 2 levels. For the 7th level, the entry fee is 5 million gold coins. For the 8th level, the entry fee is 10 million gold coins. Those who enter the 7th level can stay for a maximum of 2 hours. Those who enter the 8th level can stay for a maximum of 4 hours. Once the time is up, you'll be forcefully sent out of the pagoda. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Bei waved his sleeve. Immediately, a buzzing sound came from the huge pagoda in the Colonel. The energy ripples on the 8th level surged and converged into a beam of light that connected to Chu Bei's body. At first glance, the current Chu Bei seemed to be connected to the huge pagoda. Chu Bei waved his hand again. With a boom, the tightly shut doors on the 7th and 8th levels opened at the same time. Although the doors were open, there was a layer of blurry ripples at the entrance. It was still impossible to see clearly what was inside the pagoda. Oh my God! This pagoda really belongs to him. Then, what he said just now was true too? As long as we have the money, we can enter. Looking at the energy ripples on Chu Bei's body that were connected to the opportunity pagoda, as well as the 18 doors on 2 levels that suddenly opened, the powerhouses around the Col were first stunned. When they came back to their senses, they exclaimed in shock. Boss Chu really isn't that kind of person. We've misunderstood him. Han Kai and Han Yu looked at each other. Fei Tian, Jianheng, and the rest were shocked. At the same time, their eyes were filled with confusion. They were the ones who discovered this treasure land first. In the end, it was just as the other party had said. It had an owner. If that was the case, why did the pagoda have to appear in the vast mountain range? Those who want the opportunity, why aren't you paying to enter the pagoda? Chu Bei's gaze swept across the crowd. The corner of his lips curled up as he continued, however, I'll say this first. Although there are many opportunities in the pagoda, if you're unlucky, there's a high possibility that you'll end up empty-handed after 2 or 4 hours. Therefore, in the end, everything still depends on your own luck. With that, Chu Bei was ready to start collecting money. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 50 seconds. Unfortunately, a full 3 minutes had passed since Chu Bei finished speaking, and there was still no one around the Col who stepped forward. Although the powerhouses were eager to move, no one was the first to do so. Although 10 million or 5 million was not a small amount, most of them could afford it. They did not dare to try. Perhaps they were waiting for the first person, or perhaps they were afraid of Chu Bei and his clone, Xiao He. Or perhaps they were afraid that Chu Bei was deceiving them and that there was an unpredictable danger in the pagoda. They waited for another minute. Chu Bei coughed awkwardly. Then, he looked at Han Kai and Han Yu and his daughter and gave them a look. When they met Chu Bei's gaze, Han Kai and Han Yu were stunned. Then, they understood tacitly and soared into the sky. Look, someone is going over. It's the head of the Han family. When they saw Han Kai and his daughter flying toward Chu Bei, the crowd of powerhouses was overjoyed. Boss Chu, are we flying directly into the pagoda? Han Kai asked tentatively. Regarding the unknown opportunity pagoda, even though he knew that it belonged to Chu Bei, he was still a little nervous. Those above Dozong will enter the 8th floor. After Chu Bei glanced at Han Kai, he said to Han Yu, those below Dozong will enter the 7th floor. Hearing that, Han Kai and Han Yu nodded. After hesitating for a while, the two of them took out 10 million and 5 million respectively and handed them to Chu Bei. Chu Bei glanced at the gold coins in front of him. With a wave of his sleeve, he sent them into the energy ripples on the 8th floor of the Opportunity Pagoda. The system has received 150,000 willpower. The host has received 75,000 willpower. Almost at the same time, the system's voice rang in Chu Bei's mind. Then, Han Kai and his daughter flew toward the 8th and 7th floors of the Opportunity Pagoda respectively. Just as the two of them passed through a large door, 2 images appeared out of thin air outside the Opportunity Pagoda. The main characters of the 2 images were Han Kai and his daughter. Is that the inside of the pagoda? How could it be such a scene? It's just like a whole new world. Universe in the sleeve, it's really unbelievable. The elites around the col stared blankly at the two images in front of the Opportunity Pagoda with their mouths wide open. Even the four martial highnesses were astonished. Obviously, they did not expect the inside of the pagoda to be an independent world. Seeing this, the four venerable ones looked at Chu Bei again. If this pagoda was really built by him, how terrifying was his strength? According to what they knew, even a Do Sheng would need tens or even hundreds of years to open up a complete space. Not to mention, hiding such a huge secret realm in a small pagoda was even more difficult. Could it be an illusion? Venerable Feng frowned and guessed. If it's really an illusion, how terrifying would the spiritual strength of the person who built it be? Venerable Akron took a deep breath and said. In short, whether it was a real world or an illusion, the cultivation of the person who built it was definitely not something they could imagine. Looking at the world in the two images, Chu Bei could not help but criticize in his heart. Although this was his pagoda, he could not enter it. Chapter 117. How could it be like this? Han Yu walked on the black soil and looked around, seriously sizing up this strange little world. Under her feet was a dark and wide road. The road didn't have an end and she didn't know where it led to. On her right was a winding stream and in the distance were towering mountains. She couldn't imagine that the 7th floor of the tower would be like this. She originally thought that the 7th floor would be smaller than the area of the valley. Who knew that after flying in, she would find that she had arrived in a brand new world. Shio. Just as Han Yu was seriously sizing up her surroundings, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Feeling the wind behind her, Han Yu felt a chill run down her spine. Then, she subconsciously exerted force with her right foot and dodged to the left. A cold light narrowly brushed past Han Yu's right hand. Han Yu steadied herself and looked forward. When she saw the creature that attacked her, a trace of surprise appeared on her face. It was a magic beast with a horn and the shape of a wild boar. Han Yu recognized it at a glance. It was a 3rd-level magic beast, armor-breaking beast. In terms of strength, it was about the level of a human Da dosha. As for why she was surprised, she had seen many 3rd-level armor-breaking beasts, but this was the first time she saw one with a knife in its mouth. The armor-breaking beast moved again, charging toward Han Yu with the knife in its mouth. There are really all kinds of strange things. My horizons have been broadened. This time, Han Yu didn't dodge. Instead, she wrapped her right hand with Do Chi and clawed at the knife in the armor-breaking beast's mouth. Catcher. Han Yu used a bit of force and with a crisp sound, the knife in the armor-breaking beast's mouth broke into two. With its weapon destroyed, the armor-breaking beast didn't run away. Instead, it became even more ferocious. After squeaking twice at Han Yu, it opened its mouth and pounced toward her neck. You don't know death. Han Yu snorted coldly and raised her hand to punch out. Bang! With a muffled sound, the armor-piercing beast was sent flying like a cannonball before exploding in the air. After killing the armor-piercing beast, Han Yu saw mounds of dirt appear around her. Then, a low roar came from the mounds of dirt. Han Yu looked around and frowned. Soon, the mounds began to loosen, and an armor-piercing beast emerged from each mound. These armor-piercing beasts were the same as the ones before. They all had a saber in their mouths that flickered with a cold light. Looking at the hundreds and thousands of armor-piercing beasts, Han Yu waved her right hand and a thin silver sword appeared in her palm. In the next moment, Han Yu's figure flashed. Every time her sword fell, the corpses of several armor-piercing beasts would appear on the ground. Buzz, just as Han Yu killed a slightly larger armor-piercing beast, a spirit pill filled with rich medicinal energy flew out. As soon as the spirit pill entered her hand, Han Yu felt an irresistible energy enveloping her body. Then, the scene in her vision changed. When the scene stabilized, Han Yu found that she was already outside the giant tower. She's out, she's out. What did she get just now? Could that be the so-called opportunity? Once she gets the opportunity, she will be immediately teleported out? What good things can there be in the body of a third-level armor-piercing beast? Around the call, the experts who had witnessed the entire process stared at Han Yu, especially her tightly clenched hands. Their faces were filled with curiosity and anticipation. Han Yu came back to her senses. Ignoring the gazes around her, she slowly opened her right hand. In her palm, there was a translucent spirit pill the size of a thumb. It emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. Smelling it, one would feel refreshed. Fight Huang Dan. Recognizing the spirit pill in her hand at a glance, Han Yu exclaimed. Her face was filled with astonishment. She couldn't be more familiar with Fight Huang Dan. Previously, it was all thanks to Fight Huang Dan that she was able to fight with Hong Chen. However, because Fight Huang Dan was a 7th level product, on average, she would have to spend close to 30 million to obtain one. She didn't expect that she would obtain a spirit pill from the body of a 3rd-level armor-piercing beast after spending only 5 million. Are you satisfied with the opportunity in the tower? Chu Bei looked at Han Yu with a smile. Han Yu nodded heavily. Then, under countless gazes, she threw Huang Dan into her mouth. Immediately, Han Yu's body lit up with a gorgeous light. Her aura is becoming stronger. As far as I know, Han Yu is now a 7-star Do Huang. Is the spirit pill from the armor-piercing beast useful for such an expert? If that's the case, then this tower really lives up to its name. She broke through from 7 stars to 8 stars. When Han Yu's aura stabilized, Fei Tian, Jianheng, Yu Hong, and the others looked at each other. Their eyes flashed with astonishment. Even the 4 martial highnesses were slightly startled. Everyone, the spirit pill that Miss Han Yu obtained from killing the armor-piercing beast is called Huang Dan. As long as you are in the Do Huang realm, regardless of whether you are a 1-star Do Huang or an 8-star Do Huang, you will be able to raise your cultivation by 1 star without any side effects. After Chu Bei finished introducing the effects of the Battle Emperor pill, everyone present immediately became excited. Especially those Do Huang realm experts, their eyes were filled with passion. The effect of this Huang Dan is not any weaker than the priceless Huang Dan. After personally witnessing Han Yu's cultivation increase, the experts around the call became more and more restless. However, perhaps because they had only seen one example and were still worried, these experts suppressed their palpitations and cast their gazes towards the other image where Han Kai was. After passing through the door of the 8th floor of the tower, Han Kai was stunned by the scene in front of him. His thoughts were the same as Han Yu's, but in reality, this was a strange world. Light and fog were dense, hazy, mysterious, and deep. In the air, rich spirit chi of heaven and earth assaulted his face. The spirit chi here was 10 times or even 100 times stronger than the outside world. Is this the 8th floor? Han Kai muttered to himself. The surrounding fog was hazy, as if chaos was surging. Everything looked blurry. After walking for a while, the hazy white fog gradually dissipated and his vision gradually improved. Han Kai once again looked at the ruins in front of him. This was like an abandoned world. What entered his eyes was desolation, and it looked extremely bleak and distant. Looking ahead, he saw a large area of ruins. Perhaps it was once a magnificent hall, but now only broken walls and ruins were left. The ruins were huge and empty, and there were rubble everywhere. Is this caused by the passage of time, or after a terrifying battle? Looking at the once magnificent palaces and halls that had turned into rubble, Han Kai could not help but frown. Crack! Coming to the ruins, there was a crisp sound under his feet. It was a piece of broken armor. He did not know what material it was made of, but there was a faint mist lingering on it. Driven by curiosity, Han Kai picked up the broken armor. However, the moment he picked up the broken armor, the armor released a dazzling light. Then, an irresistible force enveloped his body. Like Han Yu, when Han Kai came back to his senses, he was already outside the Opportunity Tower. Whoosh! Countless gazes gathered on Han Kai. To be more precise, they were focused on the broken armor in Han Kai's hands. Boss Chu, what's with me? Han Kai looked at the tattered armor in his hand and then looked at Chu Bei. He had a blank look on his face, as if he was a monk scratching his head in confusion. Don't worry. Not only did your 10 million not go to waste, but you also made a huge profit. The corner of Chu Bei's mouth lifted. He extended his finger and pointed at the broken armor in Han Kai's hand. This armor is called the Dragon Elephant Armor. It is nourished with blood and the wearer can defend against all attacks below a 9-star Do zone. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Han Kai's hands that were holding the broken armor trembled. His face was filled with excitement. He did not doubt the truth of Chu Bei's words at all. He believed him unconditionally. Immediately, he cut his fingertip and a few drops of blood entered the broken armor. With a buzzing sound, the broken armor that absorbed Han Kai's blood seemed to have been reborn. Not only did it repair the broken parts, but it also changed its size. Especially when it was worn on Han Kai's body, it was as if it was tailor-made for him. You just said that it can defend against attacks below 9 stars of Do zone? My cultivation is at 8 stars of Do zone. Can I give it a try? In the air, Xingyunji's deputy pavilion master, Shabin, cupped his hands respectfully at Chu Bei. Then, he pointed at the armor on Han Kai's body. Unlike the Wind Thunder Pavilion and Wanjian Pavilion, they had no grudges with Chu Bei. After witnessing the iron lump's strength, they were more inclined to befriend him. You can give it a try. Chu Bei nodded at Shabin. Then, he looked at Han Kai and gave him a reassuring look. Meeting Chu Bei's gaze, Han Kai nodded in response. Then, he turned around and faced Shabin. Coincidentally, he also wanted to try if this armor could really defend against attacks below 9 stars of Do zone as Chu Bei had said. Under countless expectant gazes, Shabin clenched his right hand. The majestic energy in his body quickly gathered in his palm. The terrifying energy fluctuation caused the air to distort. With a soul-stirring sizzling sound, a long spear was formed. Shio! Shabin threw it. The long spear was so fast that it was in front of Han Kai in the blink of an eye. Han Kai's pupils shrank. Just as he instinctively circulated his Do Chi to dodge, the armor on his body suddenly released a dazzling light. Under this light, the long spear that had gathered Shabin's 8-star Do zone strength stopped in its tracks. Finally, with a roar, it turned into a rain of light and dissipated. Oh my God! It actually blocked it. This is really a tower with opportunities. Let's not talk about the fact that killing a 3rd-grade armor-piercing beast can drop a pill that can raise a Do Huang's cultivation by 1 star. What's up with Han Kai? He didn't do anything. He just randomly picked up a broken armor from the ruins and it actually blocked the attack of a 9 stars of Do zone. This 10 million is really a huge profit. Seeing Shabin's attack being neutralized by the armor, the surrounding experts were stunned. Then, they couldn't help but cry out in surprise. When they looked at Shabin, they were even more shocked. Now, he truly believed that this tower contained a supreme opportunity. Boss Chu, I have 5 million here. At this time, one of the Han family elders didn't want to wait any longer. He took out 5 million gold coins and after obtaining Chu Bei's permission, he directly flew into the 7th floor of the tower. A new image appeared. In the image was a world filled with birds and fragrant flowers. The figure in the image was the Han family elder who had just entered. At this moment, the Han family elder's face was filled with excitement. In front of him, there were spirit plants emitting a rich fragrance. Just from the dense mist flowing on the branches and leaves, one could tell that these spirit plants were not ordinary. This Han family elder seemed to know the rules and didn't immediately pick them. Instead, he looked here and there, as if he was looking for the most valuable spirit plant. Could it be that everyone enters a different world after entering the tower? When they saw that the Han family elder's image was different from the image shown by Han Yu, the 4 venerable ones' faces changed once again. With this thought in mind, the wariness in the gazes of Thunder Zunja and Sword Zunja when they looked at Chu Bei again became even more intense. Boss Chu, I'll give you the 5 million. I'm going in too. After the 2nd Han family elder made his decision, the 3rd, 4th, 5th. In the end, all of the Han family elders took out 5 million gold coins and impatiently flew into the 7th floor of the tower. After all of the Han family elders had entered the tower, the Do Wangs and Do Huangs who were watching finally couldn't hold themselves back and began to scramble to pay the entrance fee. The images in front of the Tower of Opportunity also increased. The system has obtained 50,000 willpower. Supporting the host has obtained 25,000 willpower. The system has obtained 50,000 willpower. Supporting the host has obtained 25,000 willpower. The system has obtained 50,000 willpower. Supporting the host has obtained 25,000 willpower. The system has obtained 50,000 willpower. Supporting the host has obtained 25,000 willpower. As Chu-Bei listened to the system's continuous beeps, as well as the ever-increasing willpower value, the smile on his face grew wider and wider. Boss Chu, I'll take a trip to the 8th floor. Hearing the way the Han family addressed Chu-Bei, Xingyunji's vice pavilion master Shabin also changed the way he addressed him. After paying the 10 million entry fee, he flew into the 8th floor. Shabin had just passed through the door and didn't even have time to observe his surroundings when he felt a black shadow pounce at him from the right. The black shadow's aura was roughly equivalent to a 3-star Do Huang. Shabin didn't hesitate at all and waved his hand with all his strength. With a bang, the black shadow exploded and a pill fell into his palm. Then, Shabin felt an irresistible force envelop him. In the next moment, Shabin was transported out. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Shabin carefully held the pill in his hand with a dazed expression. From the time he paid to entering the tower to killing the black shadow and obtaining the pill, it took less than a second. Boss Chu, is this the fastest opportunity for me? After a long while, Shabin finally came back to his senses. Holding the pill in his hand, he looked at Chu-Bei with a questioning gaze. Chu-Bei also looked at Shabin. He was also shocked. The other party's speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. The scene in front of the giant tower only flashed by for a moment. Chu-Bei coughed softly. I see that your bones are amazing. You are indeed the chosen one. The pill you obtained is called the Battle Master Pill. As for its effect, it is similar to the Huang Dan, but the target is changed to a Battle Master. You mean, it can help me break through to 9 stars? Shabin directly ignored the first half of Chu-Bei's teasing and excitedly put the Battle Master Pill to the tip of his nose and sniffed it. Then, after a slight hesitation, he slowly put the pill into his mouth. At this moment, the 4 venerables, Fei Tian, Jianheng, Yu Hong, and the other strong people in the square pavilion all focused their gazes on Shabin. After waiting for a moment, they felt Shabin's aura begin to rise. He really broke through. When Shabin's aura stabilized, Fei Tian, Jianheng, and the others looked at each other in disbelief. P.S. If any of you have the monthly votes, I hope you can support me and vote for me. Thank you very much. Chapter 118. The person who was the most excited was none other than Shabin himself. He had been stuck at an 8-star Do zone for many years without any signs of breaking through. Who knew that he would successfully break through after spending only 10 million? Feeling the increase in strength in his body, Shabin once again looked at Chu-Bei with eyes full of gratitude. Boss Chu, I want 10 million too. Yu Hong's figure flashed and appeared in front of Chu-Bei. He bowed, took out 10 million, and flew to the 8th floor. Seeing Yu Hong disappear through the door, Fei Tian and Jianheng looked at each other with envy. As a businessman, in front of money, past grudges can be put aside. At this moment, Chu-Bei's voice sounded in Fei Tian and Jianheng's ears. Hearing this, Fei Tian and Jianheng looked at Chu-Bei. After hesitating for a while, they took out 10 million and entered the 8th floor of the tower. 9 stars Do zone. This was a huge temptation for them. Boss Chu, can we go in and take a look? Finally, Venerable Wind couldn't hold back his curiosity. He wanted to enter the tower and personally experience its mysteries. You can enter if you pay. Chu-Bei was very easygoing. Venerable Wind didn't say much. After handing over 10 million, he instantly appeared in front of a door on the 8th floor of the Opportunity Tower and walked in. After Venerable Wind, the Venerable Akron, Lei the Venerable, and Sword Venerable all entered the tower. As more and more powerful people entered the 8th floor of the square pavilion, the other dozongs who were originally hesitating also made their decision. One figure after another flew into the 8th floor. The number of people on the 7th floor has reached 100. Entry stopped. When the system's voice sounded, the 8 doors on the 7th floor of the Opportunity Tower closed at the same time. Boss Chu, this is? The remaining powerhouses who had yet to enter the tower pointed at the tightly shut door as a bad premonition arose in their hearts. Everyone, the number of people who have entered the 7th floor has reached my target. I'll close it now. Chu Bei glanced at the people who had yet to enter the tower and responded indifferently. After confirming their guesses, regret appeared on everyone's faces. Seeing that the 7th level had already closed, the experts above the Do Zone class began to scramble with one another, afraid that they would miss this opportunity. The number of people on the 8th floor has reached 50. Entry stopped. After a while, the system's voice sounded again. Those elite Do Zones who had yet to enter the 7th level were just like those who had yet to enter. Their faces were filled with regret. As time passed, those people who entered the tower were sent out one after another. Their faces were all filled with excitement. Of course, there were also a few people whose expressions were extremely ugly. As soon as they entered the pagoda, they entered a barren land or a boundless desert. Before they even flew to the place with the treasures, the time was up. Rumble. When everyone was teleported out of the pagoda of fortuitous encounters disappeared with a rumble. Xiao Hei, who was beside Chu Bei, also disappeared. Boss Chu, when do you plan to open the pagoda of fortuitous encounters again? At this moment, a Do Zong who had yet to enter the pagoda could not help but ask. For now. Chu Bei replied indifferently. Although the opportunity that the 4 great Do Zuns had obtained was not of much use to them, they had personally experienced the mysteries of the world within the pagoda. It was not an illusion but a real world. Because of this, when they flew out of the pagoda and looked at Chu Bei, the strange look in their eyes was indescribable. Everyone, we'll meet again if fate allows. After saying this with a smile, Chu Bei landed beside the little doctor and Qing Lin and left with the 2 girls. After sending the 2 girls back to the Han house, Chu Bei went to a secluded area outside the city and impatiently opened the system interface. Through this pagoda of fortuitous encounters, the 100 people on the 7th floor received 2.5 million willpower. The 50 people on the 8th floor also received 2.5 million willpower. A total of 5 million willpower. Including the remaining amount from before, Chu Bei currently had a total of 5.3 million willpower. In the Dozong realm, one needed 1 million willpower to exchange for 1 star of cultivation. Currently, Chu Bei's cultivation was at 7 stars of Dozong. In the Dozun realm, one needed 2 million willpower to break through 1 star. Host successfully exchanged cultivation. Without hesitation, Chu Bei used 4 million willpower to exchange for cultivation. The first 2 million willpower was used to break through to 9 stars of Dozong, while the last 2 million willpower was used to break through to the Dozun realm. The system's voice sounded and that familiar warm current arrived on time. It began to rush through his limbs and bones and every cell in his body. Outside the Heaven Eye Mountain, the mysteries of the Heavens Meet Pagoda disappeared and several figures flashed out. However, just as these people were about to turn back, each of them looked toward the southeast with uncertainty. Faintly, they seemed to sense a dangerous and terrifying aura. This aura was like a sleeping dragon that was slowly awakening. What's going on? Was it an illusion? The group of powerhouses stopped in their tracks and looked toward the southeast. They looked at each other. Boom. Just as the group of powerhouses was guessing, a vast and majestic energy fluctuation suddenly spread out from the southeast like a surging tide. Ripples appeared in the void. Immediately after, in their line of sight, 3 huge fire dragons intertwined in the air and turned into a 3-colored flame that covered half the sky. Even though they were far away, the moment the 3-colored flame appeared, the temperature of the air around the group of powerhouses rose abruptly. What a terrifying flame! What's going on over there? Let's go and take a look. However, just as the group of powerhouses was about to go and investigate, an even more terrifying energy swept over. This energy directly tore the void apart and made a sizzling sound. The group of powerhouses looked at each other and gave up on the idea of going to investigate without hesitation. This aura, someone is advancing to a Dozun. Lei the Venerable narrowed his eyes when he felt the increasingly powerful energy fluctuation from the southeast. When you advanced to a Dozun, did you have this kind of power? Venerable Wind glanced at Lei the Venerable indifferently. Lei the Venerable frowned. But based on the Do-Chi fluctuation alone, it's indeed the peak of a Dozong advancing to a Dozun. There's no need to be suspicious. We'll know once we go and take a look, Akron said indifferently. However, the moment the four venerable lords disappeared, the terrifying energy fluctuation from the southeast also disappeared. Outside the city, in the southeast corner, the four venerable lords appeared and looked at the empty mountain forest with their brows tightly knitted together. We're a step too late. Venerable Wind sighed. At the same time, Chu Bei, who had already appeared in the sky above the Han House, had a smile on his face. Is this the Dozun realm? It's really comfortable. Feeling the vast ocean-like Do-Chi in his body, Chu Bei couldn't help but feel a little fascinated. Dozun and Dozong, although there was only a difference of one level, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. This step was perhaps the punishment of the heavens that countless Dozongs couldn't cross in their entire lives. Chu Bei looked in front of him. He stretched out his palm and suddenly clenched it. Immediately, the space in front of him distorted into a strange sunken space. Spatial gullies were formed in the surroundings. If this clench was used against a magical beast, even a grade 7 magical beast with strong defense would be crushed into a pile of flesh and blood. Feeling the vast energy that could distort space with just a raise of his hand, Chu Bei's smile became even wider. Whether one could control space was the most obvious difference between a Dozun and a Dozong. System with a conscience. Chu Bei returned to the Han House and once again evaluated the system. Although he wasn't able to become a Do-Di in 7 days due to various restrictions, since the system was activated, he had stepped into the Dozun realm in a month. Reaching this realm, even in the entire Do-Chi continent, he could be considered a strong person. After all, even the pavilion master of the square pavilion was only at this realm. After becoming a Dozun, Chu Bei found that he was more adept at using the 3 heavenly flames. His control of the fusion between them had also become more perfect. 15 minutes later, Chu Bei brought Qing Lin and Little Doctor to the main hall of the Han House to bid farewell to Han Kai and the others. Boss Chu, are you leaving so soon? Han Yu's face was filled with reluctance. All good things must come to an end. Moreover, we are just passing by. If fate wills it, we will meet again. Chu Bei's words carried a smile. In reality, the other reason he was leaving was that the Han family had already used up 90% of their wealth. There was no point in staying any longer. Boss Chu, take care. If you have time, you are welcome to visit the Han family at any time. Looking at the spaceship that suddenly descended outside the main hall, the Han family members' eyes flashed with astonishment. Before this, they had already heard about it from Han Shui. However, seeing it with their own eyes still caused a huge wave in their hearts. Looking at the disappearing spaceship, Han Kai's expression was somewhat absent-minded. Although the other party had only stayed in the Han House for a few short days, in these few days, the overall strength of the Han House had increased by several levels because of the other party. Now, they no longer put their former opponent, the Hong family, in their eyes. As for Fenglai Beige, even if the other party did not care about their reputation and attacked a faction in the city, they still had to be wary of the Boss Chu behind them. Moreover, he himself had obtained a dragon elephant armor that could defend against a 9-stars Dozong attack. Boss Chu, can you hear me? I am Xiao Yang. Can you hear me? On the spaceship, Chu Bei was enjoying Qing Lin's massage when Xiao Yang's anxious voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ever since Xiao Yang became the proxy, he could communicate with the other party through the proxy ring. The other party could also contact him through the proxy ring. However, in these few days, the other party had not used the proxy ring to contact him. This was the first time. Chu Bei looked at the proxy page on the system interface. Then, with a thought, He clicked on the teleport button behind the proxy name Xiao Yang. The moment he pressed the teleport button, a ripple appeared in the spaceship, followed by a buzzing sound. A figure appeared out of thin air. Looking at the huge change in his surroundings, Xiao Yang had a dumbfounded expression. Only when he saw the familiar faces of Chu Bei, Qing Lin, and Little Doctor did he react and exclaim, "Boss Chu, in just a few days, I didn't expect you to break through to the Do Huang realm." Chu Bei looked at Xiao Yang with a smile. "Boss Chu, where am I?" Xiao Yang looked around and could not help but ask. "Above the central region." Chu Bei calmly replied. "What? This is the central region." Hearing Chu Bei's words, Xiao Yang's mouth opened wide, his face full of shock. Chapter 119. Xiao Yang's face was filled with disbelief. Although he had never been to the central region, he knew the distance between the central region and Canaan College. Even if a dozong flew at full speed, it would still take a few days. And he was still in the inner court of Canaan a second ago, and in the next second, he was in the sky above the central region. As expected of Boss Chu, "You're really resourceful." Xiao Yang calmed his mind and couldn't help but sigh. "Speak, why did you call me?" Chu Bei went straight to the point. Xiao Yang was stunned at first, but quickly thought of something. His face was filled with anxiety as he hurriedly said, "Yarrow Larrow was captured by the Soul Hall." Chu Bei frowned. "Then why are you looking for me?" "I'm just a merchant." Xiao Yang seemed to understand Chu Bei's meaning. He took out a transparent jade box about 1 meter long and 1 meter tall from his storage ring. Inside the box, there was a ball of white flame dancing. When this ball of flame was taken out by Xiao Yang, even though it was wrapped in a jade box, the temperature in the flying ship still dropped a lot. Bone-chilling flame? Chu Bei looked at Xiao Yang with some surprise. Bone-chilling flame, ranked 11th on the Heavenly Flame ranking. It is a unique flame that combines extreme cold and extreme heat. It can only be found in places of extreme cold and extreme yin every 100 years when the sun and moon alternate. This was originally Yarrow Larrow's heavenly flame, but when he was captured by the Soul Hall, he gave it to me. At this point, Xiao Yang's expression became extremely serious. "Boss Chu, you're a merchant. I'm now using it to make a deal with you on behalf of Yarrow Larrow. I want you to save Yarrow Larrow and reconstruct his physical body. Host, please complete the bone-chilling flame trade as soon as possible. After the trade is completed, Level 9 commodity rights will be granted to the host and the host will be rewarded with 1 million willpower." Just as Chu Bei was hesitating whether to be a good person for free, the system's voice sounded. "All right, I'll accept this trade." Chu Bei really couldn't refuse the reward after completing the mission, especially the Level 9 commodity authority. Therefore, Chu Bei could only suppress his kindness for the time being. Once the Level 9 merchandise authority was unlocked, he would have the confidence to roam the Dochi continent. In the short conversation that followed, Chu Bei also found out the reason why Yarrow Larrow was captured. Speaking of which, this had something to do with him. When Han Feng brought people into the inner court of Canaan, Chu Bei killed a 9-stars dozong from Soul Palace. Before this dozong died, he had used the Soul Tablet to inform the branch hall leader that he belonged to. After this branch hall chief had determined the general location of the 9-stars dozong's death, he had sent people to patrol and monitor in an attempt to find the entrance to the inner academy. However, it was to no avail. Until today, when Vice Dean Hu Gan was leading a group of new students to train in the back mountain, they were discovered by the people of Soul Palace. The branch hall leader had also rushed over immediately. Although his interrogation was to no avail, he had discovered Yarrow Larrow's existence. The branch hall leader was so strong that Hu Gan and Su Qian, who had arrived later, were heavily injured. As for Yarrow Larrow, he was taken away by the branch hall leader. "Boss Chu, do you have any plans?" Xiao Yang probed. Chu Bei smiled knowingly. After glancing at Xiao Yang, he moved his mind and pressed the transfer button on the agent interface. In an instant, the entire meteor metal ship turned into a ray of light and disappeared. I'm back. Looking at the familiar forest around him, Xiao Yang was shocked. Boss Chu. At this moment, Su Qian, Hu Gan, and the others saw Chu Bei and immediately flew over. Their voices were filled with shock. They didn't expect that Xiao Yang would bring Boss Chu back after disappearing for a few minutes. Let's go and save Yarrow Chen. Chu Bei nodded at Su Qian and the others and said, Boss Chu, do you know the location of the Soul Palace branch hall that captured Elder Yarrow? Su Qian was confused and asked. The Soul Palace had many branch halls. Any one of them was extremely hidden and hard to find. Chu Bei smiled. When the system accepted the bone-chilling fire, a small map appeared in his sea of consciousness. There was a red dot on the map that represented Yarrow Larrow's location. The bone-burying mountain range was located in the northwest of the Black Corner region. Due to the terrain, the yin aura here was extremely heavy. Moreover, the yin aura was mixed with a thick corpse aura. As this mountain range was close to the chaotic Black Corner region, it had the name Bone-Burying Mountain Range. The corpses of those who were killed in the Black Corner region would mostly be transported here and then casually discarded. Regardless of day or night, it was almost impossible to find a shadow in this mountain range. A cool breeze filled with chilliness brushed past the piles of bones. A ripple appeared in the air above a pile of bones. Several figures walked out from the ripple. I didn't expect the branch hall to be hidden in such a gloomy place. Xiao Yang glanced at the hundreds and thousands of corpses below and couldn't help but crease his brows. Isn't this the most suitable place for them? The corners of Chu Bei's mouth held a smile. His gaze was fixed in between the two tall grey trees in front of him. Upon closer inspection, one could discover that there was a spatial barrier between the two tall trees. Arriving in front of the spatial barrier, Chu Bei casually waved his sleeve. The spatial barrier instantly shattered and waves of suction came from within. Then, he waved his right hand and a huge net made of purple flames appeared in the air above the bone-burying mountain range. There's actually such a barrier. What a big deal. Su Qian was speechless. The barrier of this Soul Palace branch hall was even better than the one in their inner courtyard. Entering the spatial barrier, Xiao Yang, Hu Gan and the others' expressions changed. In their line of sight, there was an extremely high and steep slope. At the end of the slope was a huge valley surrounded by mountains. Inside the valley was a huge black hall that was at least 100 jong tall. The huge hall was like a creeping wild beast that was hiding in the darkness. It was filled with a terrifying aura that chilled one's heart. Yarrow Chen is in that direction. After entering this space, Chu Bei quickly determined Yarrow Chen's location according to the map given by the system. Deep in the direction that Chu Bei pointed at, there was a huge plaza. On the plaza, there were black stone pillars that were 100 jong tall. Each of the stone pillars was covered with countless strange runes. Numerous pitch-black chains extended from the stone pillars, intersecting and outlining the air of the square. At the end of these chains, there were balls of faint light floating. Inside these balls of light were illusory souls with painful expressions. In the center of the plaza, there was a platform that was about 100 jong tall. There was a huge stone pillar on each side of the platform. 4 1-meter-long black chains snaked downwards like pythons. At the end of the chains, there was a ball of light with the most intense glow. Within the ball of light, an elderly soul was seated with his eyes closed. It was Yarrow Chen, who had been captured. At this moment, the 4 strange black chains were entwined around his limbs like vines, causing him to be unable to move. Suddenly, Yarrow Chen's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened in the deathly still atmosphere. This was because he had sensed a few familiar auras. How did they find this place? Yarrow Chen determined the owners of these few auras. His puzzled old face became grave as he muttered to himself, "You should not have come." This branch hall chief was a 4-star Dozun. Su Qian, Hu Gan, Xiao Yang and the others had taken the risk to come here. This was no different from sending themselves to their deaths. Yarrow Chen tried to use his spiritual sense to transmit a message and ask Xiao Yang and the others to quickly leave. However, the chains on his body not only bound his soul but also suppressed his spiritual sense. Not good. The boundary wall has been broken. Quickly inform the hall chief. The remaining people will follow me to guard these spiritual bodies. A moment later, a black figure above the square sensed an abnormality and let out a sharp cry in a panic. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The cry had just been emitted from his mouth when black figures rushed toward the square in twos and threes from every corner of this space. Yarrow Lao, we have come to save you. A familiar voice sounded beside his ear. Yarrow Chen shook his head. Xiao Yang, Elder Su, with your strength, you really should not, Yarrow Chen sighed. However, he swallowed the remaining words in his mouth when he saw the few figures that had appeared in his sight. This was especially the case when he saw the person in the middle. Boss Chu, why have you also come? Yarrow Chen exclaimed. The worry on his face instantly disappeared. Replacing it was a face that was filled with joy. His originally translucent body even vaguely showed signs of disappearing due to his excitement. Xiao Yang, you used your bone-chilling flame to make a deal with me on your behalf. I have accepted this deal. Therefore, I have come, Chu Bei said indifferently. Hearing this, Yarrow Chen looked at Xiao Yang. He wanted to say something but hesitated. The invaders are here. Let's take them down together. On the square, following a shout, several figures surrounded Chu Bei and his group in an instant. Then, each of them held a weapon and charged toward Chu Bei and his group at the same time. Looking at the attacking figures, Chu Bei smiled indifferently. As he raised his hand, a three-colored flame spread across the sky. Amidst the terrifyingly high temperature, these black figures did not even get within 10 meters of Chu Bei and his group before they were all burned by the flame. Not even their bones were left. After casually dealing with a group of ants, Chu Bei extended his hand and pointed at the pitch-black chain that bound Yarrow Chen. With a sizzling sound, the pitch-black chain was burned into nothingness under the three-colored flame. Thank you, Boss Chu, for saving me. Although he knew that the other party had saved him as a deal, Yarrow Chen, who had regained his freedom, still cupped his hands toward Chu Bei with a face full of gratitude. Who are you? How dare you come here without permission? How did you find out about the entrance of this hall? At this moment, an icy cold voice was emitted from deep within the hall. Immediately, a dense black fog surged out from within. Within the black fog, an old figure that was as thin as a skeleton slowly hovered above the square while emitting a sinister aura. Within the black fog, one could vaguely see that old face appeared extremely shriveled. Both of his eyes were sunken and two clusters of ghost flames danced in his eye sockets, emitting traces of strangeness. Boss Chu. He is the one who captured Yarrow Lao, the hall chief of this branch hall. Xiao Yang pointed at the skinny old man and said. He is also a 4-star Dozun. Yarrow Chen added. At the same time, he paid attention to Chu Bei's expression. It was as though he was testing the other party's expression when he heard that he was a 4-star Dozun. However, to Yarrow Chen's disappointment, the other party's face did not reveal any joy or worry from the beginning until the end. Yarrow Chen, don't tell me that this person has received a favor from you. The skinny old man coldly stared at Chu Bei. His hoarse voice caused one's hair to stand. Earlier, he had personally witnessed the scene of the person in front of him killing all his subordinates. He had sensed the extraordinariness of the three-colored flame that was intertwined with each other. Chapter 120. You don't need to know my background. You only need to know that I am the one who killed Protector Yu of your branch hall. Other than that, there is also the sect leader of the Soul Sect and Wu Qian. That's right, there is also that Protector Wu who colluded with the Yunlan sect. Chu Bei placed his hands behind his back and calmly looked at the skinny old man. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. So it is you. Hearing Chu Bei's words, the skinny old man's face immediately became gloomy. A dense cold voice that was filled with killing intent sounded. A monstrous black aura surged out from his body. At the same time, the many dark black chains around the square also began to tremble intensely at this moment. Finally, they all merged into the skinny old man's body. Those who oppose my Hall of Souls, regardless of what faction is behind you, must die. After killing you and extracting your soul, it will definitely be an outstanding spiritual body. A frightening laughter was emitted from the skinny old man's mouth. An ominous glint flashed in his eyes and the black fog behind him became increasingly pervasive. Feeling the increasingly frightening pressure being emitted from the skinny old man's body, Su Qian, Hu Gan and the others became incomparably solemn. An elite Dozun was something that they were far from being able to compare with. However, seeing Chu Bei's calm manner, the solemn expression on their faces became a little warmer. 7-chain demon ceiling. When the skinny old man's aura rose to its limit, his mouth once again emitted a stern cry. As the cry sounded, the black aura behind him surged. It was as though a demon god had descended to the world and roared at the sky. One could hear a dang-dang sound. 7 dark black chains within the black fog were accompanied by sharp screeching sounds as they rushed toward Chu Bei from different directions. That momentum was unusually frightening. Wherever the dark black chains passed, the empty space would shatter inch by inch. Spatial strength would spread. Su Qian, Hu Gan, Xiao Yang and the others immediately retreated and distanced themselves from the battlefield. As for Chu Bei, he did not dodge. With a faint smile, he flipped his palm and an axe with a flickering silver glow appeared. The axe appeared ordinary. However, if one were to look carefully, regardless of whether it was the handle or the blade, there was a layer of hazy fog that lingered for a long time. Rumble, just as Chu Bei's right hand gripped the handle of the axe, the space around him trembled and distorted violently. Then, the barrier around this side hall began to shake violently. The boundless energy between heaven and earth surged like a raging river, crazily pouring into the axe blade. Catcher, catcher. The 7 chains wielded by the skinny old man, which carried a terrifying aura, were shattered by the violent energy around the axe blade before they could reach within 1 meter of Chu Bei. Finally, they turned into a rain of light and disappeared in the distorted void. How is this possible? The skinny old man's pupils suddenly shrank, and a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. Without waiting for the skinny old man to launch another attack, Chu Bei held the axe with both hands and chopped down fiercely. Immediately, the energy in the surroundings formed a blade light at the tip of the axe under the guidance of the axe blade. It extended far away, 300 meters, 3,000 meters, until it pierced through the Soul Palace's barrier. Looking at the huge blade light above his head, fear appeared on the skinny old man's face. This destructive power was far above his. Without any hesitation, a ripple appeared under the skinny old man's feet. However, just as he was about to break through the void and escape, the huge blade light above his head chopped down. Under this power, the skinny old man suddenly realized that the void was imprisoned, and he had nowhere to run. 100-chain shield. Feeling the blade light getting closer and closer, the skinny old man did not dare to hesitate. He immediately switched from offense to defense, and adopted his strongest defense. As his voice trailed off, hundreds of pitch-black chains appeared from the black gas behind the skinny old man. Every chain was engraved with strange runes. Nearly 100 pitch-black chains intertwined, instantly forming a huge shield tablet. However, the skinny old man's strongest defense was no different from a decoration in front of the blade light. Catcher. The blade light was like lightning, easily splitting the shield tablet. Then, under the skinny old man's fearful gaze, it first landed between his eyebrows. In front of Su Qian, Xiao Yang, and Yarrow Chen's shocked gazes, the blade light instantly split the skinny old man into 2. During the process, the skinny old man's soul tried to escape. However, before it could leave his body, the destructive energy on the blade light annihilated it into nothingness. Bang! After killing the skinny old man, the blade light continued to fall, landing on the square and the huge hall in the distance. Amidst the loud sound, the square and the huge hall were split into 2, leaving behind a 10,000 feet wide and bottomless gully. Next, the boundary shattered, revealing the burying Bone Mountain Range. Gulp! Su Qian, Yarrow Chen, Xiao Yang, Hu Gan, and the others who had witnessed this scene finally recovered. They were startled as they looked at Chu Bei's back. Their expressions solidified, and they subconsciously inhaled a deep breath of cool air. With the might of the axe, They had completely witnessed the terrifying strength of this mysterious Boss Chu. This branch hall chief, a 4-star Dozun, could not even receive a casual swing of the other party's axe and directly died. It is indeed worthy of being the sky-splitting axe. Chu Bei involuntarily let out an emotional sigh as he watched the ordinary-looking axe in his hand begin to dissipate. This was a one-time use killing-type consumable that he had chosen by using the level 9 commodity rights. The weakened sky-splitting axe was one of the 10 great ancient divine weapons, the sky-splitting axe. After the sky-splitting axe disappeared, Chu Bei's figure flashed and arrived beside Yarrow Chen. "Thank you, Boss Chu." Yarrow Chen once again cupped his hands towards Chu Bei. After witnessing the might of Chu Bei's axe, there was an additional respect in his eyes. Rescuing you is only half of the deal. At this point, Chu Bei waved his embroidered robe. Following the ripples, a golden disc with a diameter of 1 meter appeared, emitting a glaring light. At the top of the disc, the words Mission Roulette were engraved. Compared to the roulette of a normal transaction, the mission roulette did not have a limit on the number of times it could be rotated. The transaction would only end when the system determined that the transaction target was 100% satisfied. However, from the previous few times, the mission roulette's hit rate was terrifyingly high. Looking at the roulette that appeared in front of Chu Bei, Su Qian and Hu Gan glanced at each other. Back then, when they had used the Fallen Heart Flame as their transaction target, they had turned this roulette and gained a lot. It will give you a physical body that you are satisfied with. Chu Bei pointed at the mission roulette and explained the rules to Yarrow Chen at the same time. After a long while, Yarrow Chen placed his right palm on the roulette in his soul form. The needle turned. Ding, accompanied by a crisp sound, the pointer landed on a square box. The square box exploded. It was a human-shaped body made of latex material. When the information flow of this human-shaped body appeared in Chu Bei's mind, Chu Bei looked at Yarrow Chen in surprise. There was a trace of envy in his eyes. This is... Meeting Chu Bei's gaze and noticing the other party's expression, Yarrow Chen was confused and curious at the same time. You will know once you enter. The corner of Chu Bei's mouth carried a smile as he pointed at the human-shaped body and said. Hearing this, Yarrow Chen directly entered the human-shaped body. In the next moment, the human-shaped body began to change in front of the eyes of Xiao Yang, Hu Gan, and the others. It was no longer made of silicone material. Instead, it turned into a human body with flesh and blood. The appearance of this human body was exactly the same as Yarrow Chen's. How is this physical body? Do you like it? Chu Bei's words carried a smile. Thank you very much. Sensing the extraordinariness of this body, Yarrow Chen's expression was excited. He bowed to Chu Bei. His weak spirit had just entered this physical body when it was affected by the majestic blood qi. Within a short moment, his spiritual strength had a shocking increase. As for his cultivation, it had also recovered to the level of a 7-star dozong. He was confident that once he completely familiarized himself with this physical body, he would be able to recover his peak strength in less than half a year. He might even be able to advance to the next level. This physical body is called the King of God's body. It is the physique of a god. It can be considered a great opportunity for you. Chu Bei patted Yarrow Chen gently and said earnestly, as for how far you can go, it will depend on you. After saying this, Chu Bei transmitted the information about the King of God's body to Yarrow Chen. This so-called King of God's body came from the shrouding sky dimension. The more he understood about this body, the more excited Yarrow Chen became. The host's bone-chilling fire transaction is complete. Level 9 Commodity Authority unlocked. Reward, 1 million willpower. The moment the system's voice sounded, Chu Bei suddenly realized that the bone-chilling fire could also be used by him. At the same time, on the commodity exchange page in the system interface, the level 9 commodities that were originally gray all became multicolored and could be exchanged. Not long after Chu Bei and the others left, a large number of experts in the Black Corner region who heard the commotion rushed over. When they saw the almost ruined Soul Hall branch in the mountain range, they were all shocked and looked at each other. Inner Court of Canaan. Boss Chu, Are you going to Zhengzhou again? Su Qian looked at Chu Bei. Little Zi Yang was standing beside him. You want me to bring her along? Chu Bei saw through Su Qian's thoughts at a glance. Su Qian nodded. Maybe we can find her clansmen in Zhengzhou. Chu Bei looked at Zi Yang. What do you think? I want to follow you. Little Zi Yang stuck out her tongue. I don't accept credit here, so there's no point in following me if you don't have money. Chu Bei patted little Zi Yang's head. I will think of a way to steal, earn money. Little Zi Yang immediately responded. Her talent was the power of space. Since that's the case, let's go. Chu Bei took the lead and stepped onto the meteorite iron ship. Little Doctor and Qing Lin followed closely behind. After little Zi Yang waved goodbye to Su Qian, Hu Gan, and the others, she also jumped onto the ship. She looked around excitedly like Granny Liu who had entered a big manor. The host has reached the requirement to obtain willpower. Upgrading the All Heavens shop. Choosing a new location for the All Heavens shop. Choosing a new location for the All Heavens shop has been successful. The host will go and check it out immediately. During the flight of the ship, Chu Bei was enjoying the delicious food cooked by Little Doctor when the system sounded. Hearing the sound, Chu Bei was stunned at first. After sorting out the information flow, he immediately put down the chopsticks in his hand. Boss, what's wrong? Little Doctor asked curiously. We have a place to stay on this trip to Zhengzhou. Chu Bei said with a smile. Little Doctor and Qing Lin looked at each other, still confused. As for little Zi Yang, she did not ask and just ate the delicious food on the table silently. You'll know when we get there. Chu Bei did not go overboard, deliberately leaving the two girls in suspense. Zhengzhou was generally divided into 4 regions: East, West, South, and North. However, the place where the 4 regions intersected was also called the Central Region, which was also the central region of Zhengzhou. Even if the top forces of Zhengzhou were not headquartered in the Central Region, they would still set up branches in the Central Region. According to the system map, the upgraded All Heavens shop was located in the southwest of the Central Region. In the Southwest Region, the most famous forces were Sound Valley and Burning Flame Valley. These 2 forces were considered the dominators of the Southwest Region. Of course, other than these 2 forces, there were also countless other forces of various sizes. However, compared to Sound Valley and Burning Flame Valley, these forces were far too weak. To be more specific, the All Heavens shop was located in a city called Tianhuang City in the Southwest Region. This city was within the sphere of influence under the jurisdiction of Burning Flame Valley. As for the 2 largest families in the city, they were the Cheng family and the Liu family. In the void, the meteoric iron ship flew quickly. 15 minutes later, the meteoric iron ship arrived in the sky above Tianhuang City. Looking from the sky, compared to Tianbei City, Tianhuang City was larger and more popular. There were more experts above the king of fighting in the city. At the request of the 3 girls, Chu Bei put away the meteoric iron ship and landed on the main street at the entrance of the city with the 3 girls. On the street, there was an endless stream of people coming and going. It was full of noise and excitement. Chu Bei shook his head helplessly as he looked over at the 3 girls who were gathering together. Shopping was a woman's nature. It had nothing to do with age or plane. In the hustle and bustle, Chu Bei and the others walked along the main street. Sister Xian Tianhuang City is so much more popular than Wutan City. Even Tianbei City can't compare. Qing Lin held Little Doctor's arm with excitement. Of course, this is the central region of Zhengzhou, the center of the entire continent. How can Wutan City compare to it? The little fairy doctor's eyes stared at the clothing stores on the street. She spoke as if she had been to the central region before. Just as the 3 girls were enjoying their stroll, the pedestrians on the street suddenly surged and rushed in one direction. Where are you going in such a hurry? Don't ask. Let's follow them first. If we're late, there won't be any good seats. What happened? Hurry up and tell us. I heard that a divine object suddenly appeared in the city square. I think it's a small mansion. What? There's such a thing. In the hustle and bustle, more and more people on the street ran in the direction of the central square. A mansion that descended from the sky. Hearing the conversation of the people on the street, Little Doctor's face flashed with surprise. She then looked at Chu Bei and said, "Boss, let's go and join in the fun." "We have to go." Chu Bei shook his head and sighed. He seemed to have guessed what was going on with the mansion that descended from the sky. In the center of Tianhuang City, there was an extremely spacious bluestone square. At this moment, the square was occupied by a sea of people. The noise was like a demon's voice, causing eardrums to buzz. Countless curious eyes were looking at the center of the square. There was a stone platform in the center of the square. On the stone platform, a huge black wormhole was slowly rotating. Shocking spatial fluctuations spread out from it. However, the focus of the crowd was not the wormhole that had existed for a long time. It was a small mansion about 100 meters away from the wormhole. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.